We'll reconvene the Deschutes County budget meeting, and
Recording in progress.
we'll reconvene the Deschutes County budget meeting, and we're supposed to review the agenda changes and fall. Are you helping us with that, or?
Oh, there's actually only one agenda change, and it's not a big change. It's just that COVA will be presenting a little bit longer this afternoon. We gave them a little extra time. And I think that's the main change on this agenda.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Can I just double check for COVA and EDCO's presentations? We didn't have anything in advance in our binders. Is that correct?
Correct. Let's see, I believe COVA is bringing all of their materials, and then EDCO, those will get passed out before they arrive.
And I think the EDCO presentation usually matches pretty closely with what you saw with video lottery. So that amount is usually consistent and matches the request that you reviewed earlier in the spring.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there are really any big surprises from either organization. I try to give the board a snapshot of what COVA will likely be presenting today. So, but we still wanted to allocate more time, just given we've had some conversations about TRT so far.
More of a good conversation with those partners and that service level.
And we missed their meeting yesterday afternoon,
Yes, we did.
and they missed us, I'm sure.
All three of us.
Yeah, three of us. Isn't it in person, too?
Well, if there's nothing further, we could go ahead and get started with the assessor's office. We're a little bit ahead of time, which is really unusual. Scott just reminded me we're always behind when he shows
No
up,
pressure.
so it's his duty to get us caught up. But today, he's first off. So we'll introduce Scott Langton and turn it over to you, Scott.
Yeah, good morning. And actually, I appreciate being down here this morning for no other reason. They're redoing the roof upstairs. Right over my office this morning, and the drill they're using reminds me of the dentist office.
That's what it sounds
It'll
like.
be a work from home day, huh?
Well, and it'd be over our heads if we weren't down here too. Yeah.
But good morning. I guess I'll start because we do have a couple new members, just with a real brief overview of the office. Basically, the role of the assessor's office is everything you see on that property tax statement comes out of my office. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, which is in the budget document, so I won't go into all that. But I will note that we have over 110,000 taxable accounts. And each one of those, we have to track and update ownership, values, and the maps and everything each year on each one of those. So there's quite a bit, and as we know, it's a growing community.
So 110,000, I remember it was 100,000. So new tax accounts are created for subdivisions and a new single-family home, basically. That's where the bulk of hundreds at a time would come from?
Yeah, and it's really new land, because you put a new home on, that's not a new account, that's just an
Oh,
addition.
it's the partitions.
Yes, and
Okay,
we
yep.
have a lot of subdivision activity.
Yep.
As we all know, it's a crazy real estate market, both in new construction and real estate appreciation. And much of our workload comes from the incorporated cities. What occurs in the rural county, yeah, it's significant and it impacts us, but really what our driving factor is on workload volume is what's happening in the incorporated cities. So when we look at properties that we need to look at because they do have a subdivision or new construction or an extensive remodel, we're about 5% increased over last year in that volume. And that's been continually increasing. So, and to give you an idea too, we got some bigger projects now too that we haven't seen in the past, like apartments. I had our commercial appraiser pull some information for me yesterday, and
We want to grab the mic a little closer to people remote.
okay, how's that? Better? Okay. We have 6 apartment buildings right now in the works. that range in value from 55 million to 92 million each. So that's just in 6 properties, $400 million worth of new value. And the valuation is crazy too, that we talk about affordable housing, that these properties are being built and then sold, and investors are purchasing these for about $400,000 a door. So that means if you have a 120 unit apartment, you take 120 times 400,000, and that's what these properties are selling for. So then you think about your capitalization rate and return on investment. What do you have to charge in rent to make that even pencil? And they're selling them fast. So, but there's a lot of those in the works right now. Another area that is a big workload to us too is, it would seem maybe counterintuitive, but it's a whole lot more labor intensive and time consuming and difficult to exempt a property than it is to tax a property. Due to Oregon's complex property tax system. And one of the bigger exemptions we have is enterprise zones. And so we allocate a fair amount of resource to that. And to put that in perspective on the enterprise, and that's new commercial properties that come in and qualify within certain zones, which every one of our incorporated cities, and there's a rural area too, that they can have a 3 to 5 year tax abatement. So when we look at statewide, where does Deschutes County land? We are a very, very close second to Washington County in number of active enterprise zone exemption accounts. And Multnomah County is a distant third, with the rest of the state falling off behind that. So that was back in the recession. There was a lot of work being done to position Deschutes County to be attractive to business. It seems to have been successful, and those of you that have been here for a while can probably remember after the recession I mentioned that this really could take off, and we actually added some additional resource at that point in time, and that's what's really coming to fruition now, that a lot of work in that section.
Scott, are those enterprise zone and other exemptions something that requires a lot of work annually, or the first time that you put it in place?
Annually, because all things Oregon property, and it's a statewide system, and all things Oregon property tax, if there's a simple, straightforward way, for whatever reason, we've gone the complete opposite. So there's a lot of annual maintenance to that. And some of it makes a lot of sense, but the oversight and whatnot, and some of it is just extremely time consuming, and I'm not sure for how much value added, but there are state requirements on that. And like I said, Oregon's got a statewide property tax system, so give you some ideas of what we've been experiencing as far as market appreciation. And we value as of January 1st preceding the tax year. So the January preceding the pandemic 2 years ago, the median home value in Bend was $440,000. A year later, it was $580,000. This January, it was $650,000. And today it's $775,000. So going from 440 or 460 to 775 is a big appreciation. Now, when you look at, and people say when they get the tax statement, well, why is the assessor so far behind? Or if you go into Dial today to look, why is that so far behind? Well, it's by design of the Oregon property tax system. You know, I equate it to like a train. You know, the real estate agent setting the value to sell a house is in the engine. We're in the caboose. And that's good. We're tracking what occurred, but because of the time lag and the volatility, that the tax statement or anything you see on Dial right now, and we only certify values once a year, is January 1st, 21, where it was $580,000 for a median home price. So if you look, we're pretty close to that on the median home in Bend or wherever in the community. But 580 and 775 are a big number apart. When we mail tax statements this next fall, if the market continues, or even if it flattened right now, we're shooting for 650,000, not 775. That'll be the following year. So just something to be aware of as far as that lag when you say, well, why is that so far off what today's world is? And it's by design of the system. And then as far as budget, we don't have any staffing proposed changes, no additional FTE or anything this year. The largest increases you'll see, of course, are like everybody else, it's going to be personnel cost. And then I would point out in the machinery and equipment line items, a couple of bigger ones are, when you're looking percentage increases, are subscriptions and software licenses. And those changes are, I think you remember last year, those of you that were here, I brought in an iPad. And that's the iPads in the field that the appraisers are using now. So we have, it's a ChemiCloud is the company. So the yearly maintenance on that, which has given us all sorts of efficiencies and higher quality product, giving the appraisers better tools in the field. So we've gained a lot of efficiencies. But with that, there's about $40,000 annual maintenance contract on that, along with the Verizon contract, so we have the connectivity in the field. Another increase is we've got a commercial valuation service now where, and this has been very valuable as well, a lot of commercial loans are publicly traded. And so there's disclosure requirements, but it's not real clean on how you get that information. This company, TREP, has built a model where they actually will mine that data. So on these publicly traded loans, we're getting income and expense information. We're getting appraisals that have been done for finance purposes. Now, we're not getting that on every commercial by any means, but we're getting enough that we have the subject properties, and especially in new construction, where we're seeing that, and we can bracket other existing properties. So that's been a big added benefit, and another reason that we're able to maintain the current level of FTE, where we're using these software advantages on that. The other one is we're members of multiple, Central Oregon Association of Realtors, multiple listing service, and they had a pretty significant bump in their monthly charge, but that's a valuable asset as well. The one staffing change we are making right now is we have one vacant appraiser position, and we're repurposing, or I think as I heard Jim say, rejiggering this position where we're going to make that, I got to see what we're actually calling it, an application systems analyst. And it's something similar to what CDD has had for years. And so we can better utilize and maximize the use of the software programs and whatnot, that it'll be somebody that'll be able to write those scripts, better do reports, better maximize our efficiencies with these different platforms. And it also greatly enhance our help when we've got client requested reports, whether that's the public or taxing districts or whomever else. So we're in the process of recruiting that right now. But with the rapidly changing climate we're in, I think we're adequately, staffed, the level of staffing is adequate to accomplish what we need along with these new software tools and enhancements. Probably the biggest challenge we have right now, and you've heard this already numerous times, is the ability to recruit and retain quality staff. Well, we had another appraiser vacancy that we did fill just recently. We had 4 applicants. and we did a nationwide recruitment. Out of that, we ended up having to take a trainee. So hopefully it works. We've been successful in the past with trainees, and we haven't been so successful with trainees. And I don't know if my department is typical or not, but we also have about 16% of my staff eligible for retirement. We have 3 retirements this year. We have several already next year and through the following years. So it's quite a brain trust there that we're going to be losing. So the big challenge is, transition management. How are we going to be able to recruit, retain, train, and make sure that we can keep that consistency going? But like I say, you've heard that from a number of different departments as well. So that's just a real quick overview, and I'll just open it to questions that you guys might have.
So I want to make sure I got the numbers right. So 2019, it was 340, did you say? 2020 is 580, 2021 650, and 2022 775.
Yeah, 2020, January 1st was 440, 580.
440,
Yeah,
okay.
then it went to 580, 770, 580, 650, 775. So when you look at next year's tax statement that'll be coming out in the fall, it's going to be looking at that 650. So if the market stays where it's at or even goes up, we're already basically $100,000 behind on every property by design of the system.
So the 650 numbers for January 22.
Yeah. Scott, I have a revenue question. Since you understand our property tax revenue stream better than probably just about any other department head, we saw during the Great Recession where real market value and assessed value got a lot closer to each other. My impression is that right now, just looking at my property tax bill, that we've got quite a big spread again. If we do go into some kind of an economic downturn, or there's rising mortgage rates, cause a flattening or decline in housing prices, do we still have a significant spread between those two, so that from a general fund property tax collections perspective, we can still expect to see the 3% assessed value going up in future years?
Yeah, and of course nobody has that crystal ball, but I would say that and there's mixed reviews on if we're in a bubble or not. There is such a gap between, and in Oregon, you're taxed at the lower of your market value, that's $775 for the median home now, or that Measure 50 maximum assessed value, which is the one it capped at 3%. So the vast, vast majority of our properties are at that lower amount, which on the average property is about half. So you'd have to see at least the values cut in half before it would ever trigger that 3% base. Big difference that I'm seeing now compared to the Great Recession is before, people didn't have skin in the game. They didn't have equity. They were trading paper. They were selling houses multiple times before it was ever finished. Where today we have a lot of cash, more traditional, even if they're loans. So that'd be a lot harder to walk away from. And like I say, it'd take basically half. And I remember in the Great Recession, in the first year when we fell off the cliff, I took 30% of the value of Deschutes County off the market value, and it made virtually no difference to anybody's taxes because it just lowered that gap, but it didn't intersect. Now, we were in the top 5% in the nation on how far we fell, and we ended up in that point where we did drop below. I mean, we didn't see it coming then, but I see less of a chance of it happening this time around. Now, the other factor is, so then what that basically means is if we stop new construction, there's no more new construction, your base on that 3% nets out to about 2.9%. Anything above that is due to new growth, new subdivisions, new construction, whatever that is. And the one thing I'm finding interesting is the base grows every year. Well, if you're going to continue with 5.5%, 6% annual growth, the amount of new construction's going to have to keep up with that too, or it's going to fall off. So like I said, that we're seeing that we're actually going to have to touch and have new value on 5% more properties than we did last year, so it's still maintaining that. At what point that levels, then you'd actually see percentage growth soften a little bit, but we're really, really strong. Yeah. Answer that one?
But I think especially given that you can track house or building starts, I guess I should say that you can have a leading indicator of whether you're going to see a tail off or not around the construction. So you should be able to give the county a warning and by a 6 to 12 month lead on where you think some of that additional revenue is going, the growth revenue is going.
Oh, absolutely. And I work with the various different taxing districts, Deschutes County being one of those. And that's exactly what we're looking at. So that lag time we're talking about, where dial is so outdated, well, there's some advantages from a taxing district standpoint, because we're looking at January 1st, 22. Well, we already know what happened in 21.
Mm-hmm.
I know what's happening now, projecting forward. So you do have that lead time to see if you are going to fall off, and that's built into the modeling that I do as far as new construction. And then from a revenue standpoint, another thing is, in the recession, this occurred, and I know even when there was a worry when COVID, is collections and being able to collect that. Well, a lot of people have bank mortgages. And with Oregon's property tax system, property taxes are first place lien holder. And we charge 16% interest. So districts are fairly sheltered even from people's inability to pay because the banks are going to pay it. When it goes into foreclosure, we're made whole. And as Wayne knows, we don't foreclose on a lot of houses. Banks did, but we don't. And then they collect the money and pay us. They don't want that liability hanging out there. So there is some, with this complex and convoluted as the system is, there is some stability and predictability built in for taxing districts because of that.
Just a comment and then a question. Scott mentioned the tax abatements earlier, enterprise zones being one of those. There's a series of different kinds of tax abatements. Some of them are local, some of them are statewide. Interestingly, there's a certain set of rules we have to abide by when we issue our audited financial statements every year. And the GASB is the organization, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, that sets those rules. And they added a pronouncement or a requirement to report abatements. And so we now, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, it was GASB 87, I think, and we had to start putting a footnote in our financial statements talking about tax abatements. And if they're significant, you have to do a bunch more work to show people who read your statements how much you're impacted by tax abatements. So it's a growing area that people are concerned about from the financial standpoint. Now, ours have been vastly immaterial, so it hasn't been of consequence yet, but someday it could be. And so it's an interesting thing that some folks have said, we need to start reporting those because that's money that you're eligible for, but you're not collecting because you've chosen to do something different with it, and that's to encourage development of some kind. So it's kind of a trade-off. The other question then is, I know you're saving up, you have this assessment tax and clerk reserve. And some years ago, there was kind of a big rewrite of your software going on, where the company that we get our software for tax and assessment was being updated to new platforms and so forth. So what's the status of all of that? I see that on page 86, there's $1.6 million in this fund, and we're continuing to transfer money in there. What's the expectation?
And then as far as that fund, that is something done outside of my office, so that would be why we're funding at what level. I mean, I can answer what I think is the reason, but I would defer to Nick on that. But I can say that when we went into the software vendor we have now, and it's in about half the Oregon counties now, and at the time it was only in 2 when we
half
entered
of them
in.
now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, more than half, actually. I think, yeah, out of the 36 counties, I think they just hit 20 counties that are in it. And it's Helion Software. It's a local Salem company. When we went into that contract, and now I'm really going to date myself, that was back in 2002, I believe. We figured it had a 7-year life. We're still using it. They've rewritten it. It's still functioning very well. It's a good product. I still think it's wise, if we're able to have a reserve account for replacement, though. And the reason I say that is when you're using a smaller company and the 2 principals are about my age, and they also do recordings, so they have virtually every county in the state, plus some in the western states on recording, including Multnomah and Washington. They're positioned very well that they might be able to retire, and if they do, what does that mean if they sold the company? And this will give the Deschutes County the ability, if we did need to find a different solution, that we would be able to do that. I know Washington County and Multnomah County just went with Tyler, actually, software system. They're getting it up and running. Is it a better mousetrap at a better price point? I don't know yet, but we're watching that very closely. Marion County just went with Helion, the company we're with. And I think it just positions us really well that if we, the last thing I ever want to do is a software conversion again. But if we had to, it's nice to have that latitude.
2 questions. Maybe this gets back to Jim's lip in the snake comment we had a couple of days ago. But this is a good one, and that is rural accessory dwelling units coming online soon. We're 7,000 to 8,000 eligible properties, and I know your office is staffed for the growth that we have, but all of a sudden we make 7,000 to 8,000 new rural properties eligible for rural accessory dwelling units. So even 2 to 5% of those properties come online. Question number 1 is, do you have the staff to absorb that additional work in relatively short order? And then question number 2 is, as a rural accessory dwelling unit is approved, and you go through the assessment, is it the entire property that then comes back up to the market rate or to the new rate, or is it just the new dwelling unit that adds value to the property?
Okay, actually, I really appreciate both those questions. To the first one, as far as staff, I'll go back to where I started off, that what occurs in the rural county does have an impact to my office, but in the whole bigger scheme of things, when you look at what's going on in the incorporated cities, I don't see that as much of an issue, to be honest with you. I'm more concerned about when Redmond or Bend expand their UGBs and start absorbing. You look at what they're doing in Bend and stuff, and we're able to keep up with that in the software and the new tools and some ways we're restructuring. We're still fine. As long as I can keep and retain and recruit good staff, that's more the key, is getting the right people in instead of more people in my opinion. So I think we're fine on that. And as far as the impact of an ADU, and this is true whether it's in the cities, and we've been dealing with that for a number of years, or rural. That was a political hot potato with Multnomah County a few years ago, where their understanding of the way Oregon property tax law works, along with the Oregon Department of Revenue, said it was the entire property impacted, so it got a new value. Well, the legislature and then the Oregon Department of Revenue kind of recanted, and now we have some real clarity and certainty, which is good. It's an ADU on a new piece of property, and let's use rural, is treated no differently than if you put a new barn on. We're going to go value that new structure, and we're going to say, not the cost of the structure, but I can sell this property for X amount more because I place this structure here. So the cost might be less, cost might be more. It's how much more you can sell it for. So let's say you put a new ADU on, and because you did that, you can sell the property for $200,000 more. We're going to add $200,000 to the market value, and then we're going to adjust that Measure 50 maximum assessed value through the spelled out in the Constitution. We're basically capturing that new assessed value on that $200,000 and adding roughly half of that to the maximum assessed value. So it's just that piece. But that is a good piece, and I went in that dissertation for a reason, so commissioners or whomever's being asked, because there was that huge fallout out of Multnomah County a few years ago. You're aware of that, but that's what Multnomah County did, and what they do now was quickly changed, and that's how it works. So.
Could I ask a sort of a connected question with that? There are, my understanding there's a lot of ADUs that were not authorized that are out there. Some of which will be, coming out of the shadows. Where does the work burden fall to kind of legitimize and bring those out of the shadows? I mean, is that more at CDD, kind of catch-up applications, or is there work that, from the assessor's office perspective, it's just well, when it becomes authorized, then we add it to the assessed value through the process you just described?
There could be a little more work for my office, but basically what we do when our appraiser goes on site, we make the assumption that it's legally permissible, and we value it for what a willing buyer would typically be seeing, legally permissible, highest and best. So if we went on a property today and they had what appeared to be an ADU, we wouldn't go look to see if it was legally permitted. We'd add it as an ADU. And we have had people come in, well, it's not legally permissible. Oh, well, you want to go give us that paperwork for it? We'll go ahead and lower the value. We never hear from them again.
So
we probably captured a lot of them, but that said, that doesn't mean we captured them all. So I could imagine as these get legitimized, that we get copies of all the permits and building inspections and everything else, that we're going to have to audit each one of those and look and see and go, okay, we're okay on this one, or oh, maybe we need to send an appraiser back out on that one. So I can anticipate some work, but it's not going to be, I think that's more of a CDD issue.
Your wheels on the street or your eyes on the street. And we had this conversation a couple months ago. So at some point or another, if you put operational processes in to say, look for these things, you'll see them. And so that's up to the county to be able to decide, well, what operational process do I want to put in to identify potential reassessment triggers or other things like that, either through community development or the assessor's office or anybody else that's out on the street.
Yeah, I'm not as much worried about identifying them as legalizing.
Well, but it's the same. But it's going to be a very similar operational part. The only way you legalize them is to identify them.
Right. But I mean, I don't know how the assessors collect the information, but it sounds like you could conceivably do a search through the assessment, data, and just compare it to applications in at the, at CDD and do a quick sort already to figure out,
Yeah, and there's segments, we could definitely look at, I mean, it wouldn't be 100% probably, but looking at that. And we do work closely with CDD, and I know they have an active code enforcement. So if you do talk to your counterparts, commissioners in other counties, and they talk about this omitted property and, that the assessor is missing these or whatnot, and they need more funding, I think I like to say it's because we're doing such a great job, we don't miss anything. What we've found is because the active code enforcement and whatnot, there just isn't much out there. And it also always amazes me that if you build something illegally, your neighbor's going to turn you in. So we have all sorts of different discovery mechanisms, as Nick, coming from CDD, knows as well. And we've done some, not recently, but we've actually sent an appraiser out with a building and code enforcement to different areas, South County and stuff, and done some surveys just to see how are these records, are we syncing up? And with few exceptions, it's pretty tight.
Yeah, and maybe this is a better conversation as well as CDD coming in 20 minutes or so, but I would just say agree with everything Scott just said, two other pieces. One is we are identifying more unpermitted through our transient room tax collections as we receive those, and people are paying those, and all of a sudden they're referring those to CDD, and CDD saying, well, this garage is not permitted as a dwelling, and so there are those circumstances. But I think the better approach is going to be when the rules are in place and we are permitting them, we do some sort of an incentive. Look, for the next 6 to 12 months, if you have one and they meet these criteria, please come in, get permitted, get it authorized. Is there something we can do with that'll be a discussion for a future time. Is there a fee discount, or is there something to, hopefully, because we want these to be safe, legal, permitted places for people to live.
That's why we need it more than 100 feet, because I have all these people calling me, and I'm like, well, please measure it and stretch the tape as far as you can. That's one side of it. And then I did hear an issue of like 17 residences on the east side that were surveyed in the 1960s. And hopefully my conversation yesterday was good, but there's survey issues there, and it's not South County. So another thing to worry about.
Any other questions for Scott?
I just wanted to make a comment more than a question. First of all, obviously you've been doing a good job of, in your pilot program, tracking metrics and doing comparisons, because you've proved that the pilot means that you want to roll everything out. The nice thing is that gives you the ability to roll out a lot of other things. And so you were talking about the loss of institutional knowledge. Now every assessor that's going out is connected to every other assessor and connected back to the office. And if you've got opportunity, we've heard other organizations this week talking about, we had somebody that was thinking of retiring, and I'll use my term, rejiggered the job a little bit so that they had the ability to stay on and help us through some of our hiring problems. That could be something where you have somebody that's willing to mentor people from the office live as they're learning, and that's a way for you to be able to do extra training and extra spin up of some of your newer resources. So hey, you're creative already, so I'm sure you're already thinking of it, but just wanted to point it out.
We've done a number of that, and that's the reason we're actually repurposing that appraisal position to be able to better utilize those tools in the field, and the appraisers have that ability. And we do the base mapping, for ownership mapping, and it's a base for GIS. Well, two of my 30-year cartographers out of the 4 are retiring. Mm-hmm. One he's got 2 more weeks. We were able to overfill that position, bring in a trainee, and we should be as seamless as possible as he leaves. My other cartographer is about a year out. We're looking at that transition. I've got a business personal property appraiser, same thing, where we try to, and I really try to avoid any compartmentalization where I want to expose staff that, yeah, people have their primary job responsibility, but I want them to be exposed to a lot of other things. And if they show interest, make sure that there is no one or two people that know everything about
Well, that's
that
right,
job,
yeah. And that's my intention.
including my own job. I mean, if I hit the lotto tomorrow or got hit by the proverbial bus, I'd like to think they'd miss me for 5 minutes, but hopefully it wouldn't have too much negative impact on the organization.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, we're at our time limit, or a little beyond, so.
Really, I don't catch you up.
I don't want to ruin your reputation.
Just one quick question about the table. So the budget summary for this, and then the assessment and tax reserve. So this is that example I mentioned yesterday. Resources says general fund on the first one, and then it says transfers in the second one. And this is just an example of what I was asking about yesterday, just readability of this document. So it's clear that, the assessor's office, general fund, 4.9 million, and then transfers in 120,000. As I say, nothing's wrong here, but, the clarity on where that 120 is coming from maybe, do we think of that as general fund anyways, just in the commitment for those offices?
Yeah, Scott's whole budget, if you look at page 85, see that 001-02, that means he's actually in the general fund. So that's why it shows general
yeah,
fund
okay.
instead of a transfer, because he's actually embedded in the general fund. The other fund is a separate fund, and that, therefore, to get resources to it, you got to transfer it.
From the general fund?
I believe so.
Yeah, so as I say, that just showing the example of what I was asking about yesterday. Not a problem. Great job.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Front and center.
Front row seat.
I didn't see Scott leave. Please all say Sharon Keith. I don't know where to, I don't want to take Sharon's seat.
Oh, no.
She's not
No, it's
here.
just the
It's just you.
monitor for everybody.
All right, next up is the clerk's office. I'll turn it over to Steve.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us. Steve Dennison, County Clerk, County Clerk's Office, joined by.
And Jeff Sagasser, Recording Supervisor in the Clerk's Office.
We'll jump right in. I just want to kind of bring us up to speed on our staffing levels. We had a limited duration dedicated to the recording portion of our office, converted to a regular employee. We put that request in. It was approved last fall. In addition to that, we have a long-time serving elections employee that's retiring this summer. So one of our other recent requests was to double fill her spot, that seat for this May primary election. So we did go out for recruitment for that, and the other portion of that request, because we were so thin at staffing in elections, was to request another FTE, and that was also approved. So we're staffed up well in our office. Brings us back to our, I think maybe the highest staffing that we had been in the office, but not more. So we're at an appropriate staffing level for the time being, but of course with the growth, remains to be seen where we'll be down the road. As you'll see in the budget, a large portion of our expenditures are related to elections. And I just want to bring up, and I know a lot of people understand it, but elections revenue costs are cyclical and oftentimes very unpredictable. We have regularly scheduled elections in even years. We have a May and a November, so a primary and general. In odd years, we have just a May special district election. Those are the only ones that we know of every year we can count on. But in addition to that, there are a couple of other dates on the calendar each year, March and August, that a special district or another entity can call an election. But of course, there's nothing preventing others from having a special another special election, we had one that the state called one in January of 18. So there are costs associated with those elections, and the big thing to remember is that these costs are not all recoverable. The state doesn't reimburse us for elections. Cities don't reimburse us for their regularly scheduled elections in November of even years. Soil and water, Soil and Water doesn't reimburse us. So, for the November 2020 election, we recouped $12,000 in the costs of a $270,000 election. So we don't get that money back. It's very tricky to budget for. So as you can see here presented, our request is for those regularly scheduled elections, but we also earmark some money for those unknowns. So if we don't wind up having these special elections, then we don't spend that money. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out there a little bit more. Any questions about elections and the way that we're budgeting for elections?
So we can think of the office as the FTE, the personnel, but then I'm just thinking for elections, it's probably going to be in our materials and services for the election expenses, basically, right?
It really is. It is. Yeah. It's our printing of materials, the ballots, the envelopes, the postage for all of our mailings.
You bring in more people for elections, I guess.
We do.
That's what
So
I was
it's
thinking.
more staffing as well.
And that would be under materials and services too, because that's contract work?
It's contract services.
Yep, that's what I
I'd
was
have to
thinking.
double check the line item, but. Another, this isn't on the books for right now, but the state is in the process of upgrading our voter registration system. It's a statewide system, and that will be a budgetary item hit maybe in the next fiscal year, but I just wanted to put it on there. I think we might have talked about it last year as well. We don't know when the state will increase our maintenance costs, but that is something that's down the road. It's coming. And then just a little bit more about the unknowns of elections, those legislation changes that cost us money. For instance, this past year when postmarks went into effect, or this year as postmarks go into effect, the verbiage on our ballot return envelopes was outdated. The attestation that the voter signs is outdated, so we had to scrap thousands of dollars worth of materials. And that's just the big unknown, not knowing what the legislature is going to do as far as making changes that will require us to update any of our information, such as envelopes. One more thing about elections is that we're receiving elections modernization grant of $15,000. That will be in this upcoming fiscal year. Other than that, that's pretty much kind of rounds us off in elections, just at a very high overview. Just moving on into recording, though, revenues do remain strong, but they are slightly lower than those historic numbers that we saw last fiscal year. And Jeff can tell you a lot more about that as he knows the ins and outs.
Thanks, Steve. So before I talk about revenue with respect to recording of real property records, just want to familiarize yourself with respect to other revenue that comes into the office. We accept passport applications and we receive revenue from that, as well as issuing marriage licenses. Both in passports and marriages, very consistent. We will, on the passports, we accept applications by appointment only, and we're accepting about 100 applications per month, and that will contribute to about $39,000 to the general fund. On the marriage side, very consistent as well, another source of revenue to the general fund, and we are basically accepting or processing about 1,300 marriage applications per year, and that translates to about $33,000 or just about $34,000 to the general fund. With respect to revenue on the recording side, just want to familiarize yourself on kind of two things that we sort of look at, and kind of dive into the weeds a little bit. There's two indicators that sort of drive revenue. One is going to be quantity of documents, and then the other one is going to be page count. And separately, the quantity we see very consistent year over year is going to be about 50,000 documents, and on a 25-year average, we are right there. Staying very, very consistent with respect to quantity. With respect to where the revenue really comes from is going to be the page count. And specifically where that revenue comes from is recording mortgage documents. Mortgage documents generally have an awful lot of number of pages to them, and year over year, we've seen a little bit of a decrease, 26% in the number of pages that have been presented for recording. So what kind of drives that? It's going to be interest rates. So the Federal Reserve, obviously, if you haven't heard, they're kind of inching up in interest rates, and that kind of drives down the number of mortgage originations. And so people borrowing money is kind of declining. So we are projecting to close the year end with $2.1 million to the general fund, and in our budget we are estimating 1.9, which is just a little bit over a 20-year average. A couple of things that we continue to watch year after year. Legislation, we don't see any state or federal legislation that's going to impact recording. We also look at the inventory of homes or the lack of affordable homes. We like to see kind of anywhere from a 4 to 6 month average with respect to the inventory that's out there. And the Association of Central Oregon Association of Realtors is reporting anywhere from 1 to 2 months, so it's pretty low. We'd like to see a little bit higher inventory out there, which will hopefully drive transactions and people borrowing money. Turning to the 218 fund, we have a 218 fund that's directly associated with our 05 fund. And specifically, the 218 fund is, we call it our nickel fund, and we get 5% on most recorded documents. And that 218 fund is specifically dedicated to, for the sole purpose of acquiring storage and retrieval systems and maintaining our records. On the expense side, with respect to the 218 fund, you'll see in the budget a $7,000 increase for microfilming expenses. And what we have here is an expense that's kind of long overdue with respect to creating a permanent record of our general index. So you'll see somewhat of a sizable increase. Usually we're in and around anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 for microfilming expenses. So that's about all I have on the revenue side.
But Jeff, last year, year to date is only 6,000 for 22 through May. So you really think it's gonna jump up to 20,000 as an expense then?
It's on the higher end. If you knew the number of records that are going to be converted to microfilm, yeah.
It's gonna be busy.
It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be if we get it all done in the year. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty good number. And it's a forecast, and we might be a little bit higher on the higher end, but on the expense side, I think we would rather give you that anticipated expense than fall short.
Well, this morning mortgage rates were 5.46%, and Wayne reminded me of the 70s when they were way higher. But truly, it's doubled from what it was 2 years ago. And then new home sales dropped for the country 17% last month. So definitely, you might not be as busy.
Yeah, might not. We're always a little bit, probably not a surprise to anyone here, Central Oregon is such a unique little pocket. And so when you're looking at trying to find numbers and you're looking at national numbers that are being reported and so forth, they may not necessarily be applicable to what's going on here in Central Oregon. So, certainly, take that into consideration. So it's tough to forecast what's going on here when you're looking at numbers that might be reported elsewhere.
But I think the mortgage interest rate is here.
Yep, it's sticking
So
up.
then
Yep.
you've got to have the income in order to qualify.
Yeah.
It is.
That's
The
a-
percentage of all cash transactions in Deschutes County is pretty high as well.
Oh, yeah, well,
Yep.
that's the other side.
If you're bringing a massive amount of cash from somewhere else here, then you don't care about the interest rates.
Which works well for Deschutes County, it doesn't necessarily work well for you. That's not a lot to record.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll-
And if anyone wanted to know, I did take a look at that, and specifically with respect to areas in Deschutes County, Sisters is the highest number with respect to cash transactions.
Oh, I'm just surprised. Not.
And those are some of those headwinds that kind of lead us to that 1.9 number rather than last year where we really were shooting pretty high. 1.9 is, again, just over that 20-year average, so fairly conservative. If we come out north of that, then fantastic. But we just want to be realistic with that number.
It's way better, because you expected 2.5,
Yeah.
and it already had dropped down, so,
Exactly.
yeah.
Is there any way to forecast or get an idea of those recording revenues coming forward? Just the recording revenues in general are the third largest source of revenue for the general fund, so they've traditionally served a lot of purposes, not only in funding your department within the general fund, but potentially other operations as well, and we really appreciate that it's been a net contributor. So I was just wondering if there's any way to get an idea going forward on those recording revenues, what the quantity will be.
All those factors that Jeff just mentioned really play into that, and it's not something that we control. It's all those markets and other factors that Jeff mentioned. It's unpredictable. I mean,
Sure.
that-
That makes sense.
Yeah, again, what we've kind of done historically is just to look at, where are we trending with respect to interest rates, inventory that's out there available. Kind of that sweet spot is 4 to 6 months of inventory because you've got enough transactions that are available. And then to piggyback on the number of transactions, if there's financing going on, then what will happen is that will translate into mortgage records being accepted by the clerk's office for recording. And so it's a simple, it seems, to break it down in just those simple terms it may not necessarily be fair, but those have been some of the indicators that we've kind of sort of looked at with respect to making projections into the future. So.
Well, you use the data that you have. That's a good way to do it.
Yep.
So I mean, it's everything factors in. As mentioned, our FTE have gone up slightly. We've added folks to meet the need of the workload in our office. ISFs are up. Our maintenance costs with our vendors and technology are all up. All of our costs have gone up. So, but even still, like I said, at the end of the day, if we come in north of that 1.9 and we don't have these special elections, we're still a net contributor. But as of right now, on paper, we're just coming in conservatively.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just had a brief question on elections. First, a comment. It was nice to have the news reviewing the last election so that I could see the little game of mousetrap that you have to play to count the votes.
We appreciated that.
And well, I thought it was very good. You talked about modernization, and you said you were getting a small modernization grant, but I'm guessing that the modernization is going to be a little bit more than that.
It could be. There are things that are kind of in the queue or great interest over in Salem, or one of them being ranked choice voting. And if we were to implement something like that, then or some flavor of that, it would increase our costs. There'd be a lot more to it. I don't know any numbers about it. I don't really have any numbers penciled in, but just think about the outreach and education to voters that would need to take place so that they understand what they're actually seeing on their ballot. Why am I seeing the same contest 3 times, and how do I vote this? Why don't I vote everybody the same straight across, and things like that? Just the education, not to mention the technology side.
And do you have a timeline on when you're gonna be looking at process modernization or any of the other pieces around that?
So some of the pieces that we talked about spending this money on, one of them is for an accessible voting unit that would allow somebody to say, for instance, a site somebody to cast their ballot or mark their ballot. Somebody that needed site assistance, they could navigate their ballot electronically on a tablet essentially, and then it prints out a marked ballot on their behalf. So.
Steve, we've heard from a lot of departments on space, inadequate space for operations in the future. What's your department looking like in that?
Great. Yeah, thanks. That was my my last statement. So if we can just jump ahead, but yeah. It's no surprise to a lot of people in the room, our space needs in our department have increased so greatly, not necessarily with our counter and maybe not just recording, as that's so electronic, but it's that the ebb and flow of our need when we have an election. You have that contrast of a November general election whereas the last time we were in here, we were occupying these rooms. A lot of logistics, moving ballots around, materials around, a lot of security that needs to be considered, and we've outgrown our space for a large election. Ballots are being cast. We're counting more ballots than ever each election. So it's an ongoing conversation, and we'll need the support of the board and administration going forward. But it's just a discussion that's really just getting started. Thank you. The other fund that we have, just real quick, is our BOPTA fund. Those expenditures are relatively even. However, we are budgeting a little bit more for staffing, as we're going to need to recruit some additional board members. We have some board members that have been on for a while now, and they won't be there forever. So we're looking to do some additional recruiting. So we budgeted another $1,000 there. Other than that, we don't have a lot of major requests. We have some ergonomic requests in there, standing desks, excuse me, chairs for the staff that we've increased. Other than that, there's not a lot of large requests in this budget, but certainly with our space needs going forward, that will likely change. Any other questions?
I'll just make a statement that with the incredible scrutiny placed on elections and election security in this day and age, I'm so glad that we have a county clerk's office that is meeting public expectations and heading off any potential risks of public questioning or public scrutiny of our election processes.
Thanks, sir.
And I know that takes resources, so.
We're very reliant on technology, clearly. That's how we do so much with so little staff. But that technology certainly comes at a monetary price.
Is there things you can do to avoid like what's happening in Clackamas County? I just think through that, and I know that I had spoken with Nick about the resources that it took that county. I mean, I think they pulled 200 staff members from the county to go in and count ballots after that fiasco. Is there ways that you can avoid that type of
Avoid it entirely. It's the technology, it's our partnerships. We're reliant on vendors. We're relying on the post office. We're relying on county partners. Other departments. We can't do it all alone. So to say that we could prevent it, I would never say we could. But it's that trust in the vendors that they can produce what we need, and the ballots are obviously the biggest piece of that. That being said, with the system that we do have in place, the clear ballot system that we utilize, it's a different voting system than what they have in Clackamas County. And had that same scenario happened here, our system would allow us to adjudicate those ballots on screen. We could still scan in those ballots and tell the system what precinct they are, still with the boards present and observers present, but we can adjudicate that on the screen rather than needing to print out those materials and do that painstaking work of remarking a ballot onto something else and having that chain of custody with the ones that had been marked and then or remarked, if that makes sense.
You have a good printer, right?
We have a great printer. We have great partners. We're so fortunate. We do. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All right, thank you, Steve.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it, thanks.
I'm a fan of multiple breaks. Would you mind taking a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
More short breaks?
Yeah.
This is the one.
Oh, you could stand up once in a while. Hey.
How are you? I'm Judy Trigo. Sorry, my hand's wet.
Doing okay.
Hey.
The wife left at 5 a.m. this morning,
to go to California. And I got my fourth boost, or my booster shot yesterday. So I have a headache and I'm running on low sleep. And I'm
85 and sunny today.
trying to look at numbers.
Oh, but don't worry, it'll be 16.
It's just one of those days.
I know.
Thank you, Terry. Do you need help with anything?
60 and freezing in here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what.
who knows?
Well, I was talking to some.
We'll see how it goes.
neighbors down in Sun River, and I said, trust me, 3 out of 4 chance that it will either snow or hail over Memorial Day weekend
yeah.
in Sun River. So, really? Huh?
Good.
Yep.
It's been a pretty smooth budget.
Hi, Jim Pfister, how's it?
Hi, Jim, I'm Peter Gutowski.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Sherry. Glad to be. Do you have a bike that has wooden wheels on it?
I had wooden fenders.
Wooden fenders?
Oh, wow.
That's
That's
Still
stylish.
using that?
Wooden wheels.
You still ride around and ride to work and
Yeah.
stuff? Oh, good.
That's super stylish. What a
I
fender.
absolutely love the bike.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How far is
Yes.
the bike? How far is the commute?
Very short, it's probably 3 miles, and I get to drop in on the river trail by the Park and Rec District. River trail all the way in.
When I lived in Santa Clara, and this is in the 90s, when I lived in Santa Clara, I used to bike, and I think it was 9 miles. And my time from bed to desk was exactly the same if I biked or drove.
Yeah, it's amazing.
How do you do? It's nice to meet you. So you replaced
I
Nick?
thought he was coming up to me. Well, hello, it's
Yeah,
Nick.
good morning.
It's all about the newbies.
Yeah,
No,
welcome.
Yeah,
What a week.
yeah.
Oh, they put some,
She's having a
okay.
great time.
I am. Yesterday was dicey.
Oh, this is my kryptonite.
Oh, yeah, this is.
But she's got my glasses
I
today.
feel better
so she's-
today and I got my glasses, so I can
Ghost,
read
you
your
got some.
budget. So Patty lent me her glasses.
Well, I'm the same way. If I don't have my readers, I can't. If I go to a restaurant, I
took those cookies home last night.
rely on my
Yeah.
phone.
Good after
It's
sitting
like I
in
can't see the
napkin
bill to
for,
calculate the tip. It's like I'm asking the waitress, how much is this?
Right.
Oh, really? I gave mine
Readers
to
that doesn't always
Steel
work.
White.
Yesterday I was
She
trying to
was
read
saying,
the,
here you
carbon
go.
monoxide alarm, and I'm trying to read all the stuff on the back. So I finally just took a picture of it.
Yeah, right, and yeah, expanded.
Oh, yeah.
Day was very disruptive.
Oh, there's no other way to drink out of something this big.
You
You heard of a straw?
Straw.
Already queued up.
Like my.
Oh my gosh, really? Okay.
You know what? When I need to go drink, I'll go in the back of the room. Never mind that.
We've shamed him.
Never mind that
Into
I'm
moving.
rolling on no sleep, have a headache and
This is
booster,
like
you know?
water intakes.
Okay.
Hydration.
Here.
Well, it's good to know where I stand. Far over here, away from you while I guzzle my water. It does,
Sensitive to food noises, I think.
that makes sense, Wayne.
Newsworthy article and everything.
I'm just bugging you. Isn't that something? I had trouble opening the
Okay,
package.
I'm just like, forget
Do
this.
anything.
Well,
Time for this.
Wayne was doing,
Somebody else open.
it's kind of a, whatever, it worked.
Oh, how am I supposed to get it out?
Yeah, how do you like that grab? Without falling
Every
off.
time I use my teeth to open up a
Oh, my
bag
God.
my mother's
So
side.
that's how you're supposed to do it?
Oh, now I've used up all of my last,
Yeah, that's-
oh, there it
It says you have to use your teeth.
Yeah. Jim knows. You know, this is one of those packaging things where they're like, oh, look at all the beef jerky, and there's like, yeah, just enough to cover the,
Yeah.
oh man, I'm gonna need to drink a lot of water with this.
That's unfortunate.
Mhm.
So tomorrow your last day here. Did we get through this?
Other functions.
Oh, hi, Peter. Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you again. Yeah. Great, we'll together. Oh, yeah, yeah. running fast and learning a lot every day.
I don't know about that, Betsy. I gotta do your 6 months here pretty soon. I would slow your roll on that. Just, when it comes around, goes.
I've been here that long.
You're getting pretty close. End of June, right? Yeah.
Did we have a break and I missed it? Oh, my God.
Don't miss your-
I didn't get up.
Don't miss your break.
Without our official break? Oh, my gosh.
Well, we'll squeeze another
The
one in.
unofficial break.
I know, what was I thinking?
Yeah, I don't know.
2 months too many, right, Wayne? That's what he keeps telling everyone, so.
All right, let's go ahead. We'll get started again so we can get our next break going. And next up is Peter Gutowski with CDD. Welcome, and go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, County Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director, and with me is Sherry Pinner, our Senior Management Analyst. And Sherry and I have prepared a short PowerPoint presentation for you today. As noted in your budget materials, the Community Development Department facilitates orderly growth and development through coordinated programs, services, and education to the public. Sherry and I prepared this PowerPoint to really do a couple of things. We want to recap the Community Development Department's budget themes over the last 8 years to share with you our experience. It's going to be important to highlight the Community Development Department's contributions to the board's goals and objectives for next fiscal year. We want to talk about factors influencing our budget, operationally, our business and financial trends. Sherry will discuss some of our other funds beyond Fund 295, just to make sure that those are put into context. And of course, we want to ensure that there's ample time to answer your questions and respond to your comments. So in terms of our historical budget theme since 2014, of course, we came out of the recession. We saw some stabilization and some growth. Just recently, of course, we adjusted to the pandemic, becoming, I dare say, a Zoom region in Central Oregon. And now we're in a place where we're managing some uncertainty. We have seen some modest revenue decline. I mean, Steve Dennison had noted it as well in his recent presentation with the county clerk's office. The modest decline is in relationship to last fiscal year, but our revenue forecast compared to fiscal year 2020 to 2021 is much higher. But we're seeing some modest decline, and we're monitoring that. And then it's a theme that we're seeing across our department is just the heightened complexity, whether it's related to building permits, coordinated services, code compliance, environmental soils, and certainly with land use planning. This is a new era that's requiring a lot of attention of our staff. So very quickly, just to acknowledge how we're contributing to the board's goals and objectives. Under Safe Communities, I wanted to highlight our code compliance division. We have seen significant turnover in this division. We have 3 new employees. We're going to get a 4th. And the code compliance is structured to the greatest degree possible to get those who have a legitimate code complaint, to get the complaining part, not the complaining party, but to the responsible party, to get them to voluntary compliance within 12 months. That's been very successful over the years, and a majority of our cases are resolved voluntarily. Under Healthy People, it's important to acknowledge that with the board's direction, we've already been successful with the city of Redmond, but with the city of Bend, there's an opportunity through some legislation to expedite an urban growth boundary that would bring in a property that would be specifically allocated for affordable housing development. And this is in a partnership with Hayden Homes. I'm very confident that the Board of County Commissioners is going to be in a position in July or August at the latest to consider this urban growth boundary amendment just on the outskirts of the city of Bend to meet an opportunity to provide some affordable housing for our community. 2 other projects that I think are worth highlighting, we're going to be in a position to amend the comprehensive plan to acknowledge a wildlife inventory for mule deer that was produced by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. This is a process that will occur this summer. It's going to have robust community outreach and addresses some natural resource concerns within our community. And lastly, I want to put a shout out to our environmental soils team and call out the alternative treatment technologies that they have the ability to require as agents of the state for the Department of Environmental Quality. Alternative treatment technologies can allow development. Most of this is occurring in southern Deschutes County that has relatively high groundwater areas, to allow septic systems to be put in place. These are systems that treat nitrate at a much higher level. It comes with a maintenance responsibility, so our team has to ensure that these systems are properly maintained on an annual basis. And it allows development to occur while also ensuring that we're protecting groundwater. For Resilient County, I've already mentioned the Affordable Housing Pilot Project under House Bill 4079, but I want to call out a project that we are well aware. It's a Board of County Commissioner priority. It's related to Senate Bill 391 and rural accessory dwelling units. This legislation is going to be put in place, will put the county in the position to amend our codes late this fall or early winter to allow rural accessory dwelling units. And of course, you had the conversation today with Scott Langton about this. But there are thousands of lots that will be eligible to take advantage of this legislation that can help our region provide some additional housing for our neighbors, our residents, in a workforce manner. So again, I think we'll be in a position to initiate this late fall, early winter, and we're really looking forward to making this available to our community. The other legislation that we wanted to highlight pertains to wildfire mitigation, Senate Bill 762. The state is going through rulemaking as we speak. Late next month, the Department of Forestry will be identifying a wildfire hazard map, a wildland urban interface designation, and with that will come high to extreme risk classifications, and there will likely be areas of our county that have those classifications, and with that will come some defensible space requirements and some fire hardening responsibilities for new development. We're planning on, in coordination with the Board of County Commissioners, developing a work program, engaging our community and educating them on these responsibilities, and then amending our code to ensure that development to the greatest degree possible is resilient and mitigating the threat to wildfire. Under service delivery, this is something that I'm really proud of. It's a responsibility that we've undertaken for years in terms of monitoring, and credit goes to Sherry Pinner for her tracking our performance measures on a regular basis, weekly, monthly, semi-annually, to ensure that all of our divisions, environmental soils, building, planning, code compliance, are monitoring the volume that we're receiving and tracking how we're handling our turnaround times. And this has tremendous benefits. We share this information transparently to our stakeholders, the Central Oregon Builders Association, Central Oregon Association of Realtors, and of course to our applicants, so they understand precisely where we are in these periods. And there's been times this year where we've used these performance measures to respectfully engage the Board of County Commissioners when we felt like we needed additional staffing. So when we're not meeting our performance measures, it allows us to have, to engage in those conversations to determine what we can do to improve those measures. And if like I said, if we find that we're not meeting them, and over the course of the last 8 years, we've relied on these performance measures to conservatively bring staff on board to ensure that we're meeting everyone's expectations. So I want to talk about some operational experiences that we're having. These are factors that influence our budget. This is not new information. The Budget Committee has heard these themes throughout this week. But we're like every other department, we are seeing some retention and recruitment challenges. We've had some significant turnover, and what that means is we've lost institutional knowledge within our department. We have brought in some new employees. As the slide notes, over more than 60% of our staff have not been with the department for 5 years. And this is significant because the job that the responsibilities that our department has, and it's one of the themes, we have, there's heightened complexity. It's consuming some of our bandwidth as we train our staff on how to administer the on-site wastewater program, how to administer the state's building program, how to deal with code compliance cases, and there's many of our constituents have disabilities, so navigating federal ADA law and reasonable accommodations. And then land use can often feel like a contact sport. It's very complex and albeit controversial. Nonetheless, I want to point out that even with these inevitabilities with staffing, I'm very proud of the work that our team has done. As noted at the bottom of this slide, the Board of County Commissioners, to their credit, continues to put our department in a leadership role as it pertains to regional and statewide projects. Other counties look to Deschutes County to navigate very complicated projects. And we're in the process of updating our comprehensive plan. We're coordinating with our road department with sewer feasibility studies for our communities of Tumalo and Terrebonne. And we are not shying away from these responsibilities. And one of the reasons why I think our organization is so dynamic is across the department, we have leaders that are respected statewide for the work that they do. The other point that I want to highlight with this slide is we're embracing technology. And we've done this for years. We continue to do so. One of the highlights is we are now requiring all residential and commercial building plans to be submitted electronically. That streamlines the system. It allows us to process these plans efficiently and effectively. But I want to point out, when we have cases where someone's having trouble online, someone can still come into our office and we can process them traditionally over the counter. But it's just one example of how we're embracing technology, and this is something that we're going to continue to do over the next 5 to 10 years as technology allows our department to interface with our constituents and our clients in a way that allows us to process development activity efficiently. Please.
Also backwards looking, are you starting to scan in the inventory of the paper stuff that you have? Because obviously there's going to be a lot of remodel and update going on.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it's a great question, Jim. One of our colleagues today had microfiche that he discovered that dated back to the 1970s that is eventually that 1970 conditional use permits. And you might think, oh my gosh, these are 50 years old. They won't have any real meaning, but they do, and it can lead to a lot of record declarations, as the board has dealt with in the past for lawfully establishments units of land. So yeah, we are committed to ensuring that this information is not only converted to electronic files, but it's easily accessible. And you see that with Acela and with Dial. That information is put in a position so people can access it efficiently.
Thank you.
So I just have one more slide, and then I'll turn it over to Sherry. But I just wanted to highlight some of the development opportunities that we are anticipating going forward. 2 days ago, you heard from Christy Bollinger, our property manager, of the work that she's doing in La Pine, in the Newberry neighborhood. Our building division provides building services, plans examinations, building inspections, not only in La Pine and Sisters. So certainly we're very bullish on the activity that's occurring in La Pine, the sale of, quadrants 2A and 2D, which are forthcoming. We wanted to highlight the project in Sisters, which is called Sisters Woodlands, a significant mixed-use project, over 350 dwellings with some industrial and commercial uses. Our building division will be examining those plans and performing those building inspections. So I think it's noted in your materials, our building inspectors are cross-trained, so they can do multiple inspections on a site, and it gives us tremendous efficiency. And our coordinated services team, we have permit techs in La Pine and Sisters on a weekly basis. So we have representation as a department to make sure that we're as accountable as possible. Very quickly, just highlighting that destination resorts are still very popular, and Caldera Springs is expanding, and then we have Thornburg Destination Resort, which is not yet vested, but is working through a number of entitlements, and that topic in itself is quite engaging and very complex. And then I just want to, again, my last comment is just acknowledging the opportunities with rural accessory dwelling units. With this legislation that comes into effect, there are thousands and thousands of lots that could be eligible to take advantage of this opportunity. And I just want to highlight we know it's a board priority, and it's a priority for our department, and one that we want to execute as quickly as possible. So that concludes my piece, and I'll turn it over to Sherry.
Oh, Peter, you say 7,900, but I know that some of the Lapine ones we'll have to look at the acreage, if they can't do it safely on 2 acres. But I thought we had a couple of thousand in addition that are just undeveloped lots that do meet that criteria.
Correct.
They build a single-family residence.
Yeah, we were being conservative with that number. That number could easily, I think, add another 1,000 to 2,000 over the 7,900. So we have properties that have been converted from EFU to rural residential designations that could become eligible. So it's a tremendous opportunity, and as the numbers show, and as the Madam Chair has recognized, there may be significantly more properties over time that can take advantage of this legislation. And no surprise, Deschutes County and the Community Development Department often finds itself on the forefront of these issues. I anticipate that our county will be the first to adopt this legislation in Oregon. So with that comes heightened attention, but certainly great opportunities, and one that can be modeled elsewhere in the state. So credit goes to our Board of County Commissioners for championing this legislation, and of course with Nick Lelak in his prior position interfacing with the legislature to take advantage of this new opportunity, and we're hoping it can be expanded over time.
So I will take us into our business trends. And so typically what we would be seeing in the spring and certainly the early summer is kind of an uptick in permitting. And the trend that emerged very clearly to me in April is that it looks like our permitting volumes are going to be slightly lower than fiscal year 21, but still higher than fiscal year 20. And I'll take you through a few examples of that. So our single-family applications received, we've experienced receiving about 493 through April, and comparing that to last fiscal year through April, that's a 22% decrease. However, we're still 9% higher than we were in fiscal year 20. Single-family dwelling permits issued, we have issued 580 through the end of April of 22. Comparing that to April of 21, it's about a 2% decrease, but when compared to April of 20, it's a 20% increase. Sure. Commissioner Chang?
This hotspot map?
Yeah.
Can you, I want to confirm that I know where these places are. Can you go through those 4 yellow spots? Like what, I mean, is that Sisters in Lapine and Deschutes River Woods and south of Sun River, or?
I do believe you're correct. So far south would be Lapine. We've got Sun River Bend, and then Sisters, I think, would be over to the left. And then I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, you would have, I think Caldera Springs is likely encompassed in the density.
Caldera, Three Rivers is
Yep.
probably your hot building.
Exactly. And then, Greater Sisters, we see activity, and you can see, what we often refer to as the triangle between Bend, Sisters, and Redmond.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunities there for single-family development.
We'll give you a B+ on your geography.
And the Bend area one, is that west of Bend, or is
That's Tetherow.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, some of Westgate, some of the Southwest
Oh,
Transit.
yeah, 100%. Westgate's, yeah, great point. The property owned by Kevin Spencer, the board just recently approved an improvement agreement for their last phase. So yeah, you're seeing, in the Bend area, you're seeing Tetherow and Westgate. Maybe I think Miller Tree Farm is mostly built out, but it's in that vicinity.
And then in the Sun River area, that's a lot of Caldera. Okay. Thank you.
So our site evaluations received is viewed a little differently. So a site evaluation would occur on properties that are located outside of a sewer district or sewer availability, and is also a lead indicator to future development for CDD. And so what we experienced this current year is we've received about 245 applications. And when you look in comparing that to fiscal year 21 and 20, it's a 15% decrease for both. And that can be explained through the what we refer to as the Southwest Transect, the Westgate properties, some of the Skyline Ranch is certainly within the sewer district, but those that development required a significant number of site evaluations in late 2019, 2020, and 21. There is another property in that area that's going to be developed that will require site evaluations, but that will be in the future, and I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be fiscal year 23, quite possibly could be 24. But other than that, it's just your standard lots that do not have access to sewer systems. So our land use applications received, we've had a significant number this year, 795 through April. When you compare that to last year, it's about a 9% decrease. However, it's still 15% higher than fiscal year 20.
So from a land use to building, give me a progression path on that, because I'm not familiar with it. So if you're doing a land use application, what are you doing, and how does that later then turn into effectively a single family dwelling application?
Sure, absolutely. So several applications can elevate to that. So, for example, there's another phase of Westgate that's owned by the Coates family, the Shevlin Sand and Gravel area. So they are in a position that they need to modify their application. So that modification of application will occur. It'll go through the local land use process. Ultimately, they need to record a subdivision plat. And then once that plat's recorded, you have individual lots, then that's when, the lots will be sold. There'll be builders that submit plans. So that's on one extreme, as we tend to approve or see more non-farm dwellings on exclusive farm use zone property. So that's another land use application. That requires a site evaluation as well, because the septic system has to be on the area that doesn't have high-valued soils. So that goes through a process. They get their land use entitlement, and then it's just a matter of when, in this era, how quickly they can get a contractor, get an architect. So the lag can be, significant if it's a big project, and the board tends to hear these comments about how quickly they want these land use entitlements because they have expectations to develop. So, it just ranges, I think, on the complexity of the project.
Well, and part of why I'm asking is I'm looking at the heat map very specifically on this, and there's a lot more action on the shin and the toe of the boot of the county, which you're not seeing, but you're seeing a little. But so what's the likelihood of those things, or at least what's the time period of those things then turning into growth in Deschutes County?
Yeah, I certainly think in the areas in our cities, Lapine and Sisters, you're going to see there's tremendous demand, and the ability to develop in that area, just based on the geologic conditions, is much easier than other parts of our county. So if I had to make a prediction, you're going to see development activity in southern Deschutes County. We talked about Sisters. I think you're going to continue to see tremendous activity in around the west side of Bend, in Tetherow, and in the Westgate zoning area, the Coates property. And then you're going to see spot development, which would reflect kind of conventional, traditional development patterns with the non-farm dwellings, the single-family dwellings that are allowed outright.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And I think another factor to understand is that the City of Lapine and City of Sisters have their own planning departments.
That's exactly what I was just going to offer, which is why you'll never see the land use map reflect the building map, because of so much more building activity in the two cities. I was going to make that clarification as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So our code compliance cases, We've seen, and this is actually monitored on a calendar year basis, and we've seen a significant decrease in complaints for the first 4 months of the year. So we've received 229 cases through April of '22, and compared to last year, that's a 31% decrease, and the year before that is a 50% decrease. So we've certainly had some conversations about what might be leading to these.
That's good news.
It is good news. And I think there are a couple of factors. I think certainly during the pandemic, people were home more. I think they got to see what was going on in their neighborhoods, perhaps. And then additionally, there was certainly an influx of persons moving into the area from other regions of the United States that probably had different ideas about what they might expect to see in a rural area. There's also been over, say, the past 4 to 5 years, there's been more activity of, say, perhaps we have inspectors out on sites and they see some concerning code violations. They also have the ability to submit those internally to be taken a look at, and I think that some of that has also decreased. So several factors. I talked with our manager this morning of the Code Compliance Division, and she did state that in the month of May, we've seen a considerable uptick in complaints. So any questions related?
I would add many of the cases that we see are properties that have multiple violations. And so while the numbers may be going down, the complexity, go back to our theme of heightened complexity, is not diminished. We are mindful that some of our cases, they need to be handled very delicately. These are neighbors and residents and constituents that are, if we're not careful, they could find themselves into homelessness, right? And so we're mindful of that volatility. We're also mindful that there's a code to administer and enforce. And I mentioned on my presentation that we have some of our neighbors and residents have disabilities, so we need to make sure we're meeting reasonable accommodations. The point is, it's a lot to navigate, and it takes time to vet these issues, work with the I'll call it the violator, to try to get them to a resolution that gets them compliant with the code. So, these are continuing to be somewhat daunting for our team, and a team that is rapidly learning the responsibilities of what it means to be a code compliance specialist.
Peter, what about the woman who had the trailer that was homeless with children? I know we were trying to work on that. Is that still in transition?
It still is in transition. I think there's challenges in terms of the quality of the trailer, in terms of its condition. I think that it may be past the point of no return in terms of just the physical integrity of it. But our team continues to try to alert those parties to resources and funding. And I think you mentioned that there was a Good Samaritan that stepped up to try to offer some resources. So it's just another example of trying to find opportunities, and where there are investment opportunities from third parties, ensuring that it's going to make a real difference. Again, the condition of that trailer is not in the best situation. I don't want to get into too much details, but it's one that we're continuing to work with and trying to help that person get stable housing, knowing that it's a single parent with 1 or 2 children.
I was going to ask if you talked about partnerships, if you have connections with churches and nonprofits that you can match people up with who are senior or disabled, can't clean up their properties on their own. Do you have some kind of matchmaking program to help?
It's such a good question. We coordinate with Neighbor Impact. They're a partner that can help with, if there's on-site wastewater challenges. There's other organizations as well that we try to tap into. Looking forward, I certainly see opportunities as the board, in collaboration with our city partners, the Joint Homelessness Task Force. I mean, as I envision it, certainly we need to understand how to build a ladder to help people that are homelessness get out of it. We also need to understand the factors that are contributing to people sliding into houselessness. I think that framework will bring in partners, and I think that's something that we can maximize, the code compliance team can maximize, because there's so many partners that are out there that we may not be tapping into that I think will be readily identified through the Houselessness Task Force. So that's an opportunity I think that's rich for maximizing as we address our neighbors and constituents that are finding themselves in violation of the code.
Noxious weed program, is that new from the road department, or has that kind of always been under code enforcement? I just noticed it in the accomplishments, and there was a bullet item here, noxious weeds.
We assumed that program last year.
Okay, yeah, so that's kind of what I observed it, so it moved recently.
Correct.
So that's, yeah, the knapweed can be out on some of those properties in southern Deschutes County, just some of the neighborhoods, it's just kind of there, and it's interesting when you see it propagate from around the neighborhood.
And I would add, we had a program not long ago that needed just really some general cleanup in the yard, if you will. And we actually have a kind of, I think they refer to it as a voluntary program where staff will go out on their time and help and assist and clean those up. Yeah.
Our staff, Deschutes County staff?
That's great.
Yeah, it really is. It's we have an amazing group of people, and they certainly work very, very hard to meet our goals and objectives. And through all the turnover, our performance measures have maintained status, and it's been really impressive to watch.
Well, there's been some great let's pull together weeds efforts around the county in the past, and obviously COVID stopped everybody dead in their tracks from even thinking like coordinating something like that, but there's a future to having the community work together also.
Everybody's welcome to join Senator on the long weeks.
There you go.
Go down to my yard, I'll be there.
Before we leave this code compliance slide, can I just double check that I'm reading something correctly? So the 229, that's for 4 months, and the other figures prior are calendar years. So really, I mean, 229 for a third of the year is not that much less. I mean, it's a little less than what we've seen the last few years, but it's not. Yeah, but then we heard that there was an uptick in May. So
Correct, and then we also have, as Peter mentioned, it's a team of 5. We have 3 new members. We're recruiting for 1, and we have 1 person who has been with us for a while. So that team is also kind of growing and developing.
Yeah, and the other thing to own is we just had a resignation of a senior code compliance specialist. That person had active cases, and so even though the numbers are slightly down, we have to absorb those cases and develop a process to integrate them into these newly filed cases, make sure that they're still relevant. And when you have 3, soon to be 4 relatively new code compliance specialists, there's a lot of training involved, significant coordination that goes along with legal counsel, the sheriff's office, interfacing with circuit court, community justice, hearings officers. So there's a lot that goes into it. We're up to the challenge. It's just another example of what it means to manage this program, because these cases are, some of them might be noxious vegetation, which would be relatively a lower priority. Many of them involve, unstructured buildings, septic system issues, solid waste, and we need to navigate and try to get them again to the finish line. But there's often a lot to unpack there and to engage these residents who have their own circumstances and in many cases their own challenges.
The only thing I would offer is to Commissioner Chang's question. The prior slides were fiscal year slides, July 1 to June 30th, whereas this is a calendar year slide. So it's certainly lower, but it's not as low as as if we were approaching the end of the fiscal year, and we were only at 229 compared to 810. So it's
you multiply 229 by 3, it's close to 700.
Yeah, it's robust. It's robust.
Peter, I'm curious if you have seen more complaint, or what's your sense of, since there's such a severe lack of industrial in the, where it should be happening in industrial buildings, and we don't have that opportunity here recently in the county, if you see that activity moving out onto rural properties, and are there more complaints from that kind of activity?
Not for industrial uses. Your point is well taken. That the region continues to, with industrial projects, it's all about having available land, and that's shovel-ready with a willing property owner. Those are kind of the central themes. One of the successes that we did a few years ago was bringing in that DSL site, 700 acres. That credit goes to the Board of County Commissioners for making that happen in partnership with the city of Redmond. Right now, my sense is, Bruce, that the cities, especially our largest city, is so focused on its immediate needs that I'm not sure that when they step back and look at making sure that they have available land shovel-ready for employment is one of their highest priorities. Of course, I know the area in La Pine, the industrial park, has a number of available lands, so it comes down to kind of location. But if I had to make a guess, our region still struggles by having enough vacant shovel-ready lands that bring recruiters in, because if you just have one, they're just not coming. And it's been interesting just on this topic. The state of Oregon in the 2010s really prioritized large lot industrial projects. And then over time, they tacked away from it. There was less of an emphasis of it. And just recently, as we've all read, with Intel relocating to Columbus, Ohio, and the state has, I think rightfully, feels like they've lost an opportunity to keep one of our largest private sector employees statewide here locally, that it's reignited the importance of making sure that we have industrial sites. So there was an article in today's paper that the Port of
Morrow.
Port Morrow is expanding. Thank you. So yeah, it's hard to establish industrial lands in the rural county just because of the state's land use system. But I know that CDD, in partnership with the board and part of our regional coordination, tries to continue to elevate that conversation as much as possible.
Okay, we'll move on to some financial trends discussions. So a quick snapshot of CDD's revenue. You can see we climbed out of the Great Recession somewhere beginning in like 2013, 14, and 15, and steadily revenues have increased over time. We are submitting a $13.9 million budget. That's 23% higher than last year. Much of what makes up that increase is significant savings this year for underspending in personnel, increased our beginning net working capital. The International Code Council had issued a 15% increase on building valuation calculations, and we'll talk about this in a lot more detail on an upcoming slide. CDD has requested a 5.5% increase in current planning fees. This is to offset what has historically been a general fund contribution in the event that current planning needed that for base services. So we are not asking for the $100,000. We are asking for in current planning, you may recall from last year, we proposed a $40,000 general fund contribution to offset the cost of appeals on applications that meet both code and regulations. Say they're appealed for not a particularly good reason. County General Fund has been covering those this fiscal year, and we've not quite spent right around 18 or 19,000 on that. So we're asking for that again. And then in long-range planning, we have our comprehensive plan update. You may recall last year we were granted $150,000 in general fund to cover a portion of that particular plan, and the remaining is going to be funded this year through general fund request. And I do believe it's actually going to be, the need's going to be a little bit less than $100,000, but I'll work with the finance department to reconcile that. Certainly, we have our COLAs and the 2%. We are asking for 2 new FTE this year, and we'll talk about that in a little more detail on the following slide. So you can see our CDD staffing levels at the kind of the lowest point of the Great Recession, if you will. We got down, I think they went from 78 FTE to 28. And slowly over time, really around 2015 seemed like the time period in which community development really started seeing a lot more increased permitting volumes and kind of a recovery, if you will. The 2 FTE we're asking for this year for kind of a similar purpose, one in which we need to, in one division, so our building safety division, we're asking for a second assistant building official. The current assistant building official has a staffing ratio of 18 direct reports. Those consist of field inspectors as well as plan reviewers, and the concept here is that we would like to create 2 teams, one out in the field, allowing that assistant building official more time in the field while having an assistant building official in-house for plan review staffing, as well as there's a component of succession planning here. We believe that we're going to have some turnover in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years that we would like to prepare for. And then in our current planning division, we have our team of current planners, our team of 10, and 8 of those have actually every single person is in training. So we've had enough turnover and enough internal promotions so that each and every person is needing to be trained sort of at the elbow, and we've got one principal planner to do that job. We are asking for an additional one to split that team into team members of 5. And the other thing I would highlight is that on that team we have 1 senior staff member, so our principal planners will effectively also manage higher level cases as well as supervise and train staff and all of the things that go into that particular team.
And if I can just add, when I was planning manager starting in 2014, we never had a year of stabilization and planning. We typically lost 2 planners a year. Starting in 2014, this year, the first 3 months, we lost 3 planners, and it's the resignations were due, I don't think, to our culture. I think they were due to promotional opportunities and advancement elsewhere, either in our region or outside the region. So, again, I don't know if this is the new normal, but we've just seen a continuing pattern of training and the turnstile of, every few years or every year, but we just have not been able to maintain a foundation. And as Nick knows, it takes about 18 to 24 months to really execute development review for Deschutes County. We allow the most uses and we see the most investments of any county in Oregon, from non-farm dwellings to destination resorts to solar farms and everything else in between. So Sherry's point is a good one. Our management team is getting older, and while we're very mindful of the supervisor to line staff ratio, but we believe that it will, I relish the day where we can have stabilization. It hasn't happened, but I think also we want to make sure that over time, as we see management retire, that we have staff that can compete in an external recruitment and continue the excellent standards that the board and our department has set for ourselves. So that's part of the narrative of why we're adding these 2 positions and why we truly are, and I know this is a point that Human Resources articulate, trying to give our managers the most resources possible to maintain stability within our department.
Okay, so CDD has sort of an informal guideline reserve policy, and our intent there is to have a target of, say, 12 months of operating expenditures. The policy gives us a lower limit of 10 months and an upper limit of 18. We met with the board on May 16th to just have sort of an informational conversation about this internal guideline, one for just transparency and just to see if there were any feedback or guidance that would be different than the way we operate. you know, every budget year, we talk about the Great Recession and the community development's need for general fund for operations. And just to refresh everyone's memory, so from the time period 2008 to about 2013, CDD needed $10.3 million in combination of reserve funds, which was about $5,000, and then general fund contributions of about $5.3 million, sorry. $5.3 million. We believe that, you know, certainly anything we can do today to offset any unforeseen incidents and cycles in the future is really diligent, and we, you know, believe we have board support for that. And so, you know, again, if these projections play out, fiscal year '23 will have about a 10.5-month operating reserve.
So, just a couple things. First of all, I'll make the point that Commissioner Bone has been making. We had to play a little hopscotch on the transfers out to reserves to trying to find where the fifth fund was going, which I finally figured was a vehicle replacement. But it would be helpful if we had at least a little better line item of out versus in some of this. So I'll echo the comment there. And I'm just curious, I'm sure there's a really good reason why 4 specific reserves rather than a single reserve.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So we have 3 operating reserves. 2 of those are required by Oregon revised statute to be separate, one for building safety, one for electrical. The 3rd operating reserve would be for code compliance administration planning. And then we have a 4th fund that we're opening up this year for future capital improvements. Much of that is unknown, but we feel like that our building is, I believe, about 3 decades old, and so sooner or later something's going to need to be done there, as well as CDD wants to be a partner with bringing in electric vehicle charging stations here to the county campus. We have a car corral just right across the street. That's where we're going to put in 1 or 2 stations. We've been working with the road department and certainly facilities on a bigger kind of a master plan for that, which, you know, based on supply chain shortages and such, it may take a little bit of time. But we do have 2 Ford electric trucks that should be delivered this summer, and that's part of our efforts to, you know, reduce our carbon footprnt.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And with gas at
So this fiscal discussion is all based on the revenues, and I'm just kind of thinking big picture here. So it's all about a function of volume, and fees really are going up this year. Some of it was kind of state mandated about how they were all aligned, but can you help me understand, you know, getting from 11.3 to 13.9? You know, I'm just looking at the big picture here thinking, wow, you know, we did take a big step, and now it's expected to really show in the revenues. And this is inflation. You know, I'm just thinking from a somebody going to build a property, you know, house, everything's going to be a little bit more.
So that's a great question, and again, I think the majority of the increase is due to, so the jurisdictions in the state of Oregon use an International Code Council factor to calculate the building valuation of a single-family dwelling permit. And what that means is that the council issues a price per square footage of what they believe it costs to build. We take that valuation, so we take that. So single-family dwellings are $150.87 a square foot. We multiply that by the square footage, and we come up with a building valuation. Then this, using the state of Oregon's software, Excella, that will calculate based on the square footage, or based on the building valuation. Where there's a table in which, say the first $100,000 of building valuation is a $532 charge, and every $1,000 of valuation after that increases the permitting fee, I think, by $5. So that is a standard and typical process used by the state of Oregon. So effectively, we haven't asked for a fee increase for building safety or code compliance or advanced planning or current planning on the public information counter fee, but behind the scenes, it's going to increase based on this issue from, or this release of this building cost evaluation from the International Code Council. I would also add that cost per square footage is issued twice a year, but the state of Oregon only recognizes it in April. So the February release is recognized effective April 1st of every year. So that's a significant amount of it. And again, our beginning net working capital was a bit higher than one would have anticipated based on unfilled positions throughout this current fiscal year. And then I think that's the majority of it.
So, yeah, it's just a big step here, but, you know, it is, and we see this with the road department too, just those true industry construction costs and how they do calibrate themselves. So this is kind of feedback right into the system here, so.
Sherry, maybe you can answer this. You have code compliance increasing 41.8%, a couple $100,000 over prior years. I just wondered, is there a reason for that?
Is that in the revenue?
Yes, in revenue?
Yeah, that would absolutely, so our code compliance fee, our advanced planning fee, and our public information counter fee and current planning are based on the building valuation. So as that building valuation kind of behind the scenes increases, all of those fees are going to increase.
So that's pretty, it's almost 50%.
It is. I would have to take a closer look at that.
Right, it's the other was, well, it's the information counter, yeah, it's 42%, so they're all really
Yes.
jumped up a lot.
Yes.
And what happened with the historical grant? Did that program go to the wayside? It's like a $10,000 grant. I see that it isn't happening anymore.
Well, it does happen. I think it has like a 18-month cycle that's kind of off fiscal years.
Yes.
So I think the current one ends
August.
in August, and then the next one doesn't start until sometime in the future.
Sometime in, yeah, so it's a certified local government grant. It's pass-through funds from the federal government to the State Historic Preservation Office. They disperse approximately $10,000 every 18 months. So they're issued or administered in odd numbered years, and they last for an 18-month period. So the grant concludes in August of 2022, and then our team will coordinate with the board to get authorization to apply for the grant again, and then those funds are distributed in odd number of years, starting in this case, in 2023. So that's a fund that, while it's relatively nominal, it funds the Historic Landmarks Commission to meet quarterly, and then we have a partnership with the City of Sisters, so they perform landmark duties for any matters that occur in that jurisdiction.
Thank you. 18 months, that's why it looks a little strange. Thank you.
The only other thing I'll offer with code compliance is, well, see, the county has building jurisdiction in 2 cities, Lapine and Sisters. That comes with code compliance responsibilities as well. So that code compliance also follows the building program for compliance related cases there, which certainly happen. Yeah.
But that's the limit. We're not doing their land use or,
Right.
they have solid waste issues or whatnot. We can coordinate with them, but especially for Lapine's, I think very soon is going to have to start. We've been providing those services and coordination, but those are responsibilities that are going to shift to that jurisdiction, just given our responsibilities in the rural county.
Yeah, I'll just offer one thing that the Budget Committee and the board may not be aware of is to demonstrate our partnership with both cities lapine years ago. We continued to collect the advanced planning and current planning and the planning fees in both cities of Lapine and Sisters, and we turn around and we give that back so that they can continue to plan and meet their growth. Because since it's tied to building valuation and building jurisdiction, that's the mechanism that we then provide significant resources to both cities for their planning efforts.
So we're not, the planning support service that we're providing in those jurisdictions, we are not collecting fees to provide, or?
So we could, well, do you want to explain? I mean, I can
didn't quite hear you.
But so we collect the building fee, and then with the building fee come the administrative fees for advanced planning. And so we continue to collect those in both cities, and we turn right around and give it right back to both cities, since that's where we collected it.
We remit those monthly.
The advanced planning portion.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so any more questions about our operating fund 295 before we move on to other funds that community development is responsible for?
If I could just make a general statement, I think I heard you say that part of the reason that community development is asking for 5.5% fee increases this year is to reduce kind kind of reduced demand on the general fund to support various kinds of CDD activity?
In current planning. So we're only we're asking for a 5.5% increase in the current planning division, no other increases in the other divisions, and then we are not asking for the what has historically been about $100,000 general fund allocation to current planning to cover base functions. Okay. So community development is also responsible for managing the code abatement fund, which has about $125,000 balance. So this fund is used for the cleanup of chronic nuisance properties. We historically, I think the last time we really abated a property, I believe, was in 2010, and at that point we collaborate with other county departments in that effort. Talking with our manager of this division, she's anticipating abatements occurring during fiscal year 23, but does not have an idea of what that cost would be. I can share with you that there's not a revenue source in this fund, and that in the past, when the expenses to abate a property exceeded the fund balance, community development in collaboration with solid waste jointly loaned money to the abatement fund. Then when the property was abated, liened, and then sold, we paid ourselves back. And again, there's not been a lot of activity in this fund before, but I do believe we're going to see it. If not this fiscal year, it's going to be on the short horizon.
Does that process sometimes cross I would assume it sometimes crosses the fiscal year?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
All right. Fund accounting.
Yeah.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, I actually track those pretty closely, so that we can lien the properties and know the amounts. Yeah.
So Sherry, we saw a lot of programs that Habitat were doing in South County, like for less than $2,000, but there was actually a trailer that was, like the sliding doors were falling off of. There was nothing that they could do for this home in South County. So what would code abatement go in there at some point in time and try and help these people get a new unit? I mean, what do we do in that case if someone turns them in?
I don't think that would be the use of the code abatement funds. I think as Peter alluded to earlier, that the complexity of the cases that we're seeing, I mean, they're really, I think you can collectively group them into certain types of issues, but really on the one-on-one, I think that our staff, really utilize all their tools that they have based on the circumstances of the particular property, I would say. So I don't know if there are services available for something such as that, as a replacement of a door, or there's nothing that I'm aware of, certainly not in community development, but there might be some resource in the community.
Well, they actually thought that trailer was beyond hope. And so I was just thinking, like, okay, so what if code comes to these people and says, hey, folks, your house is not livable. How do we help them find a new house so they don't become homeless?
I don't know that
It is one of the toughest scenarios, right? So what we will often do, to the extent that the structure is still livable, is try to work with them, give them time, assuming everything else is functional and we don't have an eminent, public health or safety issue. But yeah, it's challenging, right? Because it's not a long-term solution, and yet, they need to start planning for other opportunities. And so that's where we can give them time, but, it's not a permanent solution to stay where they are, given, in this case, if there's something structurally problematic. So, it goes back to Judy's question about, finding those partners. And, our team is resourceful, but ultimately we don't have the funds to tap into, say, oh, here's an opportunity to replace or repair your RV or your trailer. It's more trying to give them the resources that they need so that they can, find I dare say, a tenable solution going forward.
Thank you.
So I might take a minute to point out the photos that you're looking at. This is that voluntary program that I was speaking of. These are some of our staff members. You can see the top photo. You can see Laura Connard in the background and her deputies. Her gear, if you will. And then so they. I guess I'm just overly proud of our staff and their commitment to our services. So moving on to Fund 296, so this is what we call our Groundwater Partnership Fund. There was an effort in the late 90s and early 2000s to ensure that the groundwater in South County was clean and protected. And so out of that partnership, Fund 296 was created. We manage a couple of different programs there. So we've got the South County Nitrogen Rebate Program, in which citizens who are replacing their septic systems can apply for a rebate of $3,750 to offset the cost. That amount that's the amount of the rebate amount was initially the program, and then we met with the board on May 16th with some Department of Environmental Quality staff just to have a collaborative conversation. And during that meeting, it was recommended that based on the cost of replacing your on-site septic system, we should revisit the rebate amount to determine if that's sufficient or if it should be increased. And we plan to do that sometime mid to late June, maybe early July. Neighbor Impact, we have a non-conforming loan program with them. Over time, Deschutes County has contributed about $240,000 to that program. The last installment payment was made in 2017, and up until November of 2021, there had not been any new need for loans. So Neighbor Impact has about a $78,000 balance of Deschutes County's money sitting and waiting for applicants who are eligible. And then there is a revenue stream for a groundwater partnership, and it is a $1,500 pollution reduction credit paid on each property that's developed within the Reserve of the Pines, which is in the Newberry neighborhood. As a reminder, there were originally, I think, 190 lots. They just kicked off development in Phase 2 and 3, so we're anticipating some of this revenue in fiscal year 23, and I selected about 30 homes to be developed based off of prior experience. Any questions? In Fund 297, the Newberry Neighborhood Fund. This fund was originally created, I think, to account for land sale revenues from land sales within the Newberry neighborhood. We also then, somewhere in the early 2000s, we initiated a full faith and credit bond in the amount of $1.1 million to fund a loan to the Lapine Sewer Special District in the amount of $1.1 million. And the intent of the paying that loan back was that CDD would collect those sewer SDCs for the city of Lapine and credit those payments against the loan as a payment. We paid the loan off in May of 2022, which I'm so very excited about. It was a little bit sooner than I had anticipated. And then the bond, we paid the full faith and credit bond off in October of 2021. So then an additional discussion about our reserve funds, which we briefly touched on the reason we have the 4 different funds. Again, the capital improvements reserve is for future building improvement needs, as well as potential electric vehicle charging station improvement. 2 of the funds are required by Oregon revised statutes, and we do have an internal department fund policy that we follow and certainly communicate with the county administrator and the board, given if we exceed or fall below the lower limit or exceed the upper limit. Any questions?
Can we go back to Fund 297 and 296? And I'm just trying to picture the flow of funds from the sale of additional property in the Newberry neighborhood, and I know that we went through this a couple weeks ago, but I'm still it's pretty convoluted. So like I'm still trying to get this to the top of my brain instead of kind of something I need to look at charts to understand. When those sales go through, where will, how do those funds flow into 296 and 297? And where else are those funds going to?
So that's a really good question, and I know Wayne Lowry and I have had conversations about this, as well as I talked with Greg Munn, in his tenure with us, about how we should handle future land sales, and is Fund 297 even necessary, 296? So historically, and I will also mention that when I started with the county in 2007, I worked in the finance department, and I sort of managed this loan on that end. So I've kind of come full circle. So historically, when lands were sold within the Newberry neighborhood, those funds were allocated to Fund 297 to sort of sit there and wait to be needed for groundwater partnership purposes. So, certainly the way we've done it in the past doesn't mean we have to do that in the future. So there could be some conversations about a different or better way to do this. But again, the land sales occur, the money sits in Fund 297, then say we have an intent to fund a neighborhood impact non-conforming loan program. So we would transfer from 297 into Fund 296 that amount of money, and then of course make payment out of 296 to neighbor impact, so that it's all really easily accounted for within one fund for a specific purpose. Now,
I would add that, to answer your question, so all of these all the land sales that find themselves currently in 297 are dedicated to groundwater protection in 296. And one of our projects this year, I think it'll get kicked off this year. It may actually not go into fruition until next the fiscal year after next, is convening a groundwater financial advisory committee. If the land sales that likely will occur in quadrants 2A and 2D will generate millions of dollars that will ultimately find themselves into Fund 296. And Todd Cleveland, who's the environmental soils manager, is well aware, and these have been conversations that have been in the works for some time, that it's important, with the board's direction and board support, convene a financial advisory committee to start talking about how these funds, which were going to be significant, should be best allocated in the Lapine subbasin. Whether it's to continue to emphasize, better technology for septic treatment, whether we should be thinking about, ensuring domestic wells are functioning and capable of, providing safe drinking water. Do we need to start thinking about targeted Goal 11 exceptions where you can establish sewer in the rural Deschutes County? So there's a lot of opportunities that will determine, again, ultimately with the board's direction, how 296 should be maximized. And one of our themes, of course, at the top of this presentation is we're pretty bullish on Lapine and the Newberry neighborhood. And Christy Bollinger has one of her responsibilities is to start looking at, making sure, with the county being a property owner, how neighborhoods 3 and 4 in the Newberry neighborhood are maximized and reflect the needs of the local community. But the sale of those lands over time will flow into 296, and they're going to be significant, and it's a real opportunity to make sure that those funds are invested with community support and ultimately the board's direction to make sure that we're maximizing groundwater protection in that part of our county.
And a few weeks ago, one of the other things we discussed was the need to complete the well monitoring that hasn't been done for 11 or 12 years now, both individual domestic wells and also the kind of the sampling wells that DEQ set up. And is that also a potential place where some of these funds could flow? Or do we have the money that we need to do that already?
So in concept, absolutely, but I think in practice what it's going to end up being is that the DEQ is going to assume the expense of the project, and that community development will contribute with staff timing and managing the program, if you will, and it's unclear how that's truly going to be split out, because I think we're still in the planning phases of what that's going to look like. But I've been led to believe that there's not going to be a cash outlay from community development.
But certainly, long-term, if there was a determination that there needed to be additional monitoring wells and, DEQ respectfully was needing a stronger financial partnership, we would be engaging the board about those opportunities. Most of the funds that Sherry has noted in Fund 296 have actually gone into the ground, have been looking at nitrogen reducing systems, but it's very exciting about the opportunities to invest these types of resources into the community, because there was a time just a few years ago where we didn't know what kind of resource or revenue allocation we would see in 296, right? But Lapine has really transformed in ways that were always contemplated, but now it's really occurring. And the county being an owner of the Newberry neighborhood and the level of investment and interest that we're seeing there is just foretells significant collaborative partnerships, not only as we invest in the community and make Lapine more prosperous, but some of those funds can be redirected in the broader basin to ensure that Lapine stays resilient to groundwater quality and protection going forward.
Another scenario that could play out is, as the owner of neighborhoods 3 and 4 that are going through a master planning process with the city of Lapine, there could be things that are determined that we could do to improve the ground to increase the value. So if that were the case, then Fund 297 land sale dollars would be a reasonable use of those monies, which are not something you'd want to account for in 296 for groundwater partnership. So I do like the current setup of having the two funds and metering into 296 whatever is needed for groundwater specific needs, and then leaving money in Fund 297 to either determine a future use or perhaps improvements to the properties we own so that they're more sellable.
But I guess one last question on this. So when 2A, Newberry 2A and 2D sales are completed, 297 is currently the only place those funds are going to be directed to. Like, we will hold all the proceeds in 297.
That is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for us? We appreciate your time.
I think we're past our time, so if there's no further questions, we'll thank the folks for coming, and
Thank you, nice job.
thank you.
Second break?
Micro break?
Yeah, let's take a quick one while we're getting the next folks up here.
I missed the lot.
Oh, no, I was suggesting you said-
I did long-range planning for I can also strategy and corporate strategy, so I did a bunch of things. Mostly centered around actually budgeting or setting the budgets for various departments to go deliver. And then also, and that was the yearly planning process. And then I did almost all the software engagement. So I work with Microsoft, SAP, IBM, some of the big players. I'm an electrical engineer. But certainly ever used it. Yeah, can't spell geek without double E.
She wants to hang out in the room, probably.
So I was down in Chandler for quite a bit. Yeah, it's in the 90s down there, and then I met my girlfriend, now wife, and she was in California. She was like, no, it's student not. Oh yeah, so I was on so I was on 148.
Let's get restarted if we can, please.
Yeah, there's a nice little park there. And that was back then. I could walk in the neighborhoods, and if there were enough little gaps up to South Mountain that I could basically walk through the neighborhood and be up on South Mountain inside of about 5 minutes. Oh, yeah.
Next up is Fair and Expo Center. I am going to turn it over to Jeff Hines.
Good morning, Budget Committee, Commissioners, and admin staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today for the fiscal year 23 Fair and Expo budget. So we'll be going over funds 615, 616, 617, 618, and 619. So 5 unique funds that kind of go across 3 sort of unique business lines that Fair and Expo operates, 2 capital reserve funds and 3 enterprise-based funds. 1 for annual Fair and Expo operations, 1 for the annual county fair, and the 3rd one being for the operation of the RV park that we manage and operate on behalf of the county on the Fair and Expo campus. So starting with the presentation, I'll run through that, then we can dive into the budgets that I believe you may have. If not, I have copies for everyone, and we'll make sure everybody gets those. So slide 2, if you could move. Oh, got it. I'll slide through. There we go. Quick overview of the Fair and Expo campus and facility and a little bit about what we do. Won't go too much in depth here, but happy to answer any questions, and feel free to pause me at any moment if you have specifics. We are a 340-acre campus located in Redmond, just north of here. It is one of the largest facilities of its type in the nation. We have that property, and facilities may have indicated we're working on the acquisition of some additional land that'll make us one of the top 5 largest facilities of our type in the country. And I consider it one of the nicest, if not the nicest facility of its type in the entire nation. It's master planned and built 22 years ago now, opened its doors right around 2000, and was designed and built together with a master plan concept, phenomenally built, well designed, and has allowed us to be able to do a tremendous amount of different activities over the last 22 years, and will continue to serve this community well for the foreseeable future. And we'll talk about what the future holds for the facility a little bit later, and what kind of we're working on. Before I go too much further, I apologize. I should have made some introductions. I am Jeff Hines, Director at Deschutes County Fair and Expo. Joining me today are 2 of our board members. Fair and Expo is a county department, but has, according to ORS, a board that operates and oversees the Fair and Expo property as well, that's appointed by the commissioners. So joining me today to my left is Elizabeth Libby Ritchie, one of our board members, and to her left is Vice President of the Fair Board, Stephen Curley. And both are members of a committee that we have, our Budget and Finance Committee. So that committee reviews the finances monthly, and then presents them to the Fair Board for review and approval on a regular basis, and then works on budget and kind of provides some oversight and conceptual ideas as we go into budget, and then review with it, and spends a lot of time. So they wanted to be sure to join. There's one member of the Budget and Finance Committee that was unable to join us, and that's Bill Kuhn as well. And then the 7-member board that serves us and that meets monthly at Fair and Expo. So Appreciate them.
Thanks for joining us. I know this is volunteer duty, but it's always good to see how the process works. Thank you.
And I believe Steve may have to step out a little early for his normal day job, so if there's any specific questions there. Both members have been helpful in the production of the budget as we go forward, and also able to answer questions there. One of the largest facilities of its type well serves its community. Currently about 300,000 square feet under roof of event space, 105 space RV park that's open 365 days out of the year. And on that campus, we host about 400 unique events each year. So more than one event per calendar day. Certain weekends, we have more than 10 events happening over a single weekend. We're approaching those the last couple weekends, and then certainly there are a few weekends that are quieter that we allow our team to take a few days rest and recovery as well. Outside of that, we produce the annual Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo, the largest county fair and rodeo in the state of Oregon, and just slightly behind the size of the Oregon State Fair each year. And we have the responsibility for 5 county funds, Funds 615 through 619, that we'll kind of highlight moving forward. Quick overview of fiscal 22, the year we just came through. For Fair and Expo, is sort of the tale of two cities. We opened fiscal 22 last summer in a great position where we were able to have the ability to produce events once again. And we're able to produce the annual Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo last year, although we kept some artificial restrictions in place to make sure we were providing a safe and responsible community event. Because of the size and scope of that event, we did not feel that it was the time to be opening the doors completely wide open and allowing full attendance for that event. So we kept some restrictions on place and yet still had one of the best fairs ever on record. We also had a challenging winter where for those of us that remember what winter was a few months ago, we were in the midst of some significant upticks in COVID. And so the continued cancellation of numerous events through the winter continued to happen at Fair and Expo. That was probably disproportionately affected by the pandemic over many other community activities, all community activities were impacted, but other funds because of almost complete cancellation of events or the unknowns of what was going to happen for the period. So we were one of the first business types affected through complete shutdown, and probably were one of the last to open, although it appears we're back to being relatively open and see that moving forward without significant setbacks, barring anything unknown at this point. Most of our major events have returned. That was one thing that we were concerned about when I sat here in 2020, just 2 years ago. We were really concerned, and when I redid these slides and look back, that some of our major events may not be able to make it. We were able to get most, if not all, of our major events through the pandemic, and they've returned and will continue to return for many multiple years, including the annual Sportsman Show, which was our first event that was impacted and was actually shut down just hours before their doors opened. It continues to return along with other events that are historically held at Fair and Expo. And in addition, we continue to add new events each and every day to that facility, where we're quickly refilling the calendar to not only the levels that it saw pre-pandemic, but far and above those in much larger events. And in 2022, now what we're seeing is attendee spending and attendee visitation is trending higher than usual, and it contributes to an ending fiscal balance in the funds for this year. In addition, last year, pre the winter of COVID, when we were at this open period before fall, we had a very highly successful 101st annual Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo. It was the highest ever annual attendance, highest admissions, carnival, and food and beverage revenues. So it put us in a very good position, even though we had to skip the prior year. We had 2 of our highest days back to back, although we did face some unique supply chain and labor issues in the production of that fair that we'll see moving forward again for this year.
Do you have any good way to track county residents versus county visitors in terms of some of the different events?
We do. So we've actually invested in a new data acquisition program that uses some AI and some other technology to identify not only where our visitors live, but where they work, and we're able to identify where their visitations are coming from and what are our key locations within the county, as well as surrounding demographics. So we can look at it and identify that, our property is one of, if not the most visited properties within the county. It's one of the top 15 types of event centers one of the top 10 within the state, and then one of the top 20 within the country in last year. So yes, we have some of that ability now. I don't have any of that in here, but I'm happy to share that.
That's right. That'd be something to share in future ones, just to get an understanding of where that is, and if there's anything that we can do to influence more outside visitors, going back to some of the TRT discussions.
Yeah. Absolutely. One thing I can share is that I know that for FAIR last year, we were able to track that we had visitors from more than 40 unique states that attended, going back through that. So our annual county fair does get great visitation, not only from people within Deschutes County, but Oregon as a whole, as well as the contiguous United States. So that's that we know off the top of our head, but I'll share that data in the future, 100%.
You track that back from the ticket sale data, or kind of like credit cards that people give when they buy tickets, or is there some other way that you're able to understand where people are coming from?
So both. So the numbers we provided with the the numbers of state visitation, that came from credit card zip code, billing zip code. So there may be some anomalies in there. So it may not be 100% accurate. But in spring of this year, we invested in it's a data acquisition program that uses cell phone positioning data to determine where people are from and where they live, and it uses some sort of proprietary AI to be able to build that out, and it's 98-point-something% accurate into its data provision. So we're pretty data focused on where folks are coming from, which gives us two things. One, it allows us to be better able to market and share the story of what we do as Fair and Expo, but we're also able to share that data to our partners who come and host events on our property. Because out of the 400 unique events that we produce on the host on the property each year, currently the only one that's fully and wholly produced by Deschutes County is the annual fair. And so the rest of the facility, we primarily play landlord and partner for the rest of the events, so we want to make sure we're able to be the best partner in providing accurate data. On the flip side, also able to provide real and accurate information as to what the visitation is in the market with heat maps and visitation zip codes and those sorts of things to you and moving forward. So we're still learning what the capabilities of our new data acquisition program allow, but it's tremendous. So we're really excited about it. And then the last piece, COVID. It continues to play a bit of the unknown for us at Fair and Expo. Kind of first impacted, probably the last to come out. We have over $100,000 in contracted revenue lost in fiscal 22, plus unknown amount of continued food and beverage and ancillary revenue. And it does continue to pop up its head as we hear in the news that numbers are adjusting and changing. It does create some concern amongst our event producers. And continued questions. So it has not yet completely gone away, and will be something that I believe our partners have in the back of their mind for the foreseeable future, and impacts their decisions, the size and scope of their events, even to this day and moving into the future. And we can talk about kind of what that means on kind of the next slides as we get into specific lines of business as we're booking more than 5 years out for major events, but those decisions are being made today with today's information. So quick overview. Then I'll kind of start diving into the funds, and I'm going to go through these, and happy to go through each of the funds line item budgets as we kind of have this slide up for each of these, for each of the unique funds. But Fund 615, what we anticipate, kind of the high level overview, is that we have a return to live events, which is kind of the primary portion of our business. That most, if not all, of our annual pre-COVID events have returned. That we're providing multiple large new events contracted in fiscal 22, and those will return in 23, and then adding even more in fiscal 23. And then we're currently writing contracts all the way out into 2029. For the fund itself and for the annual operations, we're going through a sort of a bit of an organizational restructure. We're reorganizing through attrition. We've had several retirements at Fair and Expo over the past couple of years. And a different way of operating requires different organizational structure. So we're going through that, and with the help of county admin and HR and a number of other people have reorganized, and we're kind of on the final legs of that that we see, especially in the administration portion, and then continue to revamp our operations and maintenance teams, both in FTE and temporary on-call staffing. And that will provide to serve us better moving forward in the future. We will continue to be down FTEs from our 2019 high, but we'll readjust and continue to add FTEs through this year, and probably for another year or two continue to come back with a special request for FTEs in that operations department. As that facility continues to adjust, it gets older, it requires more and more maintenance, and we're doing more and more with it. More and more events require more and more people. There just is no replacement for humans yet on that facility to set chairs and move dirt. And then we're making significant adjustments to our food and beverage program management and service through the retirement of one of our team members. We're revamping the way that program is implemented while continuing to have ownership of that program, but revamping how we're going to provide that service. And moving forward, into both fiscal 23 and beyond is follow-up to a 2020 event analysis or analysis of use, creating the key target markets for events that have been very successful for us, of what our revenue and impacts are. So we're creating key growth markets of what we're identifying as where we want to be focusing on as far as our marketing and our outreach and our bringing of events into our community. And then following up, the board is discussed and will be upon the finalization of the acquisition of the new land going into some master planning, so we can fully master plan the entire, what will then be 460 or so acre Fair and Expo campus to serve the community, not only for the next 10 years, but 20, 30, 40, 50 years out there, so that the facility plan is developed in a whole concept rather than looking at things under a microscope or specific areas. So we have an understanding of how the entire facility will be master planned with the developments going on in our neighboring areas with Redmond, and how we're best suited by the development of that property as a whole rather than looking at specific areas. So we'll start looking at that here. Well, we've already started that process, but we'll really dive into that with community members, stakeholders, and we'll have some information to be able to share on that next year. Fund 615, if we want to go through the line items, we can do so. No? All right.
I did note you had a pretty impressive alcohol concession run this year.
We did, yeah.
Somebody needs a medal for that.
They do, yeah. We've really we've restructured the way we provide food and alcohol beverage service. Part of that is because the restrictions of COVID or the adjustments of COVID, we've stepped back from the provisions or providing food, and we focused more heavily on the sales of alcohol, and allowed third-party concessionaires, local small businesses, to be more prevalent on site at Fair and Expo. And we've been able to be more hyper-focused on that line of business to do a better job. Doesn't mean we weren't doing a good job, but we've been able to do a better job in that area. And then kind of going back to a little bit before, what we've seen currently is that attendee spending or per cap spending at events has been significantly increased over prior years. So both of those are driving that number up, and we anticipate that will continue to maybe not see growth, but should stay in that area, and hopefully see growth across the year. The other area we're able to see growth is by the attraction of events that have back-end revenue or ancillary revenue, food and beverage side, and that is one of our focus areas. Is that the attraction of public-facing events tends to be able to provide for additional food and beverage revenue to us, and we understand that, and that's one of the key focuses, is those events that have the ability to create downstream revenue effects as well, not just that rental revenue that we receive, but also the camping revenue, the food and beverage revenue, and some of these other drivers that we're seeing that make up the full 615 budget.
Jeff, I'd just like to say something. At the High Desert Stampede, which was attended by a lot of people, Jeff actually stepped up for alcohol sales because it was so busy. There was a lot of people at the rodeo Saturday night. I mean, Friday night looked amazing, but Saturday night was even more amazing. So Jeff was right there helping out. So I just, truly appreciate that. And I know it made a lot of people that were there a little happier.
The other question I'd have is from a revenue and event standpoint is, obviously you've had some limitations on hosting because the sisters buildings are occupied and some of the other things. I know the courthouse is going to continue on for a bit until the remodel over here goes a lot farther. How's that impact, or how do you do the workaround on that for it to be able to hold so many events?
Yeah. So the court's a great partner to have, and we're really honored to be able to host that on the site. It certainly does create some operational adjustments for us, but we work very well with them on a schedule for them to be able to move in and out as necessary. And they are also understanding that there are certain activities on our property that we need or are pre-contracted to utilize that space, and so that space is reconfigurable so that we can do both things with their partnership, of course. So it moves in and out. The court moves in and out of that space currently, I believe, twice a year, fully, and then other times on a smaller scale, 3 or 4 times throughout the year, where we're reducing their footprint down. It also requires some adjustments on the side of our partners, our contracts and business partners, and thus far they've been tremendous to work with and have adjusted and recognized the need of our community to be able to provide that service to our community, and recognize that that's important to be able to do both. So they've made adjustments to their events. We haven't come up with anything that has not yet been able to live with a partial courthouse being set up during their event. So, but it does require some operational adjustments, and there are every now and then certain things that we don't have not previously had to consider when we're doing a sound check for an outdoor concert during a hearing. Doesn't always go so well, so we're having to make some operational adjustments on the fly as we come up with unique challenges that we have never faced and hopefully never face again. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. If there's no other questions on Fund 616, or we can always come back to line item stuff, I'll go through a quick high-level overview of Fund 616. Fund 616 is the annual fair and rodeo operating budget. Give you kind of the concept, or where we're coming from and the concept for putting this one together. 2021 fair was a tremendous success. Financially, the best fair on record by a large margin. But for 2022, for this year, and this is where I get confused, so excuse me if I screw up the years, because we live in multiple years currently, both budget, calendar, and fair years. So 3 different years. This year's 22 fair, we expect fair and rodeo attendance to be static and or slightly down over past year's attendance. Last year, we had tremendous return to live events, but fair was one of the first live events back, and there was not a proliferation of events within the community. And so we were kind of an anomaly with 2 years' worth of pent-up demand for a fantastic event. And so we expect that we may not see growth. In fact, we may see a slight step back, and our goal will be to hold on to as much of that growth that we saw last year as possible, without the expectations that we'll continue to see growth. Certainly not what we saw last year with huge 20% plus growth in all areas of revenue. So kind of a little bit of expectation setting there for what we're looking at, and also what we anticipate going into this. We expect slightly lower attendee spending. At some point, we anticipate that our attendees will not have the discretionary income to be able to spend, especially as we're starting to see inflation and cost at the gas pump and all these other areas to start to hit their wallets. We anticipate that we'll see some impact there at some point, and by mid to late summer, that may be here. And we hope that's not the case, but we may see some slightly lower spending, which is where we generate the revenue. And then also significant cost increases across virtually all areas of the operation: labor, supplies, materials, and that doesn't stop when we get into entertainment, which is a big piece of what we provide for that event. Just the sheer cost of getting to the community to be able to provide that entertainment has increased, and so that gets passed along to us in certain areas. So increased expenses and either static or slightly reduced revenues is what we're sort of expecting for this year, and we really are trying to avoid having any sort of admission increases or those sorts of things that would offset those in the current market. So we anticipate it'll be lucrative, but not the success that we saw last year. Moving forward, we'll continue to invest in brand building and the creation of that experience. That's kind of by not raising those admission prices and without reducing the scope and size and scale of the entertainment we're providing. We want to continue to build that and make sure that the fair has strong brand amongst the community, and that experience continues to remain the same for those who come out. So a significant increase in headline entertainment does not mean we're stepping back from what we do, hopefully what we do, but we're focusing on adjusting that and changing and diversifying the type and scope of entertainment offerings to make sure that we're offering something to either new communities that are underserved in our market, continuing to serve our existing markets, but also starting to diversify and maybe get away from being so hyper-focused on main stage entertainment and making sure that we're providing something for everyone while not completely stepping away from that. That's been our driver for a long time. We're focused on providing relevant community-focused entertainment and experiences and the determination of key target growth demographics. So for this year, we'll actually be unveiling outreach into a new market, which is the Spanish-speaking market, with a cultural celebration, which is that outreach that's identified with a headline Spanish language concert on Sunday, encompassed by some other activities, and then also adding additional diversity across the rest of the fair and the days so that people can really recognize fair as a celebration of the entirety of the community of Central Oregon, and it's focused on a little bit of something for everyone. And moving forward into the future, we're looking at an investment into education, and fairs are really focused on providing agricultural-based education. We do that currently through our livestock programs, primarily through 4-H FFA and those open class programs that we offer. But we also want to make sure that we're providing some developed curriculum type education and edutainment in the future. It's something that fairs really have focused on nationwide, and something that I think we have the opportunity to do here, especially as we start to see some of those programs maybe start to falter, either due to feed prices because of reduced water in the area, higher hay prices, or just fewer and fewer kids being involved in those 4-H and FFA programs. We really want to make sure we're starting to buffer against the loss of those programs, but still able to provide education of agriculture to our community, because it's so important to understand where our food fiber comes from on a daily basis. So with that, I'll kind of the high-level overview. Are there any questions on Fund 616 and the annual fair and rodeo?
I just want to mention that Roxy, who is like such a long-term employee, is now a volunteer, but she's running the rodeo, and she's moved it indoors. So I think that's going to be, it's always great to mix up. And then it was amazing hearing some of the other people on the association that said, we can't do this the same every time. And the woman that said that, I think, is in her 80s. I couldn't believe it. I mean, Jeff, yeah, you've really brought the team together. So I have to acknowledge that the association is really doing their best.
Yeah, so we have a tremendous group that works on behalf of FAIR and produces it for the community, not just the paid staff that works for the county, not just the county board, but there's also another board that's focuses primarily or almost wholly on the annual county fair, and a volunteer labor. They don't like to be referred to as a volunteer labor pool, but they are a tremendous volunteer labor pool that really helps us keep the cost of the production of this event down, and allows us to produce an even better event to our community. So kind of what Commissioner Adair has referenced there, and have some of our former staff members that have moved over into that role, which is tremendous. So as well as some folks who've been doing it for many, many years, and tremendous amount of experience in what they do.
Just a nit of a question, because again, maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but it looks like the FTE split, you basically put a third of an FTE into the budget for the Fair and Expo itself, and then all the rest is in the fairgrounds budget itself. But the personnel costs seemed really high, so I just didn't know if I was reading something wrong, or.
I think what happened there, if I recall it, I'm going to have to go back here, but I think there's another fund, the RV Park Reserve Fund, Fund 618, and that actually houses, or should house 2 FTE. In one of the years, we did not budget in that fund. Instead, we put it in Fund 615 or vice versa. And so it's showing as an increase this year now that we've split them out.
Okay, so it's an accounting discrepancy, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
As we've reorganized that, I kind of hit on, we've taken a lot of different positions that have been funded through either Fund 615, 616 or 618, and we've in some cases combined positions across funds, and so I think it's some reallocation of how those are applied, where we apply those percentage of populations. Where Fair and Expo, or I'm sorry, with Fund 616 used to have a specific employee dedicated to that fund itself. That position has been eliminated. We've combined and created a new position that's funded out of Fund 615 that services both funds, and so I think we're adjusting into how we're best accounting for that
Your
now.
actuals reflected that, but then I just looked at the projected budget and I didn't see the shift, so that's fine, as long as it's all taken care of.
Yeah.
So for the county fair, 616, I know that there was kind of a bump in the road about, is there a reserve or not that's to the discretion of the Fair Association at all? You know, that was kind of a request, I think, in the past. And now there is a beginning net working capital number. And yeah, what's the thoughts about that right now? And hopefully it's a great relationship and everybody's happy, but I just remember there was a question, why don't we have a reserve where we can do some discretionary choices?
Yeah, well, and one of the things that we were able to do was fully fund a contingency in Fund 616. That came out of a report by David Gibbons, who I think is hiding over in the corner, a couple of years ago, yeah. And so with the success of last year's fair, we were able to not only to rebalance the fund from the losses that we incurred by not having a fair and losses from prior years, but also leave some funds in that contingency account that will allow us to have some room for error in the growth and be able to, or in that fund, but also be able to have some project funds for some larger projects moving forward. It's also able to contribute financially into Fund 61 with the success we saw last year, contribute financially into Fund 617, which is our capital reserve fund that we'll cover in just a moment, where it hasn't necessarily been able to contribute back into that. So it has, I mean, Fair has the benefit of utilizing the nicest facility in the country without having the expense of doing so. So we're finally able to kind of start to true up some of those activities where Fair is contributing back into the quality of that facility as well, because of the success that we've seen through growth over the last, not just last year, but over the last 20 years. So it's a really good position to be in.
Thank you.
All right, if no further questions on Fund 615, cognizant of your time, so try to roll through these. Fund 617, this is Expo Capital Reserve Fund. Talk a little bit about this. This is a fund that was created maybe approximately 5 years ago for repair and replacement or capital investment on Fair and Expo. And so we've been able to move funds into there. We do our large capital investments onto the property through Fund 617. There's two things. We're trying to contribute back to investment into the property while continuing to grow that fund, because it is currently woefully underfunded for that property. A property that's now 22 years old, that will have significant amounts of repair and replacement in the near future, and the fund just is not currently built up to be able to absorb that full impact, but we're doing everything we can to squirrel away the money so that we're ready for that. And so I'll kind of talk a little bit about what the long term of that looks like. But currently, our budget request for this year shows that we're investing into the property based on what we consider a SCAR needs: safety, comfort, aesthetics, and then routine maintenance is how we're identifying projects on property. We're spending a disproportionate amount of time, not disproportionate, the appropriate amount of time on projects that have partnership or payback. Through LED lighting and control systems, through Energy Trust is an example of those. We're able to leverage those funds and make our dollars go further. So a significant portion of the budget this year will be on a failed system that it's a safety, comfort, repair, but it also provides payback. It's what's currently called a STAFA control system, or the HVAC and lighting controls on the property has failed and so needs to be replaced. And so we're investing back into that, but that's a significant project, just under $400,000 for the repair or the full replacement of that program. But we'll leverage Energy Trust dollars on that program to be able to, one, have a better system that's that's just a better system moving forward and will utilize less energy, but it also comes with a payback long term, and it has cost offset as well, and then we'll reinvest those funds into further projects, and including LED lighting and other controls that we'll continue to use as long as those Energy Trust or coal dollars continue to exist, to expand those further, because we're able to get more projects done. So we're really focused on those currently. We're also focusing on investments designed to address or mitigate risk. Hard surface repairs, the facility, a 300-plus acre facility, we've got a tremendous amount of asphalt and concrete that's aged, so we're starting to address hard surface repairs as well. And then also focus on investments that maintain or increase facility aesthetics or use through some stuff that some of our partners need. I think Commissioner Adair kind of mentioned High Desert Stampede. There's one that uses a facility and brings in temporary rental of equipment, and so some investments there benefits our partners long term, and then also gives us some added value for the use throughout the rest of the year. Allows us potentially long term to increase the cost or the rental cost of the facility, generating more revenue, but it also provides those activities or those items that our partners are utilizing and needing on a daily basis.
I'd like to just say, in your budget book on Fund 617, on page 102, for whatever reason, we did not capture the roll-up code, the reserve roll-up code there underneath transfers out, so it's not showing right now. But if you flip to your line item, Fund 617's reserves are at $1.587 million this year, and they were at $1.271 million the year prior. So just wanted to put those numbers in.
Yeah. So we're really also we're trying to walk the line between investing into the property today, but also trying to build that fund, because that $1.5 million doesn't go very far if we have large scale or catastrophic failure of a part, especially a large piece that has huge impact on our ability to generate revenue moving forward. If we have a single failure, it could have $100,000 plus in expense or $100,000 in potential immediate lost revenue. And so we're really focused on that, trying to build that fund up. We kind of anticipate that it would be easy to spend $5 million plus on that property tomorrow in immediate repair and replacement. We kind of have that list of projects that are turnkey and ready to go. And that number will just continue to grow over time as that facility, the majority, if not all of it, will reach the end of its useful life between 2020 and 2030. So we're in that period now. So we'll have significant investments into that property necessary over the next 8 years and 6 to 7 budget cycles. So we're focused on that, continuing to build that fund while trying to address those failures before they happen, but also recognizing that long term we need to continue to grow that fund so that it has 10, 15, $20 million in it long term. So it may look like it's got a tremendous reserve, but I think that's the piece we try to remind everybody is looking at it long term is there's an immediate need that exceeds the amount that exists in that fund, and long term those funds will continue to be necessary and in fact even grow from where they are today. And identifying those a little bit as to what those are. Oops. Yeah.
I need to scoot, but apologize, I need to leave a little bit early, but I just wanted to make a few comments before I go, if I could. I've been on the Fair Board, I believe, 6 or 7 years, and I just wanted to give kudos to Jeff as he's come in, had a very difficult time over the last few years. He's coming up on 3 years here, but some of the improvements that he's made, both in terms of looking ahead, working with the Fair Association. We're on very good footing with the Fair Association. I think the best we've been in a very long time. Looking at the facility, making sure that it will serve the needs of the community in the future, and he's going through that right now. But I just want to give kudos to Jeff. We've got a great group at the Fair Board that's very much paying attention to what's going on, making sure that things are going well, and so. Just want to put that in before I have to leave. So thank you for your attention to our budget and looking at that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a great group that works on behalf of Fair and Expo, including Steve and the rest of the board, that really provides a tremendous amount of guidance, and then the association and so many others. And we have a tremendous team out there, including in this area, a tremendous operations team. And we, under Fund 615, we continue to invest in adding to their team so that we reduce burnout, but also can address facility repairs. But also, these are the large-scale capital needs on the property that we've identified. The items that you see up on green under planned projects for fiscal 23 are the ones we believe we can fund utilizing this budget. That failed HVAC control control system, Sisters Conference Center, at least a portion of the LED lighting upgrade in that space. Some continued LED upgrades facility-wide on the exterior spaces that are TBD, and then some facility asphalt or hard surface repair, replacement, and enhancements, but only a partial portion of that. The items in red are items that are looming that potentially will need to be addressed this year that may put us off course. And that's well and irrigation repairs and replacements. The well for the facility, our water service there, just like much of Central Oregon, just is not what it once was, and that's an aging well. We need to continue to sink that deeper and probably add additional pumps and repair and replace the pumps on there and add additional storage for that irrigation, as we have about 100 acres of green space on the property. HVAC repairs and replacements for the actual HVAC units themselves. That's a safety and comfort item, but also remembering that the facility is one of the designated places where you would be utilized in the case of an emergency. So HVAC is tremendously important as we see additional fire impacts in the community that Fair and Expo has played and will continue to play an important role in the housing of those that are displaced by fires, and we need to be able to provide a comfortable place for and a safe place for those community members to come to, either for the housing of their animals, livestock, animals large and small, including livestock, or themselves, and or as a command post, as we served during Lions Head and Beachy Creek and others. So these are important pieces that we're continuing to focus on. Roof repair, yes.
So you have one well then that operates, that irrigates the 100 acres? Or is there more than one?
So we have multiple water systems. So our drinking water comes off of Redmond municipal water systems, and so that services all of the faucets and drinking water on the property, and then irrigation all comes, I believe, currently off of a single well. For those, hopefully all of you that have visited us, that Center Circle Park, that pond and river system in the center, that's our irrigation system. So that's actually multi-purpose. So it's a beautiful view and a beautiful place, but it's also our water storage and irrigation moving forward. And it just was probably underbuilt at the time it was built, and the pumps now that they're unable to pump the amount of water that they once were. We've gone down from about 700 gallons per minute to about 300 this year. We're just not able to pump the water that's necessary, and so we're using water in different ways, just as everybody in our community is. We certainly understand that, and so we know we're not immune from that, and we're no different than the rest of the community. So we're making the adjustments, but part of that is also we do need to rehab and repair that well, and create additional storage so that we're being better stewards of that water.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Roof repair and replacements, all of our roofs certainly are aged, and we have some damage to them, which creates some internal damage as well, and then asphalt repair and replacement. We just continue to need to do those things. And then some of the other pieces in purple are sort of looming, but probably not as important: interior drop ceiling repairs and replacements, sidewalk repairs and replacements. And then the ones in black are items that are on the horizon, but we have not yet currently identified them as pressing, requiring immediate need, but they do exist for specifics. I think the thing you look at is this keeps the facility at the condition it was either built or the condition that it's in today. Very few, if any of these, are actually enhancements. This is just to keep the facility so that today is our worst day, so that we're never worse than we are 22 years in, so that we're not losing the quality of the facility that was built 20 years ago, and that we can continue to remain the best facility in the country.
Are you seeing any event requests that drive capital improvements? Or are you seeing any lack of capital or lack of features or functions inside the fairgrounds that are preventing events from happening? I'll leave it open-ended.
Yes. So certainly on two things. One, investments into the property. Some of what we've been able to invest in over the last couple of years is technological investments that are not only requested but almost required by our partners at this point. That we've been able to address, working with IT, who've been tremendous in helping us bring that up to speed at an affordable cost. So that's one that we've been able to address. In First Interstate Bank Center specifically, there are some AV, some sound and video needs that need to be upgraded in that facility. We see that building. That building is the heaviest utilization of any facility on the property, between 1st of January and in late July next year. There's currently not an open weekend, but we need to continue to provide enhanced audio-video quality. We have a lot of partners who are spending money to bring in video enhancements, and certainly we're not of the same level of a major event center, something like I'll use Moda Center because it's here locally as an example, that has LED video ribbon walls and those sorts of things. We don't have that technology yet. We're still utilizing little LED dot matrix displays and stuff as our video wall or our scoreboard, and we're unable to provide video feedback and those sorts of things. So we've addressed it in some ways, but not others. We're also looking and utilizing the property differently. We do have some requests from some potential partners to provide some capital investments into spaces that have been underutilized, and so we're doing some further research into what that looks like. Although from some of that perspective, we are able to utilize some of the operating funds to address these needs through the Fund 615. So identifying them either as a facility enhancement repair or through a marketing fund or those sorts of things, we've been able to address a lot of those and may be able to address some in that manner, but maybe not all. If there's large capital needs, let's say there was a large event that wanted to come in and create a space, but needed some investment, that might be there. And we have some of that stuff that's potentially on the horizon. We can talk more in depth about that, maybe in one-on-ones rather than specifics.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to take us too far off track, but in partial answer to Jim's question, could you mention some of the kinds of programming events that we don't really have the facilities at all to do right now, but which we could in the area we have available. So Jeff and I have talked about like outdoor concerts. We don't have an outdoor concert kind of set up, and we can't really capture conferences because there's not a hotel that's immediately adjacent to the fairgrounds. So I mean, there's been talk about some of the analysis that's been done about different kinds of events and programming that are potential.
Sure. So that gets a little bit into the master planning, and so I don't want to get too far ahead of that project, but I'll kind of identify based what we're looking at and working on, and that will drive that discussion further down. So these are certainly the stuff we'll kind of identify as not fully fledged out. It's just what we're seeing as potentials and opportunities in the development of the property. Before we get there, I'll take a step back. In 2020, we did a facility use needs analysis and determined where we wanted to spend some marketing dollars, and identified at that point that key target markets were livestock equestrian events and sporting events, and really have. And then the third leg of that stool was also public-facing events that of numerous types, and that's a huge piece, and I'll come back to that. We really focused on the development of those events and have done tremendously in attracting those events. Those are events we can utilize the facility for. That third piece, those public-facing events, we can use the portion of the facility for, but we quickly get into areas that we cannot. The public-facing and also sporting to some degree. Large-scale sporting events are we can do some with the facilities that are there, but we can't do multi-field activities. So an example is long-term some investment, and there's been some analysis done of this prior to my arrival of the installation of multi-purpose fields. Is something that probably makes sense long-term, the development of a sports type complex, either long ball or baseball or multi-purpose fields that it could exist. We do have some of that. The facility was designed with that in mind. It's a footnote in the design documents, but there's actually the design for, I think it's 16 sports fields on the property. Unfortunately, we just did not maintain the facility and the ability to utilize those today, but it's something that we could quickly be brought up to speed, and that would be a new line of business that we could look at with an investment that exceeds probably our capital fund today, but could be utilized. Additionally, outside of that, we're seeing a demand for additional live music and live outdoor entertainment spaces. We see just the sheer amount of entertainment that's being produced in the market shows that demand is here. recognizing that that's capped at the existing facilities at the amphitheater just down the road that are tremendous and continue to improve size-wise, but also based on the ability to do parking and sound issues and those sorts of things that we are able to overcome because of the design and development of the property, to be able to host events such as multi-day festivals and those sorts of things that just are not capable of being hosted in another facility in the marketplace. Things that potentially would require investment in order to be able to bring across the line, but are possibly on the horizon. And then the third piece that really limits our ability to do some events is transient housing, is hotel space in the marketplace. Redmond is currently, not the city, but overall is building at a quick rate and adding additional housing, including one property that could come online hopefully in as few as days, but before the end of this year, with a few other projects directly behind those that'll really help us in that situation. So I tried to answer a lot there, so hopefully I kind of got to your piece of what you were sort of referencing there. And yeah.
Just the last bullet point, RV park expansion, campgrounds probably can be that buffer for people coming and going, multiple needs. As I say, when we talk about homeless issues in the county, we've got this thing in the state land use system which doesn't really promote campgrounds in the rural. So I'm just, even as a board member, just keep that in mind, maybe to be a priority of when that can be expanded, it's going to be valuable for multiple purposes. We don't need to talk more about that, though, so we can go from there.
That's a perfect segue.
Oh, good.
To Fund 618, which is the RV park itself. So we'll talk a little bit about current use, and then I'll get back to the expansion discussion, and then wrap up and at the end there and leave some further time for questions or yield it back so that you guys can move forward with the additional funds. Fund 618 operations. This is the RV park annual operations. We've made some adjustments in our organizational staffing levels, continue to go through that reorg. We had two three-quarter time FTE positions that were created in fiscal 22 that we're working on filling. And hopefully we'll bring some of that up, and then we'll add additional on-call staff to supplement based on market demand. Certainly the use in that facility in that park is seasonal. This time of year we're starting to see significant demand and use on that property where we don't in the winter, and that's for a variety of reasons. One, living in an RV in the winter is probably not the nicest thing to do in a cold winter in Oregon, despite the improvements in RVs, but also because of weather conditions, and we just have less visitors who utilize that form of housing that time of year, but also additional demand. There's a new RV park that's opened in the north part of Redmond that's certainly taken a little bit of the demand off of our park in that time of year, and they're able to offer, or they're willing to offer longer stays than we are, so longer term stays, where ours is really more designed for transient housing, and event-based, event-driven, rather than filling that need for housing demand in the community. So we have shorter stays, and they've taken that demand away, where that was one driver that we would see, where people would come and have long-term stays and then would move for a while and come back. We're not seeing that as much today. But spring, summer, and fall are not only unaffected, but actually we've seen significant increases because of the change in consumer behavior, especially or largely driven by COVID, where our event-driven attendance in the RV park was impacted, but we quickly backfilled that by the number of people who were coming to visit us here in Central Oregon through COVID, and that remains unchanged to date. We do expect that there may be some deviations in that moving forward, as those power units certainly are not inexpensive to operate, especially with high price of fuel, that the cost of utilizing those, while it was once affordable and may have been less of an expense than a local hotel room, with $6+ fuel, that metric may change, and we may see some change in consumer behavior because of that. And so that may switch back to event-driven need for those events that are on grounds where they either need to be specifically aligned with the property, they have equestrian events on property, and they have animals that they need to care for, so they need to be located very close, or those sorts of things. So we may see a shift back to a more traditional usage of that property in the short term. But I think long term, the demand on that property will just continue, and really the forethought to put that park in is well received, and it has been sort of that shining star in our fleet all the way through. I mean, it's the fund that's the easiest to put together because it doesn't require a ton of financial analysis because it just works overall. So that's Fund 618. Any specific questions on that fund? I don't think I asked. Oh, we paused on questions on 618.
I noticed some variability in fee collection over the last couple of years. Did you have sections closed, or was it pandemic related? But I see a 4 to 6 to 4 to 6 type of revenue stream.
The RV park fees?
Yeah, the RV park fees.
The adjustments in the fees, or how we're...
Yeah, they're up and down. So I just didn't know whether, from a budget standpoint, you would go 418, 634, 485, 618. If you don't have an immediate answer, that's fine. I was just curious.
Okay.
And I will say, while you're looking, I've actually stayed at the park a couple of times for events, and it's I'll say it's the second nicest fairgrounds RV park I've stayed in. Kootenai beat you.
Oh.
Kootenai County.
We'll have to invest in some enhancements then. Let me...
I'll be back.
What is non-operational
So that,
That's a great question, and Whitney actually asked that question over the computer. That's RV fees, and they are...
The state RV fee.
It's your park fee.
But they are not, they don't roll up in the GL into our charges for services, so it's kind of, the roll-up category is other non-operational fees, but it's a little bit of an interesting one, so.
So it is revenue that we're getting from people using the RV park.
Right, greater than 31 days, and I think less than.
Well, yeah, it's split both ways.
Right. And so, Jeff, I think Jim was asking, is there any seasonality, or was the RV park closed at any point in time during COVID, or did we just see less traffic? Is that why the fees were down there?
So we did see, a couple of adjustments. One, we've eliminated the, during COVID, because of COVID restrictions, we're unable to take tent camping, which we have tent camping spaces on either end of the park, and we have yet to reopen those. So that impacted fees. But also during COVID, just when we saw a complete elimination of events, we saw a huge elimination of tenant stays, which was then backfilled, although we weren't able to completely fill that back for the year. We were...
With that, your 21 actuals were really high.
Mhm.
That was just what I noted, and then they dropped in 22, and then you're budgeting them back up for 23. So I actually was thinking it was, you had closed off a section because you were doing work on it or something.
No, we haven't done any closures of any sections. For 21, we also saw, we saw significant loss in the wintertime stays, so significantly reduced down number of stays on site during the winter. Those long-term stays, those 41-day stays, where normally we would have more, close to 20 of those, we were in single digits this year, and I think that was impacted by that new park addition, where people were able to stay for a longer term. So that has impact. During the year, we're seeing more full days throughout, or more full utilization of the park on more dates.
In the interest of time, I got my answer. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And then Fund 619, so that's the RV Park Capital Reserve. This is a fund that's set aside for repair and replacement and capital investment on the RV park specifically, that 105 space, 5 acres. So it is fully funded. I believe it has the funds necessary for the repair and replacement of that park. It was started on a much more appropriate schedule, so that we're able to push funds into that on a much earlier schedule. So we're able to identify those develop a repair and replacement schedule on time, continuing to focus on that same SCAR system. But we're not at, that park was added at a later date than the original build, so it's only approaching approximately 10 years of use, so we're not at that failure date for much of that equipment, but the funds do exist for those impacts. Projects that we're working on this year is continuing to provide guest enhancement or guest experience in that park, so that we can continue to improve that. For example, one thing we don't have that's almost necessary at this point is Wi-Fi, so we're in a Wi-Fi build-out project there, and continued guest enhancement items, while we still have identified funds for catastrophic failures that could exist because of the number of moving pieces on that that park. With that said, we continue to build that fund with the possibility of need for either expansion or remodel of that park. That fund would not be equipped to do that just yet. And so we want to make sure that we continue to build that so that if and when that time comes, we're ready to do so. So, any questions on Fund 619? Then the last thing I can, good.
One overall question, Jeff. So we've talked a lot about TRT in the last couple of days. There's the 1% TRT that is directed to the fair, to the Fair and Expo. Where is that in these funds? Kind of where is that 1% getting directed, and how are you using it?
So
Goes into 615.
It does go into some.
it goes into each fund, a little bit into each fund. I think with the caveat that we're not currently earmarking fund into 619. I'll make sure that that's correct. But we put a large portion of the statutory obligated funds into operating or into 615. While we are moving a little bit of that into Fund 61, we're able to move some of that into Fund 617 for cap reserves this year, I believe, because of the success of what we've seen as far as events. We do use a small portion of that for the annual fair and rodeo itself. So we do provide some TRT into that, and then continuing to put a small portion of the statutory the required funds in 617, as well as some of those that the additional funding as well that continues to be requested and recommended in this budget.
So would it be accurate to say, like, the more successful you are with event programming, the more you'd be able to put into the reserve from that TRT?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the goal long term would be to be able to in order to build that fund, our goal is to have Fair and Expo operations be able to self-fund itself. So we're able to put, theoretically, would be able to put either net annual profits or that full value of that TRT into that cap reserve fund so that we can utilize that to build up and fully fund that program long term. That's not to take away from the programs we would want to produce on fair, but I think that's we're trying to serve two masters there. Is one, the events and the needs of the community, while still today, while meeting the needs and the demands of the community of tomorrow as well.
The trick you run into potentially is if you're driving people to the expo center or to the fair to the expo center and they're coming from out of town, they're very likely staying in Redmond, which means that Redmond's collecting the TRT. I mean, it's good for the region one way or another, but the 1% is really coming from the unincorporated areas, and the fair is smack dab in an unincorporated area, effectively.
Even our RV park, there is TRT that comes off of that, right?
Yeah, and
But
that's
that's within Redmond, so.
Yeah, so we're paying TRT into Redmond and not receiving that back. So it is a double-edged sword also as we add additional hotel rooms into the city of Redmond that potentially has impact by taking some of those stays away from those unincorporated areas that fund TRT. Although at the current time, we're seeing, full occupancy in the city of Redmond, and the number of rooms really just lags the need in that community. So I don't think we're not cutting our own throats just by focus or by supporting those efforts just yet. But also it allows us to utilize the facility in a better way and create. So we try to earn revenue either way, and we'll adjust based on market needs.
You can pull that county park horn if you want.
So Jeff, when are you going to announce the entertainment for the fair?
June.
More important note.
Yeah, most importantly, the wrap up here is make sure we invite everyone to our 102nd annual Deschutes County Fair and Rodeo, August 3rd through 7th. Make sure that's on your calendars. But to answer your question, we're preparing to announce our concerts on June 1st. So we're preparing for a live concert announcement. Actually, we're preparing for a bit of a social media in traditional media announcement today that'll identify that we'll be announcing our entire concert series, our free summer concert series lineup on June 1st at a brand new live event that's made for that announcement. So I'll share some information with everybody, and hopefully you can join us on the 1st.
Great.
There you go.
That was great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Oh, gosh. Did Chris bring us our lunch?
Oh, yeah.
Looked like there's a lot of food there.
Morris Flagler's coming to speak next.
Great job, thank you.
Bruce, are we gonna take a, Bruce, are we going to try and set up for lunch next?
Yeah, there they are. Yeah, good.
I
Okay.
think that's the best thing.
Yeah, because we have had them intermixed before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up is Road Department, and we'll turn it over to Chris.
All right.
And back, just a reminder, we'll probably, I'm thinking 12:30, we'll break somewhere around there and
Yeah,
grab some lunch.
My first half takes about 25 minutes if y'all can keep the questions reasonable, so don't let the lunch rush
Keep the
stop you
questions
from
reasonable.
asking questions, so.
Was that a challenge?
Why is everyone looking at you?
Just wait.
Because I'm curious.
All right. Well, thank you, for hearing the road department budget today. Chris Doty, Road Department Director. I am missing my wingman today, Cody Smith. You're probably wondering where he's at. He is flat on his back, sick as a dog right now, unfortunately. So he did give me his slides. I usually like to do the first half of this presentation, then kick back and let him close. So that's not going to happen today. You got to hear from me the entire route. So off we go. So introductions, we've got the road department management team online right now, ready to pop in. If there's a question or two that I stumble with, they'll be my phone a friend. So they're back at the shop watching this right now, ready to chime in. Didn't want to fill the room with folks per se. And anyways, they're there if we need them, except for Cody. He's out. Going to walk you through our budgeting priorities, how we typically budget for the road department on a fiscal year basis. We're going to touch on our revenue assessment, how things are looking with dollars, and then share some expenditure concerns, and I imagine you can guess what those are already. We'll walk through our fiscal year 23 budget review, our major programs, briefly touch on performance measures. Q&A, that's at the end. Don't let that be at the end. As per usual, let's just have our conversation as we go. Interrupt me, have at it. No problem at all on there. The only thing you got to worry about is your lunch getting in the way of this thing. Quickly touching just on road department composition, we are 4 divisions in the road department: ops and maintenance, fleet and equipment, engineering, and that includes the county surveyor's office, and then administration. We're 57 full-time employees for this current fiscal year, and typically we have about 20 seasonal contract employees that come in and help out with flagging, labor, and support all the maintenance programming we do. This has been a problem the last couple of years. We started our chip seal program yesterday. We have 6 seasonal employees. We'll be lucky to get to 8 or 10 perhaps once school's let out and we get college kids back. It's the nature of finding people to work right now. So we're having to do things differently, and kind of shorten the work zones and bring in teams that are working. The crack seal crew is going to be helping with chip seal. The striping crew is going to be helping with chip seal, doing different things seasonally to cover our priorities. But the contract seasonal employee issue has been a big deal for us because it's we rely on those folks to help deliver our maintenance programs, and we've been unable to do that. This is for the second year in a row. In terms of budgeting priorities, we go by the MOI at the road department. This is no strange slide to most folks in this room. You get to see this once a year. But we prioritize based on the 1, 2, 3 here. M is in maintenance. We want to maintain our system and its quality first and foremost, and that's going to be the #1 priority for expenditures at the road department. Specifically, our pavement management program, the value of which just the pavement on the ground is over $500 million, and so that level of investment that the public has made over the decades, demands to be, maintained at a proper level. There's signing, striping, vegetation management, shoulder maintenance, bridge maintenance, things like that deserve the first dollar into the road department. Closely behind that are the things we react to, operational things that happen in the system. Snow and ice being one, roadside hazards, event and incident response, and so investing in operational capacity is very important when you own and operate a transportation system. And then finally, to complete what we call the trickle-down budget philosophy of our expenditures is improving the system. Once we've maintained the system, given it its proper budget and operations as well, what is left over we use to improve the system with capital projects, major maintenance, safety improvements, modernization, things like that. So that used to be a trickle. Now it's a faucet in terms of our ability to do projects, as I'm sure you've seen in various budget meetings and through these presentations and driving around, I hope. The road department has the Mother Fund, a 325 fund, and then a variety of other funds that feed in and out of that. This just kind of shows you the funds that you have in your packet. The Surveyor and Corner Fund, Building and Equipment Fund, Transportation SDC, Vehicle Maintenance and Replacement. We do all the maintenance and replacement for the county's light fleet, all the other departments with the exception of the Sheriff's Department. And then the Transportation CIP Fund. The CIP Fund will be the last 30 minutes of this presentation when we talk about the projects that we're doing. The primary funding source for really the nuts and bolts of what we do at the road department is our allocation from the State Highway Fund. It comprises 75 to 85% of our annual funding to actually do work. And it's comprised of the state the fuel tax, which is 38 cents per gallon. The weight mile tax is 32% of the State Highway Fund. That's what freight pays in the way of a fuel tax. And then the DMV fees, so your registration and things like that. I think I caught Wayne chuckling at the gas price. We joked yesterday, these are for half gallons in the Chevron there. So that's the State Highway Fund. Counties get, the way the State Highway Fund is, it's collected in one big pot by the state. The state keeps 50% for ODOT. 30% is distributed to counties on a proportional basis, having to do with the number of registered vehicles you have in your county. And then 20% goes to cities. So we get 30% of that revenue. So the good news with regards to State Highway Fund is, we sat here 2 years ago pretty freaked out with COVID kind of in its infancy. The interstates were pretty bare. We're all about people driving less, but we do require fuel consumption, unfortunately, to bring revenue into this department to do what we need to do. And that had gone down precipitously, almost overnight with people, being on lockdown. So we budgeted very conservatively in fiscal year 21, a little bit less conservative in fiscal year 22. And thankfully, and we'd feared at that time that it was going to be quite a crawl to get out from what that impact was. But I'm pleased to report that we are now, Deschutes County, receiving more State Highway Fund revenue than was anticipated prior to COVID for the current fiscal year that we're in. So it is fully recovered, and then some as it relates to Deschutes County. Of course, we're the fastest growing county. We get 30% of the county share. Our piece of the pie keeps getting a little bit bigger. And so we're going to net $2 million over what we had budgeted this year in actuals when the last payment comes in. And then just last week, ODOT issued a new estimate factoring in, growth and everything else. And our estimate is $3 million over what we had budgeted in fiscal year 22. Now, that's probably a little high given the fact that we're seeing what's happening with fuel and people wanting to drive less. But that just goes to show you that we're in pretty decent shape when it comes to State Highway Fund versus what we had feared 2 years ago. Second part of the good news statement, the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed in January by the federal government. Previously, the IIJA. It's a pretty significant investment in transportation. They're calling it generational, but at the federal level. Now, that doesn't necessarily come to the county. We get a couple little extra funding elements, $250,000 in Secure Rural Schools revenue, because it rolled back to 2017 funding levels for that program, and it's where it has been decreasing at 5% annually. And then $157,000 in STGB funding that goes directly into the CIP to fund capital projects. What the bipartisan infrastructure law does do that's super beneficial is it creates a lot of grant funding opportunities for jurisdictions to apply towards their projects. And for us, it'll probably be bridges, appears to be the most I guess, lucrative grant funding program that we'll be able to tap into, with ease, so to speak, that comes through the state. The state has a pretty good way of reviewing and bridge dollars and issuing bridge grants. But there's also safety programs federally, and then some rural programs that we should be able to tap into with candidate projects. Of course, those will all go before the board when the various grant programs issue their applications. Little snapshot, kind of what I talked about. This is our revenue estimate and actuals. Red line it was kind of the pre-COVID estimate. As you can see, the biggest thing that's really transformed our department was House Bill 2017, passed by the state legislature in 2017, that raised the fuel tax, various DMV fees and whatnot. So you can see that big surge fiscal year 18 to 19 when that funding started to become realized. Then COVID hit, right? The blue line was what ODOT had predicted. The yellow line is what actually happened. And ODOT did a pretty darn good job of that estimate. But the good news you see there is that we're exceeding where they thought we'd be in 22. And you can put us at 20.5 million for fiscal year 23 if you want to extend that out. So it's a positive revenue estimate when it comes to state highway fund. However, one more good news slide. We got this, in addition to state highway fund, we have other revenue streams. We've got secure rural schools. Those are forest receipts, basically. That's $882,000 for fiscal year 23. Again, up $250,000 from last year. PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, was also reauthorized in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Not anticipating any change this year. However, there's a new state law process that may allow us to basically take our SRS revenue and put that in a separate district that we'd have to create. It would still fund the same road improvements that it does today, but that would then allow the county not to claim SRS as a debit, again, in the PILT methodology. And so a double dip, so to speak, that's been authorized by our state legislature to allow us to set this up to creatively tap into the PILT formula at a more beneficial amount. So that could happen in fiscal year 24. That'll be a conversation we'll have with the board between the road department, legal, and others here moving forward. Partnership revenue, so this is funding we get for work that we do for other agencies. All the partners you see logoed out on the right side of this slide. We chip seal for cities. We stripe for cities and other counties in the area. We do a lot of vegetation maintenance for federal entities and ODOT as well. So we're bringing in $778,000 in revenue from other our partners. Most of that is passed through just materials. And then finally, transportation system development charge revenue, estimating that at 1.8 for next year. That's probably a little bit of a high estimate, especially given kind of what's happened to interest rates since we put these numbers together in February. However, that's just a function of growth. What comes in, we can spend on projects. If it doesn't, we'll reduce project load in the future. So here's the bad news. Expenditure concerns, so things that are happening right now that are very concerning to us. And inflation, obviously. All these construction materials and contracted services you see in this table are fairly recently contracted. We opened bids for hot mix asphalt last week, chip seal oil a couple months ago. Pretty substantial increases from prior year. The biggest one, concern for us is in-place hot mix asphalt. That's going to affect our capital program substantially, and our pavement overlays and what have you. Every project involves that, so it's a pretty significant amount. Now, every bid doesn't come in 35% higher because you factor in all the equipment and everything else the contractor charges you for. The bid was probably 20% over what we had budgeted. But just this one component, this one construction material was 35% higher. Slurry seal, fuel, you name it. Last bullet there, supply chain, there's equipment that we had budgeted, some project work in our building and facilities that was budgeted. We just could not acquire in one form or fashion that we're having to rebudget in fiscal year '23. So shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in this room. It's hard to find equipment and construction materials.
The sheriff's department yesterday was saying, as they do fleet purchases, it's, well, you'll pay for it, you'll get it when you get it, and you pay for it as soon as you get it. Is that's the same thing that you're experiencing?
Very much so. Yep. Yeah, it's, if you can find someone to even give you a price sometimes, you're lucky.
Thank you.
You bet. So getting into our programming, our number one priority, pavement management program. This is the work that we have planned for this upcoming fiscal year. 70 miles of chip seal just on our system. We're also going to chip seal a little bit for City of Redmond, City of Sisters. We have a 1-mile oil mat of Harrington Loop in and around the Sisters Fairgrounds area. We occasionally will take a gravel road and upgrade it. When that gravel.
Are you doing that before the rodeo or after?
Probably after. The last thing we want on fresh oil is to put a bunch of heavy traffic and turning movements on it. So we're going to wait till after this year, put it down, and then it'll be there next year, cured out and a better surface. So anytime we're spending more in gravel road maintenance than we are on asphalt maintenance, we're going to try to find a way to get a hardened surface on there to reduce maintenance costs and just provide a better level of service too as well. So Harrington Loop was one of those problematic gravel roads that we're going to try an oil mat on this year. 10 miles of slurry seal. That's almost a chip seal type alternative, a little more neighborhood friendly. If you live in Sun River, you're no stranger to slurries. And this is, when we talk about ways of doing our programming differently, this is one of them. This takes some of the heat off our chip seal program by doing slurry where we can do slurry. And so this will be the third year that we've done that. And
2-to-1 distance.
Yeah.
Ratio, right?
Yep. Yeah. No, it's the price of that. You saw that in the previous slide has gone up quite a bit, but it's a very good alternative to chip seal where we can do it. Some places it just doesn't make sense. But in others, certainly it's a much more neighborhood-friendly surface. I was joking with Commissioner DeBowen about getting out his rollerblades so he can rollerblade in his neighborhood after we slurry it, whereas before you can't do that on chip seal. You're going to trip.
So it's about the same cost as chip seal? I think that's what Cody mentioned when
it
we
is.
were contracting it.
Yeah, especially this year with the cost escalation. It was a little bit higher than years prior. It caught up. 10 miles of overlay, we'll talk about those miles in the capital portion of the presentation. Overall, we're investing $6.7 million in our system on our pavement management program, and that is what is sufficient to sustain our pavement condition index in the low to mid 80s, which is where we want it to be. That's we have zero in deferred maintenance within our system, and the low to mid 80s is where you can do those low-cost preventative maintenance treatments versus letting them deteriorate and having to replace them at a much higher cost. That's pavement management. We are adding 4 positions in this budget. And I remember last year in front of the Budget Committee, we gave you a heads up. We're going to come back next year and ask for some help in our engineering group. The amount of capital work that we're doing now, post-House Bill 2017, however many years into it, is substantial. And so that on top of the growth that we're dealing with in the county and the impacts on the system, drives the need for some more staff to help us out. And I'll talk about those positions here in a second. I want to walk you through this graph. The blue columns is the FTE count in the road department through the years. The red line is our state highway fund revenue, which is again the majority revenue for what we do. So you can see kind of as we went into and out of the recession, we really tried to find the bottom with regards to what our department needed in the way of personnel to operate. And as we've climbed out of that, especially post-House Bill 2017, where we have more funds, we've added a few positions back. And finally, this year, we're pulling the trigger on help and engineering and a position in the surveyor's office and then the operator. And again, we'll talk more about that. But as you can see, if you look at fiscal year 12, we had 60.5 FTE at $10.4 million in state highway fund. If we get all 4 positions this year, they're in the budget, we'll be at 61 FTE, but with almost double the state highway fund. And again, trickling down through the budget, that translates into just a much higher capital program improvement projects, and we need folks to help deliver that. Here's the 4 positions: transportation engineer, engineering associate. These is part of the engineering group to help not just with the capital piece, but dealing with land use issues that impact the county road system, driveway permits, the growth in that system. But the engineer side to help, in the office, the associate side to help out in the field. We are adding a position in the deputy county, in the form of a deputy county surveyor. We have 1 deputy now, or we want to add another. And this is fee-supported work based on survey plat review fees and then corner fund fees that help fund that. And it's just a workload issue. The surveyor's office deals not just with the growth in the unincorporated areas, but the entire county, all the cities included, so every subdivision in every city, lot line adjustment, partition, you name it. We've got just a lot of work there, and we've built up reserves enough that, we need to add someone in there to offload that work, but also build some bench strength. Because again, we found the bottom. We want to get to a level where if someone leaves, which people are doing a little bit more nowadays, it doesn't devastate us. And so that's another driving decision there. Same with the equipment operator. Again, we're down, 10 seasonal workers. We need bodies. We're not adding 10 operators. We're going to ask for 1 this year to help with that. But also, we are doing a few things different than we used to in the way of stormwater maintenance. We bought a Vector truck several years ago to clean out all our culverts, and so that is, taking some operational time away from our typical programming. And so, an additional operator would be very helpful to our program.
I think you had the lowest FTE percentage vacancy of all of the departments, if I do remember.
Yeah, we're fully staffed. We haven't had a tremendous amount of turnover. Management obviously, thanks for laughing. But but we've heard rumblings, folks that are, moving out of the area. We do have a few folks that are retiring pretty soon. It'd be nice not to have to be at the bottom of the barrel. So again, that when 1 or 2, 3 people leave, we're devastated in terms of what we need to do. So building bench strength, keep going back to that phraseology, just extra help. Mm-hmm. No shortage of work at the road department.
Well, especially if you can't find those 20 people that used to be your temporary summer help.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's what other departments around the state are doing. They're kind of, we need to shift and not rely so much on seasonal workers.
Is that a pipeline for you? Your temporary help eventually went into your...
It can be. I want to say probably half of our FTEs that we've hired in the last handful of years did come through as seasonals. So yeah.
That hurts too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is our transfer to Equipment and Building Fund 330 from the 325 fund. So we're transferring $2.5 million this year into that fund, purchasing $2.1 million in equipment and about $1.3 in building improvements. And again, this is rebudgeting some of what was placed in there last year. So we're spending more than we're putting in this year, but we had put in more in fiscal year 22. And so what you see here, I'll just highlight a few of the newer items on here. In the building and facility column, we have a electrical system update, $260,000. So we're in the midst of a ongoing road department facility plan that a local architect is helping put together for us. And one of the initial conclusions they came to was, your electrical system, the road department, is functionally obsolete, and it's time to replace that. Of course, use a lot of power, a big shop there. And so we've budgeted immediately for that. We have $250,000 budgeted at Negus for site improvements. With all the work that Solid Waste is doing in their new facility down there, they're displacing the acreage that the road department previously got to use there for stockpiling materials. And so there's a new area that we'll be occupying. They're going to try to make us whole, through their project, but there may be funding need for fencing or other things that perhaps aren't a part of what they intend to replace for us there. So we did allocate some funding towards that. On the equipment side, there's two big old pieces of yellow iron there, a paint truck, and a motor grader. Expensive pieces of equipment, but the workhorses and very essential for a road department. And I've got pictures. I'll show you pictures here in a couple slides. We're not adding anything to reserves. And again, we're developing our facility plan right now so that we can come to you with a little more forethought on the things we need to add to and replace on our current campus, our branch campuses, the Negus site, Lapine, all of our campuses are going to be brought into to this plan, and so we'll have a plan moving forward with regards to how to fund new and replacement items on those facilities, much like we do with equipment and roads for that matter. These are the rebudgeted pieces of equipment from last year, so a distributor truck, and then a anti-ice spray truck and chassis and spray system. This is what we spray mag chloride on the roads and the curves and what have you to keep ice from forming. And the paint striping apparatus and the motor grader. These are just very expensive pieces of equipment that need to be replaced. Striping especially, we're getting into that tech, the autonomous vehicles and other elements that are relying more on striping to see the road. And, we have a hunch that this presents a liability for us, and we need top shelf equipment to make sure we're doing it right. And so this is a big investment in that. I've got our standard performance measures in relation to our pavement condition and the amount of roads that we're touching with maintenance treatments and roads rated good or better. I won't go into too much detail here. We typically cover these throughout the year. I know Bruce is staring at me. He wants to eat lunch real bad. And we've got bridge-related performance measure, CIP-related item that basically gets us in front of the board talking about our projects. And then finally, one related to light fleet. So we maintain all the county's light fleet. We have a light fleet policy, and we have a goal towards maintaining and replacing that at an appropriate level. And we want to make sure that the life cycle is ultimately you don't want any fleet that's out of life cycle, and so we're keeping tabs on that. This year our goal is 10%, whereas it had been upwards of 20% in prior years, and so the departments have been making good investments in replacing light fleet. So with that, we've kind of reached the halfway point, and you can break and grab a sandwich or what have you.
Okay.
Sound good?
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
And we'll get into capital here in a few minutes. And I'm fine with Out there a second ago.
He's outside.
And I'm,
Oh.
Okay.
I'm charging in my garage, so I'm not paying in.
Well, you give me a thumbs up, I will
Little window
begin.
of time till I have to get my next registration,
Oh.
because the fees are going up.
Oh, well,
I'm
then,
not paying
what
that
time
gas
is it,
tax
so I
right
could
now.
go do something?
Well, he's on the phone, so he's not paying attention to us, so let's go ahead, Chris.
Okay,
Oh, my
all right.
gosh, I've got a bunch of stuff to do.
Well, thank you. I'm going to jump back in and talk about road CIP. This is Cody's presentation he put together. You have to pass me some grace if I stumble on a few of these slides. But they do sort of speak for themselves. So let's just go ahead and see what he's got here for us. I want to talk first and foremost about our 5-year CIP. It's annually adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, and it's broken into 4 categories. Our transportation system, those are all the projects, basically, big projects. Pavement preservation, traffic safety, and then bridge construction. The fund where all this happens is the 465, and that is funded with a contribution from the road fund. That's Fund 325 we just talked about. The SDC fund, this again, those are fees charged to new growth to pay for new growth's portion of capital work. And then any state and federal grants that we get either formulaically, like STBG, Surface Transportation Block Grant, or specific projects like Federal Lands Access Program, Local Bridge Program, what have you. So what that looks like for fiscal year 23 is we start with a beginning fund balance of almost $25 million, and that's don't let that fool you. We have some big expenditures that have just been riding out in there for some time. We don't typically have that much money laying around, but we've got some partnership projects with ODOT, and I'll walk you through those here in a second, where we're going to write some big checks this year, and we'll say goodbye to a lot of that beginning fund balance. But we are capitalizing it with about $9.8 million from the road fund this year. That's the trickle down part that's left. Transportation SDCs is getting a $4.4 million contribution, and that's the lion's share of our SDC fund. But those are project related, so we're doing projects this year that are have a growth component to them. And then state and federal grants have a portion in this as well. So the total amount in the fund is $40.7 million. But again, that's going to change this year quite a bit once we write those big checks to ODOT.
A quick question, for the 336 SDC fund, that can either be a growing fund or you make choices to pull money out for the CIP, correct?
Correct,
I mean,
yeah.
that's kind of a policy, big picture choice to do that transfer.
Right, so every project in our CIP
Percentage, yep.
has a SDC component. If you're doing an intersection that's adding capacity that's needed to accommodate new growth, that can be 100% funded with SDCs, like a roundabout. But if you're building, say, like a Hunnell Road or something along those lines, it's proportionally a much smaller amount attributable to growth.
So it gives the opportunity to kind of trace back how and when you use the SDC money for the projects we're doing. I'm just wondering, the policy of it.
Yep, absolutely. So let's talk about the projects that we knocked off the list in fiscal year 22. First here is Rickard Road from Groff to US 20. Rickard is a county collector roadway that the last 2 miles of which was gravel, and so it was getting beat up quite a bit. Again, another one of those roads that we were having to grade probably every 2 weeks, if not every week during the summer. And so this project was completed at a cost of about $1.9 million, and basically provide that fully paved connection from Knott Road all the way to US 20 east of Bend.
And thanks for that.
Oh, yep, you're welcome. Let's see, Negus Way and Northeast 17th Street. This is northeast of Redmond. Was probably the lowest quality road in our system in terms of pavement quality. So we did what's called a full depth reclamation project, where you grind up the existing asphalt, add cement to that to kind of create a very firm and solid, structurally sound base, and then you pave on top of that with a little bit of widening thrown in. And so that was a $2.5 million project that was completed this year. Paving of Pal Butte Highway from the county line, Kirk County line, to McGrath Road. This was a 3-inch overlay. And then we also had some safety improvements funded via an ODOT grant safety improvements in the way of that rumble strip that you see there right down the center line and those recessed pavement markings for safety. Paving of Cottonwood. So from US 97 to Sun River, imagine you use that one today. $500,000. And then some highway warning systems, so speed feedback units on Lower Bridge Way, Spring River Road, and South Century Drive were part of that safety component. Work in progress. We recently awarded a contract for slurry seal, and I think Commissioner DeBone was noting he sees some of that, the preparations for that happening. That work's going to begin next month on that and be done by the end of August, and 9.3 miles of slurry going down. Pedestrian ramp improvements in Lapine. Board also recently awarded that contract, which is also going to start next month. Having ADA ramps that don't meet standard is a big liability for any transportation entity. You either need to have them up to standard or a plan to replace them. And in the case of Lapine, we just scoped a replacement of all the substandard ramps in one fell swoop. And so that's what we have here. It'll be about a $300,000 project to make all that happen. Now, these are roads that the county is still the jurisdictional authority for inside the city of Lapine. We really don't have a ton of ADA ramp infrastructure in too many other communities, a little bit in Tumalo, a little bit in Terrebonne. But
so right after we did this contract, ODOT must have contracted to have a few repaired or something on the west side of 97. Because I got somebody ask me, why are you replacing those new ramps that were just put in a few years ago?
Yeah.
And it was determined that those weren't the county projects that we contracted for. But, I mean, you can confirm this now, the fact that even when you put a ramp in, somebody's going to come back and measure it and double check it and look for the slope and the grade.
Correct.
And they must have not passed. It was like a couple of them.
Yeah, the standards are very, very finicky. And replacing brand-new looking ramps because they didn't pass inspection is not an uncommon thing.
Yeah, well, so, I
It's
mean,
not
that was
quite
just,
right.
for other elected officials and folks pay, I mean, that's what happened here, because I was like, what did we do? Who's paying for what? And that's what it was just somebody went out with a microscope and confirmed. I mean, maybe it was a good choice, but it was replacing kind of a new ramp.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's not good to see or hear about.
Yep.
But it wasn't us. Let's see, work in progress, some more of that. We just opened bids last week on an overlay of Alfalfa Market Road from Milepost Ford to Johnson Ranch Road. This is what was in the budget, the $1.465 million. The bids opened up at about $300,000 more than that. So an example of that inflation kind of coming to roost. You know, it's not the 45% of just the hot mix asphalt. It's about a 20% total project increase over what was in the budget. So we anticipate, you know, we did our best in the budget here to account for inflation as best we could when we put these numbers together in January and February. Lots happened since then, right? With regards to fuel and other things that are affecting construction materials. We have paving of Hamby Road, US 20 to Butler Market Road, just north of the new roundabout that was just recently opened by ODOT. We did plan for this to happen with the roundabout project, but then immediately thought that we'd be interfering with the grade school along the alignment there, and people don't like it when you're overlaying roads and doing road construction in the middle in the front of a school when we have summer months to do that work in. So we took our poison pill. We're going to be doing that without the school, but again after that project, after the ODOT project is opened up. So that's forthcoming. It's advertised for bids as we speak. So the summary of our CIP for fiscal year 23. So we just got done talking about fiscal year 22 projects. This is what's in the budget for this year. We have basically the amounts that you see here in our various categories, over $28 million. Roughly allocated, you know, in these various categories from intersection safety capacity, pavement preservation, bridge replacement, bike ped, writing big checks to ODOT, like mentioned earlier, in partnership projects, and we'll touch on what those projects are in a second, and then $1.8 million in state grant funding sprinkled in. So the projects we're doing this year, no stranger to the discussion in this room, Hunnell Road. This is the year that it will be constructed and budgeted in earnest, whereas you can see what we've spent in the preceding fiscal years. We're over $1 million into this project in the design, right-of-way acquisition, and other elements. The construction piece is mostly entirely budgeted in fiscal year '23. Now, chances are, just with the utility relocation work and the delays in acquiring right-of-way, that's probably going to span into the next fiscal year. So it drives our accounting folks nuts, is that we do work right during the middle of the summer, and New Year's Day in the accounting world is on July 1st. So it's hard to kind of allocate into fiscal years. But anyways, that's where we have the dollars landing for this project. Deschutes Market Road, Hamehook Road roundabout. This is a safety and capacity improvement at that intersection. We're at about 30% design. This is how basically that is set up to look. Right-of-way acquisition has started, and we anticipate getting this project out this fall. Another roundabout at Powell Butte Highway, Butler Market Road. And Wayne was giving me a bad time a minute ago about roundabouts, as that being the only thing we do. We do a lot of them. Our first one was in recent times, was at Powell Butte Highway and Neff in terms of a safety improvement. And we've had great success in having that fix safety problematic intersections, because you have to slow down. And so historically, they've been used in the urban area around Bend, in lieu of traffic signals, adding capacity. More often than not, our projects involving roundabouts involve safety, intersection safety. And so we've been very pleased so far with how our roundabouts have been operating. And so, yes, we have a couple more in the budget this year. Now, this one's right by the Bend Airport, and preliminary engineering has started. This will be a project that'll start next summer, but we'll.
Usually the biggest downside of a roundabout is acquiring the land to do a big enough one to make the difference, because they're safe enough to slow down, and then they're so small that you actually can't flow the traffic through it, like Reed Market.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
do you do trade-offs on that, or is that why you've got the multi-year projects, because you're trying to acquire the pieces to get it to work?
Yeah, it's, if you want to scroll back to this last one. So the nice part about roundabouts in the rural areas is you're not in the built environment, not having to buy buildings per se. Usually there's a corner that you can acquire that doesn't have anything on it per se. And you can construct it outside of the existing road profile, road alignment, and keep traffic moving during construction. So that's been a positive part of what we've experienced in our roundabout construction, is that we can do that like we've proposed here, like we anticipate doing it at Butler and Powell Butte Highway. And that's why we're able to deliver projects for quite a bit less than what you could in the city, or certainly ODOT.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see, another big project that we'll kind of tee off a little bit in this year, but we don't have a lot expended. We're going to start the RFP process. Will be Lower Bridge Way from 43rd Street to Holmes. This involves an intersection fix at 43rd and Lower Bridge Way. And what we plan to do there is realign to basically make 43rd and Lower Bridge the through movement, have a big sweeping curve and an intersection into that. But then also widen and add bike lanes for the next 8.5 miles from 43rd Street to Holmes. So this is teeing it off this year. This will be a project noted here in the summer of 2024 for construction. But getting it designed, getting that process going is what we have planned for this year. Similarly, Tumalo Reservoir Road, O.B. Riley to Sizemore. Another similar project, widening with adding bike lanes. This will be full-depth reclamation. And you can see the scenic bikeway alignment is on this road as well, so adding bike lanes will be especially good for that. Same type of concept as the Lower Bridge project. A little bit of design process started, but construction in summer of 2024. We've talked a lot about the US 20 Tumalo Cooley Road project. This will be the year we spend the partnership dollars that we've been carrying in our budget to date. We've spent $300,000 in design in 2018, $800,000 in right-of-way acquisition in 2019. This year, we will, basically finalize the IGA with ODOT, spend the $6.7 million, which basically funds the lion's share of what's happening in Tumalo. This does not include the pedestrian undercrossing. That's a separate project that's actually, I think, coming out of this year's budget. So all in all, I mean, we're spending over $9 million in Tumalo as a part of that project. Will be combined with other work ODOT's doing, including the roundabout at Old Ben Redmond and Highway 20. And Terrebonne. So we are at 30% design with that project right now. We have a handshake deal with ODOT that will be affirmed in an IGA forthcoming for a $10 million investment that we've carried in our budget. That'll include some additional funding that's inclusive of funding that our SDBG funds, which we get some benefit of pushing those into this ODOT project, so we don't have to lose some value that ODOT takes when they basically take our federal dollars and give us back state dollars. Don't pass out. The total project cost is going up. I don't think it's going to be $46 million. But that is, ODOT did a threat analysis on what it could be based on inflation, based on other aspects, and recently threw that number against the wall. I think it'll be less than that, but it has to be more than the $30 million that we've talked about up to this point, just because of inflation and what we know is happening. Now, the trick will be, where will ODOT get the rest of the money to help with that project? Probably the same conversation in Tumalo as well. And I would anticipate, having those conversations. We are not proposing adding more dollars. I think we would want to start by, having ODOT revisit some of their bipartisan infrastructure law funding that came into ODOT to see if they could support these projects, which are in process, before considering asking Deschutes County at least to put any additional funds into this. So. They haven't come up with new super revised estimates yet, but that's the fear, and that's probably the conversation we're going to need to have here pretty soon.
So Chris, didn't we apply for some kind of funding that we were actually going to save like 1.3 million or something?
We did. So the little footnote there, the 2.68 million in STBG funds basically is normally those funds would come to the Deschutes County and ODOT would keep 10%. Through what's called fund exchange, where they take federal dollars and all the requirements that go with those, and they give us state dollars, which has a lot less red tape. However, if we take those dollars and invest that in an ODOT project where the red tape already exists, they don't take the 10%. So that's where the savings happens for the county there. These are the pavement preservation projects we have in our budget this year. So overlay and new pavement work on Hamby Road, from US 20 to Butler Market, Alfalfa Market Road, I talked about that. Roslyn Road and Tracy, right by the truck stop, that pavement needs to be replaced. That's going to be a delicate project. Deschutes Market Road and Tumalo Road area, 19th Street to Tumalo Place, another area around the overpass that will require some delicate work. Northwest Way, Coiner to Almeter is in need of treatment. Overlay or mill and fill. Deschutes Market Road from Hamehook Road to Yeoman Road is a part of that, and then some local road pavement preservation funding that we will either spec out next spring after we've kind of taken a look at what projects we can and can't chip seal for the year, or add that to one of these projects to account for cost increases.
When you were saying delicate work, you were just referring to the local disruption of the flow of daily traffic? Is that what you were saying?
Exactly. Yeah, working in front of a business that's open 24/7.
Yep, okay, got it, yeah.
Is going to be tricky, but it's got to happen. Yeah. It's amazing it's lasted as long as it has. Traffic safety, so we typically budget a signage project where we'll put in some various safety signs in certain corridors, and we'll contract that work out. We've budgeted $150,000 for that this year, and same with the guardrail, either replacing damaged guardrail or adding new guardrail in the system where we have costs to do that.
There's another kind of community request starting to bubble up in the community of Lapine. How can we slow down the traffic now that there's more houses going in? Because as soon as somebody purchases a home, they're like, hey, I want that traffic slower. But, yeah, I'm sure that's come across your desk, or at least you've heard about that probably.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yep, okay, yeah.
In this industry, the Lapine stuff hasn't come to us yet. It sounds like maybe they're calling the city, hopefully, and maybe the city will want to take the roads over and address that urban
Well,
issue.
Huntington specifically, just moving a 30-mile-an-hour zone farther north possibly is what they're, people have already
Yeah,
asked me
that
about.
part, that request has come
Yeah.
across, and I think we've talked to the city about that.
Just so people hear about it.
Yeah, you bet. No, it's, people are driving fast, and that has a quality of life issue to it, and, yeah, like I said, it's a problem that just keeps getting worse.
Well, and that's the next quadrant that we're talking about too, because that's that northwest quadrant of that development. That's going to be built out in the next few years, so, slowing it down next to where the new homes are going to be. So it's just, another step into the future.
And with new home construction comes some friction, and drivers sense probably the need to drive slower too, so it's a chicken and egg type thing there.
There's going to be the new home construction, then there's going to be, over time, the ADUs coming in. Because, if you start projecting out, you're talking an extra 2,000 to 4,000 cars coming north, just based on some of the ADUs that are going to go in.
Is ADUs going to trigger any system development charges, or did the state give us clarity on that
If
already?
we're talking ADUs countywide? Yeah.
Rural.
Absolutely. Yep, so, but that'll come from all over the place. As far as,
Well, a 2-acre property in the rural with existing home on it, if they put the ADU in, is that going to be triggering a system development charge?
definitely triggering a system development charge.
Is this another
yeah.
PM trip?
Correct, yep, just like any other single-family home would.
So that'll be what was the number, $4,600 now or something?
A little over 4,000 per unit.
Yep.
Yep.
Hadn't thought about that. Yeah.
All right, so we've got a handful of extra slides here, and then get out of your hair. Talking about bridges now, we've got some bridge replacement planned this year. Smith Rock Way, the bridge is structurally deficient and obsolete timber bridge, so I'll be replacing that with a new concrete bridge. Same with Gribbling, old timber bridge issues. However, this one is funded with local bridge program funding through the state, and a grant that we received several years ago. Hamehook Bridge, another functionally obsolete timber bridge that we will start the RFP process and getting design going on this fiscal year.
For some of those projects, how do you divert? Because, there's not a lot of path to be able to divert around some of these rural bridges.
Correct, yeah, you shut it down and expedite the construction. Yeah, it'll happen during the winter, which is good. And this area is no stranger to, having to detour based on a lot of the work that's happening around there right now, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And then we have some piping that's occurred underneath a few bridges on Wilcox Avenue near Smith Rock that we will take those bridges out and place road back over the piping. And some of that work will start in this fiscal. So our 5-year program is actually in that notebook that you have, the spiral bound notebook that Cody and his team have prepared. Kind of goes over the 5-year plan of projects and everything we've talked about for this current fiscal year and everything anticipated for the next 4 fiscal years after that. So pretty aggressive investment here, $77 million over 5 years. But our funding does support this level of investment based on at least the projections that we made, most recently. Now, inflation is what it is. It probably means we deliver a little bit less than this, but hopefully inflation does, things do calm down a little bit, and it's not as big of a long-term hit as it could be.
Speaking of slowing down, how slow will Hunnell Road be?
Hunnell Road the plan is 35. We have, we will be signing it as 35 and putting in dynamic radar feedback signs, 8 signs in total throughout that corridor, and then putting in those median islands that will help, add that friction where drivers have to maneuver, and it seems less speed-inducing. So that's the goal. Yep.
Thank you.
Bet. So this is the last slide. Any questions?
was going to ask it earlier and forgot. Do we have any projections from the state on revenue changes based on the fact that we're adding electric cars and therefore losing gas tax?
Yeah. So that's the big thing. That's the big conversation in transportation funding is what to do about electrification of the transportation system. Oregon has been on the forefront of a new way to collect revenue based on vehicle miles traveled. It has not progressed at much of a pace at all. A lot of other states are also kind of in that same boat as well. What House Bill 2017 did do is it added a pretty substantial registration fee for electric vehicles, and then had tiers for certain mileage vehicles, such that the more fuel efficiency you experience in your vehicle, the higher registration fee you're going to pay. If you drive 12,000 miles a year, you get 25 miles a gallon, you're paying $180 in state gas tax. So, some states have registration fees that are higher than that per year. And so part of me is freaking out about that. The other part is, we can grab it in different ways while this whole vehicle miles traveled technology is improving. And at some point, something will happen. But until then, we've seen more revenue than anticipated, I think partially because of what House Bill 2017 did in the way of capturing revenue from just higher registration fees for Priuses, Teslas. So that's where I see it going.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
It's worked out really well right now. I am in that window where I'm not paying fuel taxes because I did a registration and it hasn't gone up. But my next registration, I think, is going to be the moment. We'll see what happens here.
Keep us apprised.
Yeah, I will. Oh, I'll be crying at some point when I have to pay in a lump sum or something.
Okay. Well, that's all I have. You have any additional questions?
That was awesome, Chris. Thanks.
Oh,
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it. And there's the team on the screen right there. We can put them back to work. Didn't have to phone a friend this year.
That was awesome, team.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
No, just shout out to that crew. These are the folks that make it happen for us, the road department, and just thankful for the staff that we have. I think Commissioner Dare noted we don't have a ton of turnover vacancies right now, and haven't historically had that. We'll probably have some coming up here, but it's fun work, and just appreciate how everyone pulls together and gets it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good luck.
A little sleepy now, just out there.
Yeah, that'll be in a few minutes.
Hopefully we won't give them too much indigestion.
Yeah.
All right, next up is solid waste, and we'll turn it over to Chad.
Thank you very much, commissioners, members of the Finance Committee, and staff from administration and finance. My name is Chad Centel. I'm the Director of Solid Waste, and I want to introduce Tim Burnell. He is the incoming Director of Solid Waste. I guess that makes me the outgoing Director. We have a lot of substantial projects coming up in the department over the coming years. Probably the largest one is siting a new landfill. And the timing of Tim Shimke's retirement, as well as my retirement a little over a year from now, the county elected to develop a transition plan for the department. So I was really excited to see that the county has done that, and we've brought Tim Burnell on board as the incoming director. So he and I will work hand in hand for the next 13 months, and I worked with Tim for 23 years. I don't think I absorbed everything he knew. I'll do my best to share what I know with Tim over the next 13 months as well. Our other staff member here is Sue Manette. She'll be coming up here shortly. She's our management analyst, and she has had her fingers in every digit and decimal point in our budget. She's really the mover and shaker in our department that gets our budget together and works hand in hand with the finance department. So if we wade too deep into the weeds on questions, I will defer to Sue for those answers. A minute to get our slideshow up here, Sue.
Well, Tim, thank you very much for joining us. It's exciting to have you on. This is a transition year, basically, but a lot of things happening also, so thank you.
Okay, so this is the proposed budget for the Solid Waste Department for fiscal year '23. So what I want to do is do highlights from each of our funds here, and we'll start with the operations fund. For the next fiscal year, we've assumed a 3% growth in revenue over what we've projected for the year end for this year, which brings us to a total year-over-year increase of 9% in our revenue for next fiscal year. Currently, the 12-month rolling projection is 8%, and fiscal year to date, we're running at about 7% through April of this year. I'm sure through all the other department presentations, growth and costs are big issues. We certainly see that directly at the landfill. I've always said if you want to see what the local economy is doing, pay attention to what happens at a landfill. There's been steady growth for a number of years at not landfill. There's been a little bit of a change in our customer mix with large increases coming from the commercial and private sector, the self-haul people that come to the landfill. A slight decrease in what's coming in from the franchise haulers. But overall, we continue to see very strong growth. The average for the entire revenue stream is at about 9% right now. The expenditures in 610 for next year, we're looking at a 19% increase in personnel budget costs. There's a COLA coming up, and the countywide increase that the board approved for staff. And we also had a little bit of restructuring with our landfill site attendant pay scale. The county's been challenged with some of the lower paid job classifications on getting recruitments, and working with HR, they did a little bit of shift in the pay scale for site attendants. So that's part of that 9% personnel increase. We got 2 projected long-term retirements coming up this year. One of our equipment operators, as well as myself, at the end of next fiscal year. This current year, we added 3 landfill site attendants. There were some challenges with staffing to meet BOLI requirements, so we had to add 3 additional landfill site attendants to make sure we were staying in compliance with Bureau of Labor and Industry requirements for breaks for employees. And then also we have our incoming and outgoing director positions that we're funding as well. In material and services, we're seeing a 14% total budget increase for planning initiatives. We're moving forward with our landfill siting effort. We have a consultant on board that we've been working with, and this coming fiscal year, there'll be a lot of activity related to that. Prior to the pandemic, we had actually solicited, and we're in the process of selecting consulting firms to do a waste characterization study. It's important when you're developing and expanding recycling programs to have a good understanding of what your waste looks like. And we were actually in the process of making a selection when the pandemic hit. And talking with the firms that submitted proposals, as well as other people in the industry, we all agreed was not the best time to do it. We could see some changes in our waste composition throughout the pandemic, so we shelved that project. And it actually worked out pretty well. The Department of Environmental Quality periodically does waste characterization studies statewide, and our landfill participates in that. The data they get from us is kind of lumped into a general East state analysis, and speaking with them, if we pay a little bit of money to them, they'll do a more detailed analysis, get us statistics specifically for our site. So we're actually saving about $50,000 by partnering with DEQ in this coming fiscal year for that study. We have some new environmental monitoring requirements that have come up this year. Part of the state's greenhouse gas initiatives. There's been a new set of regulations passed for managing methane gas coming out of landfills. It's going to be a big challenge for us. Our site is not really designed well for capture of methane to the level that the DEQ has in the rulemaking. So there's going to be some challenging efforts to meet those requirements. We're having some increased service costs. Everything is going up. Our business is vehicle heavy with transportation services provided by Deschutes Transfer and the franchise company. So rate increases with them are part of the formula. And we have other costs associated with increases. The more waste we get, the more we have to pay the state, just about $2 a ton for every ton of waste that comes at the landfill. So things like that add to our M&S cost for the year.
Question.
Yeah.
So adding 3 landfill site attendants, I know that we were kind of dialed in for those days at the transfer stations with the current staff. With having 3 more, is there an opportunity to extend the hours or add a day or something like that, just for the balance of the FTE that'll be available?
You know, there was a question, Commissioner Dare, I believe you brought it up a month or 2 ago, and I spoke with Nick about it, and we'll be coming back to you with that. Adding those 3 attendants does not fully resolve that question. If we were to add days to transfer stations, it will require staff. You know, part of the challenge with the department is because we have sites that operate on different schedules. If you're familiar with the game Tetris, it's kind of like trying to match a bunch of different pieces together, and working into a 40-hour work week for an employee is a challenge.
But I know it's a policy choice, and it's, you know, we make these in public meetings, and the choice was to, you know, reduce those years ago now. But I just see, you know, if adding 3, it may be time to just at least have that conversation. What more would it take to add the next day or whatever we do?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we reduced days and hours at not landfill, not at the transfer stations. I believe we did shift the days at the transfer stations, but Northwest and Southwest have run on a 4-day work schedule. You know, certainly with growth in communities, especially South County, I think they're.
Yeah, so just advocating, let's have that conversation.
Sure, yeah.
That was a conversation I'd ask about.
Oh, yeah.
For South County, from what I've been hearing from people.
Yep.
They really do need greater capacity.
Yeah. We will be returning to with that soon. So on to other expenditures related to the operations fund. We have a number of capital projects that we're looking at doing this year. As we develop cells at the landfill, we put up this rather robust tall fencing between the landfill and the recycling center to try to keep windblown litter out of the transfer station side of the operation. So we're putting $25,000 in for that fencing. We have a pickup truck that's due for replacement, one of our service trucks, so there's a $45,000 allocation for a new truck. One of the things we'll talk about here is the Negus transfer station. We have a substantial project coming up this year for basically replicating the scales and transfer station we have at Knott Landfill up at the Redmond site. If you've been to Knott Landfill, there's a pretty substantial structure there. There are some equipment acquisitions that are related to Negus. One is a push box, which is a attachment that goes on the front of a loader for moving waste for loading into trucks for transport. We have 2 line items for kiosks. These are self-service terminals we have for the franchise companies. When they pull up at the scales, they wave an RFID card, and the system calculates the tonnage and fee for the calculation. We have 4 of these kiosks at Knott Landfill are reaching the end of their service life. Technology has changed since we put those in 2009, 2010, I believe. So with the new facilities going on at Negus, we thought the timing was really good to upgrade what we have at Knott Landfill as well. Certainly for maintenance, having everything, all that equipment the same, it just makes it easier to maintain and operate those.
Is that $45,000 for the F-250 just a partial allocation? Like, did you have money somewhere else in the budget for it?
There's no, that's for the truck.
I want to go car shopping with you.
I'll talk about this a little bit on the Negus project. You know, the county purchases vehicles off of something called Sourcewell. It's a cooperative purchasing program with government agencies. Boy, if I could buy my personal vehicles off the county's program, it would be great. That is the full cost for that vehicle.
Bam.
Yeah.
Good job, county.
Yeah.
It's got rubber mats, no carpet.
I'll give Randy McCulley on Chris Doty's the credit for that. He was the one that kind of developed that program for us over the years. The final line item here is we're doing $5.3 million in transfers to reserves. I'll touch on each of those reserve transfers in the particular fund. So, any questions on the 610 fund? Okay, great. Okay, landfill closure. Since we sold the Ben Demolition Landfill to OSU a number of years ago, we've funded $500,000 each year for remediation. That money is to cover costs for anything that shows up during development work over at OSU that should not have gone into that landfill. That was part of the sale agreement with OSU, is that we would take responsibility for something that does not belong there. We had a near miss about a year ago. They dug up a barrel that had old tar in it. So turns out that was okay for us to take and not landfill, so we just simply transported over there. But if they end up uncovering something more substantial, we have that $500 fund we maintain every year for covering those costs. And then that fund will receive a $750,000 transfer from our 610 fund. Kind of brief on landfill closure. Any questions on that? Okay, I guess I should move my slides up as well. Landfill post-closure, we did the same thing last year. We are reducing our contribution to 610, from 610 to help fund some capital reserve expenditures that we have going this year. The items that we talked about in our 610, but there's also some other substantial capital projects we have going this year as well.
So Chad, that's part of this 5.3 million transfer to reserves?
Correct, yeah. If you do so there's $100,000 going from post-closure, $750,000 from closure, $3.7 million from the to capital, and then $750,000 from to the equipment reserve. So that all adds up to 5.3. I knew that Commissioner Dare would probably look at these numbers very closely, so I made sure the math was correct.
Oh, good. Have a reputation.
Well, you've caught me more than once transposing digits, so
Wow.
I'm very sensitive to that. So on the capital reserves, our projected waste flow, we're looking at a $3.7 million dollar contribution to capital reserve funds, and the major project we have going this coming year, the more substantial of the major projects, is our Negus Transfer Station project, $21.2 million that the Finance Department was able to work with us to get funding through bonding for that. With that project, I mentioned it's going to be very similar to not landfill with the scales and transfer station building. This current fiscal year, we did pre-purchase the metal building, like buying our pickup trucks for a discount. We actually went out to bid to buy that building ahead of time and did not get bids because there were some challenges with the bonding issues with building manufacturers. They traditionally don't bond that type of work. It turns out that we can actually buy pre-engineered medical buildings from the same program we buy our vehicles and equipment from. So we arranged a pre-purchase of that and put a 10% down on the building in this current fiscal year. That saves us we estimate about $600,000 on a traditional purchase of that building. So we've done a few minor changes on the building through the design process, and the building manufacturer has agreed to hold to the steel prices that we locked in with them back in, I think that was in December of last year that we actually got the building nailed down. So a good savings there on that. So the balance of the cost of the building will be paid out of the financing that we're getting through the bonding, and then we estimate that construction costs are a little bit over $18 million for the project. Kind of put it in perspective how much things cost these days. I believe we built everything at Knott Landfill back in 2007 for about $10 million, and we're looking at doing something much smaller for almost twice as much now. Definitely challenging times for financing projects. Another project we'll be doing this year is our Cell 9 project for $6.5 million. We actually funded that to build it this year, but as we started doing the design and geotech investigation for the project, we found there was far more rock in the area where we'll be excavating than we anticipated. Rock excavation is very expensive to do. It's a bit of a nuisance for us because we don't have a need for that rock. The road department gets rock from us, and they're pretty well at capacity themselves. So we step back, and we've done this a couple times now. We put out a solicitation to the local construction firms, making the rock available to them. They come and they'll drill, shoot, and crush and produce aggregate out of the rock and take it away for us. Essentially at no cost. We get a 25-cent a ton royalty from them. But this project we're doing right now with Taylor Northwest, we're seeing about a $6 million savings, what we anticipated that would have cost to do as part of Cell Cell 9. So they'll be out of there in February of next year, and we'll be bidding in December of this current year. So as soon as Taylor Northwest moves out, our liner contract will be in place, and we'll have that project done by the end of this next fiscal year. So we have $750,000 for construction oversight related to both the Negus and the Cell 9 projects. Those require some specialized people overseeing the construction activity, so there's $750,000 for that. I mentioned these new methane gas regulations that the DEQ has put forth. We allocated $350,000 for side slope geosynthetic cover. If you've been to Knott Landfill, when we construct the cells, we have our liner system, and then there's a 12-inch layer of essentially gravel on top of that liner. And as we build waste on there, the challenge with the new rules is with that gravel layer with waste in contact with it, methane will follow that gravel layer up. And so we've been scratching our heads trying to figure out a solution to this. And what we've come up with is basically we'll probably line the entire side slopes, the exposed parts of the liner system with this plastic and collect the gas underneath it. Final item, there's $125,000 for perimeter fencing. Back when we were constructing Cell 8, we got a conditional use permit to stockpile soil on a 20-acre area adjacent to Knott Landfill. We're running out of room on the landfill. As the landfill develops, we have less room to be able to do other things with it. And we needed some additional space for stockpiling excavated material from Cell 9. So that $125,000 will cover the requirement that we have with our conditional use permit to fence that entire area. So we'll probably blend that into the Cell 9 project and have that contractor do that work as well. So any questions on the capital reserve funds? Okay. On Fund 614 for equipment, we're doing a $750,000 transfer from 610 for that, and the expenditures are all related to the new Negus transfer station. There's a few pieces of heavy equipment we need for that operation. There's a loader, a small excavator, and then a machine called a Toolcat that we will be purchasing this coming year for use at Negus when it opens up. I believe Sue passed out one of Tim Shimke's legacies here is his forecasting model. We've spent a lot of time with Tim during his time with us trying to understand his thinking and logic behind this. It's a pretty valuable tool, and I think as Tim has stressed in the past, it is a tool. But I wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things on the fiscal year 2023 column there. So we're looking at some additions of proposed debt service on line 3 that's related to the Negus transfer station bonding. And we have some existing debt service on line 4, which is for bonding that's related to the construction of the facilities at Knott Landfill. Down in line 7, the reserve funds expenditures, just to clarify what these initials mean. We probably should have changed those, but that's kind of a leftover from Tim. This coming year, we have C9, that's for Cell 9 construction. You look across the board, there's a couple other cell construction projects. And CL is closure. As Knott Landfill reaches capacity, we'll have to implement some regulatory closure operations at the site. On line 8 finance projects, for this current year, we have $21.2 million for the Negus transfer station project. I didn't mention the reason why we're doing this work at Negus. That site was sort of old when I started here in 1999. It's definitely old now. It's operating well over capacity, so there's definitely a need to upgrade that facility and provide better accommodations for the community. When we get finished with Negus, a couple years down the road, we'll be looking at Southwest Transfer Station. It's dealing with the same kind of growth pains and age issues that Negus has. Not quite as poignant at the moment, but it's getting to that point. So a couple years down the road, we'll be doing a project for Negus. Fiscal year 26-27, it's not the Nick Lilac Fund. That was kind of pointed out that was for Nick. It's not, sorry. But that is the seed money for getting the new landfill project construction underway. There'll be infrastructure, liners, systems, things like that to go with that project. So we're looking at fiscal year 27 for starting on the new landfill project. let's get down to the difficult line, which is line 35, tip fees. We had taken a look at a couple approaches to dealing with funding. Traditionally, our tip fee rates have increased in $5 increments. And if we were to go with that model, we would do a rate increase of $5 in fiscal year '23, have to turn around in the following year and do another $5 increase. So we thought from a psychological and general public appearance with the community, we thought it would be best to go with a single rate increase rather than doing two rate increases in a row. So what we're modeling here is doing a $10 rate increase in fiscal year '24. With that and the current projections, we wouldn't be looking at our next rate increase until fiscal year '30.
How long did you hold the 60 at? How many years did you have?
2017 was the last rate increase.
So 6 years?
6 years, yeah. Yeah, and that's been kind of close to what it's been in my time here. You know, we're definitely dealing with challenging times with the cost of things these days. But if we bite the bullet and do one $10 increase, that pushes the next rate increase out quite a ways, and we'll revert back to the 4. That's with the assumptions we have on the cost of these major projects. We included a second scenario with your packet there, looking realistically at the potential cost for some of these projects and what we're dealing with. Possibly the Southwest Transportation Project costing closer to $18 million, just kind of looking at some general inflation numbers, and possibly the Nick Lelac new landfill fund approaching $20 million. We'll still do that $70 rate increase in fiscal year '24, but moves that $5 rate increase up ahead to 2 years later. And then we hold at that $5 rate increase for the future on this projection here. So this is kind of a tool. We can play with these numbers and see how they work out with what our forecasts are for costs and expenditures as well as revenue. And I think the model is looking pretty good for us here. Yes?
So is everything else in this scenario 2 the same except for those capital projects?
Those were, correct me if I'm wrong, Sue, I believe those were the only things we changed were the cost for Southwest and the new landfill. The construction for Southwest Transfer Station is going to be less costly than Negus. It's not in a rock area. There's a lot of hard rock excavation involved with the Negus project. I mentioned that with not landfill. That's very expensive work to do. We're on alluvial deposits down or volcanic deposits down that area, so it's much easier excavation. So the $14 million cost we have in the initial model was the original cost estimate for the Negus project. And then with inflation, and once we got to looking at what the engineering is for Negus, with the revised cost estimate, that's where it rolled up to $18 million. But you know, it could be $14 million for Southwest in a couple of years, but who knows really? But did the second model to look a little bit more critically at what the current economic situation might do to those cost estimates.
And you think you could tweak each one of the transfer stations once, and that'll hold through this horizon?
Oh, yes, yeah. I think we've been at not landfill since 2007 at the new facilities, and that facility works great. We're definitely challenged with traffic out there. That's probably our most common complaint is the amount of traffic. There's a high volume of self-haul in this community, and that poses a big challenge for us. You're welcome anytime, of course. Yeah.
So are there staffing implications to any of these 3 improvements? Negus and the other 2?
There will be. So when the department is approaching major changes, one of the things we do is we work with the commissioners to evaluate whether it makes sense to staff those internally or contract the services out. We'll always stay in the toll booth. So we currently have 2 attendants working at Negus. One's taking the money, the other is doing customer service work. When we build a new facility, they'll both go into the scale house like we have at the operation at not landfill. The decision has yet to be made as to whether the county would operate that transfer station or we would contract that service out. It would require additional staff for the county to do.
And are those costs in these plans one way or another?
They are not at this time. Correct, Sue?
Correct. We
Yeah.
kept it at current staffing, not knowing necessarily what we're going to be doing with the recycling portion.
I just have to say, this is certainly a contender for best long-term forecasting plan we have in the county, and it's super appreciated on all these huge long-term capital plans, and especially for the folks in finance and the budget committee to be able to see the numbers year over year and just at a glance, know like fiscal year 30, we might need 3 or 4 years to start really assessing the fee there because there's a lot of closure expenditures. So I really appreciate this for the staff. So thank you guys.
Yes, I will echo, this is phenomenal. Now, are you going to be so happy about it when I say, can I prioritize my request for like the other 5 or 6 that I want?
We won't take credit for that. It's truly Tim Shimke's creation here. We have tweaked it a bit. We've kind of modified some of the calculations a little bit on things. Or there were some places he hard-coded numbers, and we normalized it by putting those individual cells. The beauty of it is it gives us a good long-range look, as well as it helps us with that shorter-range look too on what's coming down the road in the coming years in the short term.
Because a tool like this, as you can basically say, after a certain date it's wrong, and that's an easy thing to do. But it's right enough that it actually does allow you to make a lot of near-term decisions.
Yeah. I will pass a compliment back to Tim. Tim is still on the payroll with us until the end of June as a senior advisor. So.
Yeah, just tell him one of the new budget geeks. Really like it.
So, Chad, I have a question then. On scenario number 2, you only have the 70 tip fee for 2 years, and then you go right into 75. Is there a reason why you're thinking that?
Well, the 2 big changes in that funding model again, where we increased the budget amount for the Southwest Transfer Station project and the new landfill. Those have some direct impacts on the funding and debt service for them. So that forced us to migrate those rate increase. Well, the one rate increase up to fiscal year 27. It was
okay. So yeah, they're costing a lot more.
Correct. Yeah, and the only change between the two scenarios was increasing the cost estimates for Southwest and the new landfill project.
So we'll know when we get there.
Well, I think we'll know sooner. We'll be coming to the board in the coming weeks to talk about the landfill siting and have you guys look at the scoring criteria for looking at candidate sites here. And once we get through that process and we get a little bit more specific on sites in the coming year, we'll be able to refine those numbers quite a bit.
So it sounds like the message of the day is there's no $65 tip fee step here advocated for, I guess, because of that spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I'm referring to the 60 to 70. So there's no $5 step in the future here. It's a $10 step that's prudent, is what you're saying. Yeah.
That was our thought was it would be easier to deal with a single granted larger rate increase in fiscal year 24 versus doing $5 in 23 and $5 again in 24.
Yep. So, but that's for next year.
After I retire.
The thing you have to watch, I've seen this in other scenarios, you always say, well, it's just a $5 thing, it's just a $5 thing. Incrementally, your growth rate is significantly smaller every time you're doing that. So what you're doing potentially is just admitting that I can't sustain the growth rate that I have, I need to, or the percent CAGR that I need to drop it to something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, so as a percent, it's, and I like the fact that you're doing that you're keeping the increments at least decimally consistent or something like that, because you could just roll it up at a percentage rate, but then everybody gets really confused about growth.
Mm-hmm.
Chad, isn't there some issue as well with the haulers? It's easier for them to pass that rate along. I can't remember quite what it was. But
yeah, so when the board orders that approves the rates that the franchise haulers can charge is a maximum rate. And they don't necessarily go to the maximum rate. So they have a 9 to 12% profit range, and they'll finagle it into there. And so they can actually do rate increases without board authorization as long as they don't exceed that maximum amount. And a number of the rates are still below that maximum. This current year, we are not anticipating any rate increase requests from the haulers, with the exception of Deschutes Transfer, the trucking company that moves the waste fire out of our transfer station. We go into the board with a rate increase request for that on June 1st. But the balance of them, the rates that the community, the public pays for their service is not going to be changing on our side. You know, they do have some wiggle room, so they may do something themselves that doesn't require our authorization to do.
I think it was at the gate, at the self-hauling at the transfer stations, making sure it was $1 increment instead of 25 or 50 cents.
Speaking from
was one of the, yeah.
Speaking from experience early in my career, trying to manage a scale house where you're having to deal with change it's very difficult. And so when I came up here, I was very appreciative of the fact that Tim staged his rate increases to be able to stay at whole dollar increments, because it does make managing that scale house a lot easier.
All right, thank you, Chad.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Chad, does that mean when I pay in quarters, they get upset?
Oh, no, not well, they kind of do. They don't like keeping change. They'll pass that change back to somebody else, but believe me, it's much easier.
I know.
Yeah, you
I'm
know
just
what.
kidding.
Yeah.
I'm always like having to dig out money to pay, right?
Okay.
Fantastic, thank you. The whole thing was fantastic, thank you. Good job.
Thank you. First one ahead. See ya.
Yeah. Realize one of the first things I'm going to do is go and I template this into a Google Sheet.
Oh.
All right, next up is Natural Resources. We'll turn it over to Ed.
Thank you. Thanks for the chance to present to the Budget Committee. My name is Ed Keith, and I serve as the County Forester. I'll be presenting the natural resource budget, and that budget is found in Funds 326 and 327. This is a small department. Natural Resources has 2 FTE, myself and our Fire Adapted Communities Coordinator, which was added pretty recently in the last couple of years. I thought I'd go into first kind of what tends to fluctuate in the budget the most, and that's our grant funding. Grant funding really focuses on providing finance to complete fuels reduction. We have a few ongoing grants, a large one from FEMA that was began implementation this fiscal year, the current fiscal year, and will continue on in implementation the next fiscal year, anticipating about $325,000 of expenses in that grant. We're also participating in a few other smaller grants. We have a Joint Chiefs grant, which is a cooperation between the Forest Service, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the Oregon Department of Forestry, and Deschutes County. I'm anticipating about $50,000 of expenses in that grant. We're also have been lucky to apply for and be granted a fairly large project. The Deschutes County funding part of this project is fairly small, but a large project that was a result of a new Senate bill from the 2021 legislative session, Senate Bill 762, which is also known as the Omnibus Wildfire Bill. We came together with partners last December and applied for $6.3 million of grant funding that would fund 19 different partners, and that was the largest grant in the state from this Landscape Resiliency Fund. Again, Deschutes County's piece of that in actual funding was relatively small, but spread across all the other partners, that's going to treat a significant amount of acres. We're looking at about 54,000 acres of treatment that's going to be happening by the end of our next fiscal year 23, when all those funds are due to be spent. We're also anticipating a new grant from the Bureau of Land Management. We just applied for that here recently, and I just heard yesterday that they will be funding that grant as well. That'll be focused on private lands adjacent to BLM lands. So a couple different concentration areas are located in the Lower Bridge area, where we have a new rangeland fire protection district forming, and a great momentum around both fire response and treatment of fuels. And we'll also be looking at the lands around Lapine, where there's another concentration of both communities and BLM land. We will be keeping our eye out. So those grants all total right about $475,000. So that's a little bit of a trend up. Funding has been increasing over the past couple of years with the wildfire crisis that we're experiencing. There has been additional funding opportunities coming in. We've been taking advantage of those.
So Ed, just on those grants, what does that cover? Does that cover cleanup, clearing, or?
Yeah, those are all focused on fuel reduction.
Okay.
Yep, so small tree thinning, pruning, brush mowing, those sorts of things.
And that's on the BLM side?
That would be across all those grants. They're all focused on fuel reduction, and those are all for non-federal lands. They're coming from federal. Some of those are coming from federal funds, but they're all on non-federal, mostly private lands, but also some for potentially county lands or other municipality lands.
Okay, so you're granting up to the barrier or the federal lands and.
Correct. Yeah, they're kind of looking for adjacency, so they're investing in their own projects and kind of more bang for the buck. Is like if they're treating around private lands, they want to also see some investment on the private land side of things. So,
right.
yeah.
Thank you.
So Ed, will that take out any juniper then in Lower Bridge?
Yes, that will be the focus of that grant, really.
Fabulous.
In that area is juniper thinning. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah, and this is.
It is also involved in efforts to bring federal funding to federal land treatments as well, and facilitate those.
Right.
It's not showing up in our budget.
Yeah, some of these things don't show up, but that was one additional thing I was going to mention as far as funding that's coming into Deschutes County as a whole. So, we've got the new investment in Senate Bill 762, that $6.3 million grant I mentioned. There was also a little bit of funding for Firewise communities as well as small landowners that brought in another couple $100,000 to the county, not flowing through the Deschutes County budget, but we kind of helped facilitate application of those grant dollars. And then really large announcement through the bipartisan infrastructure law is that the Deschutes National Forest is going to be the focus in Oregon, the priority landscape in Oregon. There's $41 million of infrastructure funding planned for the next 10 years to be implementing more fuels reduction on high priority areas within the Deschutes National Forest. So just in the next 2 years, they're expecting to treat 50,000 acres with those funds, and then those will parse out over the next decade. So continuing to see lots of investment, both flowing through the county funds, but also through state agencies and federal agencies as well. So, and we kind of all work in partnership to try to bring those funds here to get that work done. A few other focus areas that we're really continuing to work on. One I've talked about quite frequently that we track a lot and work hard on is Firewise communities. We've continued to see quite a increase in interest of Firewise communities with the Firewise communities is a national program that we support here locally. It provides kind of the structure and framework for communities to get organized around reducing their own risks. So that program kind of provides them with a little bit of direction in the form of a risk assessment and then an action plan. They form a board, and then there's required annual actions that they take and investments that they make. Just looking back in calendar year 2021, there was 55 Firewise communities at the end of the year that reported about $2.6 million in investment in their communities for fuel reduction. So pretty sizable investment. We're now sitting at 57 fully recognized communities with about 8 more in the process of being recognized. And that totals now over 16,000 residences in the county. So it is a sizable program, and it's really the way that we engage with communities across the county. We have, in the last 3 years, offered a grant program for Firewise communities to incentivize more communities to participate in that program, and also just give them a little bit of boost on projects. Last year, we offered $100,000 of discretionary lottery funds, and we're planning and budgeting for that amount again. So last year, that $100,000 investment got us 33 community-based projects, and those communities are providing an estimated, they're still kind of being completed as we come to the end of the fiscal year, but an estimated $450,000 of their own investment in either their own cash or volunteer time to do that work. So I feel it's a really good return on investment. We've seen more interest from communities in participating in Firewise because there's actually something there for them, even though we're really only offering a maximum per community of about $5,000. That's enough for them to then kind of get organized and do projects in their communities. And we really do try to prioritize funding projects that are really focused on defensible space, which is what is really going to make the difference in whether a home survives a wildfire or not. So that's really the focus of those funds through that discretionary lottery fund request. And I would say that there is a high demand. It was interesting, the state did offer Firewise communities the chance to apply for funds through Senate Bill 762 funding. There were 21 communities that, just from Deschutes County, that applied for those funds. Only 3 in Deschutes County were funded, and 7, the remainder of those didn't get funded, leaving another $600,000 worth of requests on the table. So we are at least positioned to have communities prepared to request those funds, and hopefully that will continue at the state level as well as investing, because there is a high level of interest in those communities of accessing funds to continue to reduce those risks. So. Fire Free is another focus area for us. We work in cooperation with a number of entities, the primary one being Solid Waste, which hosts all the sites for us. As far as the not landfill and transfer stations, we work with other entities, both within the county and actually other counties as well, to help publicize that. So there's an event at Sun River, there's an event in Jefferson County, there have been in the past events in Crook and Klamath County as well, but we really use that as kind of an educational campaign to help people prepare for fire season. Those dates were extended starting in 2020, and the extension of dates available to drop off material really ended up basically us doubling our collection of debris at the site. So that continues to be a successful program, and that's something that a lot of communities really kind of depend on and plan their spring activities, preparedness activities around. So a couple other things that we do within natural resources. One is community wildfire protection plans. We have 7 plans within the county that are really community-based, and those continue to be required for some funding streams for us to apply for grants. The infrastructure bill also has a requirement that we have up-to-date community wildfire protection plans, so we endeavor to keep those no older than 5 years old, and kind of update those on a rolling basis. So we're currently in the middle of finishing off the Redmond update this year, and next calendar year we'll be working on what we call the East-West Plan, which is kind of the outlying areas of the county, as well as the Upper Deschutes River area for our upcoming updates to community wildfire protection plans. And then finally, I did want to mention noxious weeds. Since 2014, Natural Resources has taken on noxious weeds as another focus area. That used to lie solely within the road department, and with a retirement of a staff person, Chris really wanted to break that out. So they still do vegetation control along roads, and those are funded through the road department activities. But all the other items shifted to natural resources. So we work with the Noxious Weed Advisory Board. That's one of our county commission appointed boards. And that brings in a lot of our partners, so we're sure that we're working across ownerships on noxious weed issues. I do a variety of education for landowners, either one-on-one or larger homeowner groups or events. We just had the Let's Pull Together event for the first time this past weekend, after being canceled due to COVID for a couple years. We do offer a cost share program for landowners where a lot of times new landowners in the transition of ownership, noxious weeds maybe get out of control, and we do help them try to get them back on track with our cost share program to try to share some of those expenses in getting noxious weeds under control. And I do know, I just happened to tune in kind of randomly this morning, and right at the point where CDD was talking about code enforcement. So last year we did transfer through an agreement the enforcement piece of noxious weeds over to community development through an agreement. They do a similar agreement with solid waste enforcement. So since that kind of skill and organization for code enforcement lies within CDD, I asked them to take on the enforcement piece. So in 2014, the Board of Commissioners adopted code that required treatment of certain noxious weeds that are on our noxious weed list for what we rank out as A and B rated weeds. And so if people are complaining about those, we do pursue first voluntary compliance and even offer them the cost share program, and then if needed, pursue code enforcement. So we've only actually taken one person to court over that period of time, so it's not, it usually doesn't proceed that far, but we do have a code enforcement agreement with CDD to do noxious weeds. So those are kind of the highlights of what we're focused on in natural resources, and I'd be happy to try to take any questions.
And I have a question then. The $475,000 grant for BLM, is that Mackenzie Canyon, or is that somewhere outside of Mackenzie Canyon then?
It can be on private lands throughout Deschutes County as long as they generally have adjacency to the BLM.
Okay.
So
that is Mackenzie Canyon.
So it could include Mackenzie Canyon, yeah, but it could be much broader than that.
Okay, so do those people know then?
No, I mean, I just, not yet. Well, they do know generally that we were applying for it. So I did reach out to the new Rangeland Fire Protection Association board and kind of make sure that they thought that they had potential projects that could be done. They thought that they had more than what would be available as far as funding goes. I would just clarify, 475 was the total across all the grants.
Right.
The BLM grant, I think we applied for $250,000 over a 3-year period, and they may adjust that some, but they don't know that it's funded yet because I just actually found out yesterday afternoon, and we don't have a grant agreement yet or anything like that. They expect to fund it in September, so.
It will fund this September?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
So that's in the next year's budget.
The entire county, though, the 250?
Well, prioritized areas within the county, yeah. It won't be for all areas of the county because not all other areas of the county have adjacency to BLM. But some of these other grant projects will take place in other places in the county.
Okay.
So
Great news.
The 6.3 million for Senate Bill 762 for the 54,000 acres, is that in Deschutes County, that entire 6.3, is that for, or was that statewide spread across?
It spans a little bit further than Deschutes County. The landscape essentially starts in the Camp Sherman area in Jefferson County, extends south into northern Klamath County, into an area that's covered by the Walker Range Fire Protection District. So a good majority of it's in Deschutes County, but there was some landowners that were identified that were in Jefferson and Klamath as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm curious, so SB 762 includes some substantial new requirements for our community. The fire resilient building codes, the defensible space requirements across what's probably going to be very large portions of our community. What do you see that those requirements and other pieces of SB 762? You've talked today about some of the new grant opportunities that are available. What do you see SB 762 doing to the workload in your department?
Well, as far as defensible space code goes, and building code, we are waiting to see what the map looks like. I'm expecting it to be, have fairly broad coverage across Deschutes County. The rules are yet to be quite finalized. They're going to be adopted by the Board of Forestry and they're meeting on June 8th. And then Oregon State University is due to present the draft map by the end of June. So we'll have a little bit better feel by then of where those will be required. They do a risk ranking, and then areas that are ranked out at high or extreme are going to have those requirements. That's going to be really enforced by the State Fire Marshal's Office and potentially fire departments if they choose to do so through an agreement with the State Fire Marshal's Office. But I do expect that there'll be an increased demand for kind of understanding what that code actually requires as far as what does defensible space look like. We've tried to offer classes we have offered classes in the past and will continue into the future on just best practices for defensible space and building code. And I would expect that we'll be participating in those as more people want to learn about what they're actually required to do. So I do expect that. We have talked in the past about potentially more yard debris coming into solid waste sites. So again, I hope to create some sort of model once we know what lands will be subject to those requirements as far as what we might expect as far as increased yard debris. We are participating in a grant that was granted to the county from DEQ on air quality, health and air quality with the health department as well. So that's been another area that we've been trying to enhance and actually have a public information campaign starting up potentially next week. We're a week or so away from implementing that campaign in advance of fire season. Whether we have a fire here or not, there's always the smoke impact, so that there's just more and more interest and work on public health and smoke that at least I have some involvement in, along with the health department and others. I think the bigger impact is really the funding pieces and how we can help utilize some of the funding in the bill to really try to get a head start on some of these requirements. We have, like I mentioned, been able to access the landscape resiliency funds. Yet to see exactly how the State Fire Marshal intends to roll out their piece of the funding. They have an equivalent amount of funding, about a $25 million fund for basically community defensible space creation. They've rolled out a little bit of that for schools and healthcare facilities, but they haven't really opened up the rest as far as residential. And I think there's still an opportunity to see if they offer something like that, making sure that there's some funds to help people, because I think that some of those defensible space requirements potentially are going to be somewhat of a burden financially for people to implement. Hopefully that kind of answers your question, but still waiting to see on some of this because it's still going through rulemaking. But I think by the end of this calendar year, we'll have a lot more feel for exactly the impact of that across the county.
And the risk map was all the fire districts.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Was the risk map that's coming out at the end of June, all the fire districts getting together? How did that map?
The risk map was basically a rules advisory committee working with the Oregon Department of Forestry to write rules as to how to make a statewide map for both where the wildland-urban interface lies as well as what the risk is on a statewide basis. And basically, the risk is going to be determined through fire modeling that tries to estimate flame lengths should a wildfire occur. So I believe it breaks out into, no risk would be no flame lengths. I think all the way up through extreme risk would be lands that would be modeled to have flame lengths of 8 feet or greater. And so it's based on a fire behavior model that OSU is applying, but they have to determine the risk down to the tax lot level. But they're not going to every tax lot and determining that. They're just using remote sense data to do that. So it's mainly based on the expected flame lengths. And that would be a factor of the fuels on site, the expected weather, and the topography, basically. So.
All right, Keith, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
While we're getting requeued here, let's take a 5-minute break, unless you've already taken your 10-minute
Ed,
break.
thank you for, it looks like you're projecting 475,000 of grants, post grants for next year. That's great.
Yes.
Thank you.
See here, Wayne, it doesn't work at all.
Oh, is it, sorry.
Yeah, I guess it does work if you get close enough, it works.
There you go. Let me hear you.
All right, let's get restarted, and next up is Central Oregon Visitors Association. I'll turn it over to Julia.
Thank you. Thanks, Board of Commissioners and the Budget Committee. My name is Julia Tyson. Can you hear me okay? Do I have a mic, or am I just talking loud?
Well, and it's remote too, so yeah, use the mic, because people are watching.
How's that? I'm Julia Tyson. I am the president and CEO of Visit Central Oregon, and thank you for the opportunity to come present to you today. I understand TRT is the hot topic, so there's a lot going on. I am going to do just a very sort of briefer report on marketing, because I know budget is really why we're here. But of course, I want to show the ROI that we've brought from the county funds for marketing the destination. I'd also like to preface this conversation to say that while this fund is growing, our goal as an organization has really evolved, and I want to show you some of the new initiatives and the ways that we are evolving. And more dollars for marketing or for the tourism fund does not necessarily just mean more marketing and more people, because I understand that there are some negative impacts and some challenges that the region is facing with that. So we have really evolved our role a lot, like most DMOs, and as the regional DMO, we are forging into new initiatives that I never personally thought I would be part of, but I feel like we are trying to create positive impact for the region. So as addition to some marketing metrics, I'll talk about some of the new initiatives we're doing to create positive impact. So first of all, everyone asked me about a crystal ball, what's happening in the tourism industry, is this good fortune and all this TRT going to continue? It's very hard to predict that. I do want to point out we have a number of forces at play. We have had a very unusual global situation that has caused kind of the opposite of what we thought might happen in tourism. As an organization, we contracted, we saved every penny, and now we are expanding and growing. There's also a lot of forces at play in addition to the pandemic, which I think we're still sort of in that hangover period in terms of travel. There is a lot of pent-up demand. As everybody knows, there's a potential inflation coming at us. Gas prices are reaching $6 a gallon in our target markets, being California, which I would have to say is going to affect probably some summer travel in terms of people's expenses. There's also a devastating war happening, which is affecting travel in Europe. And the climate crisis. You wouldn't think that's necessarily a huge factor in tourism, but we are seeing a really growing trend of people traveling and being more conscious of how they travel. I saw a recent study recently of 30,000 travelers, and I thought there were some really interesting statistics in there that 81% of travelers feel like they want to be sustainable in the way they travel, and almost 60% of them are concerned with leaving the destination in a better place than they found it. And I'm going to speak a little bit to kind of how we're evolving to meet the visitor in those arenas where they do care about travel. They are potentially staying closer to home, driving less. And there's also things like people who are saying that we shouldn't be, because of the carbon footprint, we shouldn't be flying. And there's flight shaming and things happening on a really global level with climate crisis that's affecting the way people travel. And so I think it's worth noting that there are a lot of forces at play. I'm always cautiously optimistic. I've lived through a recession with tourism. I've seen how devastating it can be for a community. And I'm certainly looking at all these factors and saying, I hope we continue with this really strong TRT. There's also a lot of factors at play that I think are worth discussing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through these. They're all in your presentation, but I do look at traveler sentiment. We have a research partner called Destination Analysts out of the Bay Area that's been doing a really interesting job of tracking consumer behavior in the travel space since the very start of the pandemic. Clearly, the pandemic is, as it's continuing to retreat, we're seeing this pent-up demand for travel. And as you'll see on these stats, most travelers that were surveyed have current trips planned. Overall, nationwide, people are seeing an increase in people traveling or planning trips. And certainly, travelers are ready to travel after being restricted for so long. A record high, almost 60% feel we're getting closer to normal, and less people are feeling anxiety around travel. More people are willing to go to in-person conferences and meetings, which is also a really important sector of our business that I'll talk about. Inflation, almost 60% of Americans feel it's impending, that the inflation in the consumer prices will affect their travel. About a fourth of them saying that they will need to cancel an upcoming trip, and people agreeing that the cost of gas will probably impede their summer travel, taking fewer road trips and staying closer to home. How that will bear on Central Oregon, we don't know, but looking at this nationally, we believe, there could be some impact on our drive market. And then I just touched on the devastating war in the Ukraine. There's some information out there that people really want to travel to new places and they're looking for new experiences after being restricted for 2 years. And interestingly enough, a lot of Americans are still saying that they want to go to new places. A third of them are saying they want to travel internationally. And despite the situation in the Ukraine, Europe remains the top destination that people are likely to visit in the next few years, which I mention as it's a competitive force against us for people wanting to do new and different things versus going back to the same old place.
So this is all point data given from the one survey. Is there historical data by the same survey company that asks similar questions or the same questions?
That's a great question. This particular data started with the start of the pandemic, and I think it was it's a research agency that specializes in travel who really wanted to help DMOs and organizations like ourselves to focus on pandemic-related consumer sentiment. So I don't have anything historical from this particular company. We could certainly look at things like recession and how things performed in the past, but I don't have that on me today.
It's because what's useful, especially if we're trying to understand the trends in TRT, and I know I glanced through, you have some really good things that are coming up, but what's really useful is if you can predict some type of trend. A point's a point, 2 points is a line, 3 points is a curve. So right now, all we know is an origin.
Yeah, that's not something that the tourism industry has been that great at, to be honest. We don't have a way to project. We have pacing reports that sometimes show us how the next 6 months are looking. We have consumer sentiment, but most of this information from hotels is proprietary. And so I'll talk a little bit about the data we do have to kind of tell us what the future looks like, but it's not, we don't have historical information on some of these things I'm referencing.
Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Yeah. So this you're probably familiar with, just showing the TRT by month, and I point that out to show every month's been really strong. We did have some sort of an anomaly in October, which could have been that we had a crazy strong October last year or something amiss this year. But other than that month, every year has been really strong. You can see that obviously summer months are stronger than winter months, and that's an area that we're looking at in terms of how we can impact the region positively. It's probably not more summer tourism, it's probably more winter. So this graph shows you how the money is coming in per month. I also show just historically, which is probably no surprise to you, the growth in TRT historically. And year to date, we have right now TRT recorded through March. We are pacing 15% ahead of projected revenue, and I'll talk about some of that carryover funds. We don't actually close our books until the June revenue is received, which will be August, so we're still working on a projection of where we might end at the end of the year. The next thing we have in terms of data is the lodging reports. We get these monthly. They're on our website. They're available to anybody. They really track two things. One is how the hotel business is performing, and two, how the vacation rental market is performing. There are two different agencies that report on those. They show us what occupancy looks like year over year and month over month, which is reported in a percentage. Doesn't equate to number of people. It's a percentage of available rooms that are booked. You'll see the first report here is the hotel business from Smith Travel Research. It excludes vacation rentals. And you'll see that certainly the occupancy rate is rebounding from certainly last year and in some cases the year before, with April showing us 6% over last year, and obviously leaps and bounds ahead of 2020 when we were at the height of the pandemic.
Well, so again, you're showing it from the pandemic, but you're not showing it from before. So it'd be helpful to know where the curve was going and then where the new curve's taken us.
We can only pull this data for as long as we've been reporting it. And so we're showing 3 years because this data we just started paying for this data 3 years ago. So we might be able to get some top line information from them, but it's based on the hotels wanting to report this information in, which is something I started under my tenure for reporting purposes. So the data is bound by what the hotels have reported to this agency because it's confidential. But I can see if we can go any further back. I think we're starting with 1920 as a baseline. The next page, the next slide shows what we call the ADR, the average daily rate that people pay for a hotel room, which obviously is important to the overall TRT revenue picture. And you can see the trend of how that's changed in the hotel industry. So it's basically an average of what's paid that month per night. And you'll see, like, for April, we're up 16% in terms of the rate that people will pay for a hotel room, and that's solely based on demand. They can charge more rate because there's demand there. So right now, a hotel room that was $112 last year is now $130. So that's increasing the revenue, not necessarily increasing more people being in town, just more revenue from the TRT.
And this is countywide. Can you break it down into smaller segments, or does it only come into this?
We do have it broken down in smaller segments. I didn't show it today because it's a little bit hard to read, but I can certainly send it.
Because the interesting thing would be to drop it down by the rural zips. Because if this is countywide is useful, except that this doesn't give us a picture for the unincorporated TRT.
Yeah, I can certainly, I believe I can break it down. I know we have a graph showing the different counties and zips, and I think we can probably drill down further.
This is tri-county data, what we're looking at right
Yeah, exactly. And we can also pull out Deschutes County only. So I'm just showing a broad picture for the sake of time, but I can certainly follow up with more information.
Yeah, if you can get it by zip, that's going to be the best, because then you can aggregate them.
Absolutely.
Interesting thing I heard a couple of years ago that when the quilt show is happening in the Sisters, the Best Western in La Pine is sold out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is an area, and an event will just spill over too, inside and outside the cities and all over. So that was just an interesting reference point when I heard what an impact Sisters makes on La Pine sometimes. Yep.
Well, Pac Crest used to be the same way. I mean,
Yeah.
you sell out every hotel all the way up to Bend.
Mhm.
Something like that.
Yeah, I can get that for you. The next slide shows the similar report for the vacation rental market through a company called AirDNA. And here you'll see kind of an interesting trend. While we've had really strong occupancy in the vacation rental market, last year was pretty much off the hook. We're also seeing a little bit of a slowdown. If you look at sort of February, March, April, not significant, but it is pacing below what we saw last year. And we would attribute that to a little bit less freedom in terms of remote work and school, homeschooling, and people kind of going back into a little bit more normal patterns. So we may not continue to see the same pace that we have seen in the vacation rental market, which represents a pretty significant source of TRT. But it's not to the point where, I mean, it's still pacing very strong, but as you'll see, that 2022 over 21, 18% down, that's a typo. It's actually supposed to be over April. We're still tracking on May and June.
Can you get any forward looking for pre-booked?
Yeah, we get a 6-month pace for just for AirDNA. We don't get it for the hotel business. And I didn't have it in time for today's presentation, but I have it.
At least the sentiment that I've been hearing is that the summer is still very strong to incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And at least for South County is what I've been picking up on that.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing from all my partners and the last pace report I saw, I would say, again, cautiously optimistic. I like to just give a balanced look at the forces that play. But I think that we are expecting a robust summer season.
And Julia, the purple bars here in January, February, March, that was pre-lockdown. So am I looking at that right? So that'd be like January 2020.
January 20.
February 2020.
Yeah.
It was
So-
March. It was March when
It was
Things
March.
came to a screeching halt, so.
Exactly.
March was when things came to a screeching halt, and theoretically, March, April was when the county restricted all the bookings. So then what you're looking at is the growth from there. And I definitely agree with you. Last year, the springtime was unprecedented. I mean, just the number of people in unincorporated portions of the county was huge.
Exactly, yeah. I think it was, people just were free to travel and stay in a vacation rental at any time, right? And work from home and take care of their kids from home and school them from home. So we saw really incredible numbers. But the next slide's also interesting because it shows, again, the average daily rate for vacation rentals. And you see some pretty incredible rate-driven pricing here where, you know, if you look at year over year, and especially if you look at over 2 years ago, before pandemic, you know, we're looking at like $100 more a night for a vacation rental. Like if you look at February as an example, $324 versus 2 years ago before the pandemic, $224. So again, while you might see vacation rental occupancy going down slightly and people traveling in more what we'd call traditional ways, summer weekends, you're also seeing rate is really high, and people are willing to pay that extra money to stay in a private home and have their own kitchen and have their own family unit. So rate is really driving the vacation rental market, and through April, it's up 7% over last year, but quite a bit over the year before.
So the key question is, what's the limit on that elasticity?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. That's, you know, for the revenue managers of vacation rental companies and the hotels. But I think that from what I'm seeing, it could continue to go up. It's based on what people will pay. It's supply and demand. And right now, vacation rentals are in strong demand. You'll see the hotel business is lifting up and it's starting to gain rate, but not at the rate that these vacation rentals are, based on just, I think, consumer preference to have private homes. But I don't have information on that. That could be something that maybe some partners weigh in on from the vacation rental business.
Okay.
But if the uptake on short-term rentals is lower than it was last year, I mean, could some of that be price sensitivity? I mean, people are saying, you know, I'm going to go somewhere else where I can get a vacation rental house for cheaper.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I think nationally we're seeing vacation rentals drive really strong rate. I've certainly seen that in other markets that I've looked at. So it could be a factor. I think the bigger factor would be people are probably traveling less during the week or traveling less in March or April than maybe they were last year when they had the freedom to do that. I mean, I think a lot of people still are working remotely, but I think with schools being back in session and people kind of returning to normalcy, I mean, this is anecdotal, but I would say that's probably a bigger picture than rate, because revenue managers are going to drop rate when they feel like they're not getting, you know, they're not getting it.
Well, it can be anecdotal, but you could go back to your first place, Destination Analysts, and see if there's anything that they have in terms of, can I still travel with the kids, or can I still work remotely?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the data that you're going to get useful out of them. That's going to be the point data that tells you whether you can drive a trend line one way or another.
Yeah. I'll ask them if they have anything on that. That's just really what I have for data. I wanted to do some top-line marketing results, again, showing that we are strategically spending the marketing dollars, but then I also want to show you some new initiatives we're doing. So we typically report on things like page views on the website and the amount of reach we have on our media and our social media and our digital campaigns. The numbers that stand out for me here are we invested a fair amount of resources and time into our website last year. And while we were at sort of stay home, save lives orders, we worked behind the scenes to relaunch our website, which is really our main outlet to attract visitation, to get people to our partners, to book hotels and restaurants. And I think that money was really well invested. We're pacing 30% ahead of views in terms of people coming to our website. We're also have done a lot of improvements around the functionality of that website, moving visitors around the region, sharing content with them that is important to them. We did a lot of research with the way people search for our website, and certain things came to mind, and we created content for those search items, so search words. So we're seeing really good engagement on our website. You'll see also our people coming to our website and requesting our visitor guides are up 300%. And I think that's due to the redesign and the reinvestment that we provided with the new website. That is a continuing process. We're going to continue to evolve and enhance our website, and I'll talk about that on the budget slide, and just gives you an example of the type of reach we have through our campaigns.
So these numbers are over what time period?
This is year-to-date for this fiscal year, so
And the plus 29 that you have, is that a YOY number or what?
that's year-over-year fiscal year-to-date, so it's pacing 30% up. We finish the year, like I said, generally by August, when we have all our revenue in and all of our results, and we provide an annual report, which will have the final numbers through the fiscal year.
So next year, you should have at least a reasonable 3-year trend, or 3-point trend on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the only little glitch in that is that Google Analytics is updating, and so there's going to be some issues, I think, with historical analytics, but we are kind of working through that on the marketing side, because apparently there's a whole new platform coming at us. A couple of campaigns I wanted to call out. Golf is a big campaign for us for spring and summer, and then we did a lifestyle campaign. We presented sort of mid-year on the marketing report that we've done a lot of new content, new video, and new photography for both of these campaigns. Our goal really was to feature diverse talent and work on just broadening our reach of the people that we want to be seen in our marketing campaign so that more people feel welcome here. So we definitely diversified our talent. I'm really proud of all the work we did. I'm not going to show you a lot of marketing because I know we want to get to budget. And just an example of how we measure the campaigns in terms of the impressions that it's generated in the marketplace. We're measuring the amount of links that are going out to our partners. So we're not a booking agent. We don't book hotel rooms. We want to make sure people are coming to our website and then booking a hotel or going to a restaurant website and really driving business to our partners. And you'll see there, the 100,000 plus partner links clicked from our website to our tourism partners, and on the lifestyle campaign, 263,000. And we also track visitor guide requests through those campaigns. Always ensuring on the digital campaigns that we are getting really strong ROI for the county funds and that people are seeing and engaging with our content. If it's not working, we're going to change it and do something else that does work. So we're making sure that we're really getting the results that are driving engagement with the campaigns. Same with the social media campaign. I won't go through all the numbers, but you can see we've had really strong growth. We've really worked a lot on, especially on Facebook and Instagram, which are our two main outlets to speak to consumers. And we also launched, just brand new, a TikTok channel because everybody's on it. And there we are, meeting consumers where they're at. The public relations campaign has been, a really interesting couple years for hosting media. A lot of programs, obviously, for COVID were paused. I'm really proud of the team and what they have accomplished in the past couple years with the PR campaign. Like many organizations, we have pivoted and done a virtual event for media. So we recently, this past year, hosted a virtual media event with 10 writers. You can see some of the outlets that we targeted there. We sent them an experience box to Experience Central Oregon with craft food and beer and wine, and really hosted them virtually to make them feel like they were here with video and content that they could share on a virtual platform. As we were able, we also hosted some media here when the timing felt right and when it felt appropriate, and we had to be pretty selective about that, just based on the environment for hosting people. So we have hosted some golf influencers as part of that golf campaign. We're hosting some women's group this July with really strong social media engagement, and we will continue to kind of work on hosting more people for different types of stories in the media. We also are proud that we won 11 awards through Sunset Magazine, which is a prestigious travel award, and you can see all the entries there that won an award out of the 24 that we submitted. So we got a lot of buzz for Central Oregon through these travel awards.
So your first bullet here is $994K in earned media value for your public relations campaign. Is that the line item that says PR social at $277?
Yes.
So you're getting about a 3.2 return?
Yes. But this wouldn't, this would just be PR, that wouldn't really be social media. Social media doesn't necessarily have the value attached to it like media does.
So this is the one that you can measure in some measurable way, but it's harder other than an impression level or engagement level to measure where the marketing or social's going.
It's harder unless you're doing advertising and doing a call to action on the ads. It doesn't have a specific value, but we follow engagement and followers and the types of engagement we're getting. The earned media is the value of where we actually got placed. So it has actually a dollar value to it, and that's that $9.94 you're seeing against the PR budget.
It's just got to be, I mean, from a TRT perspective, and it's hard to value across different things, but you have to look at if we're investing TRT in here to get this type of earned value out of this versus investing TRT in a facility or a separate program or something else, how do we measure earned value out of that? You're not going to be able to get an apples to apples comparison, but this is where we really need to go from a TRT discussion in terms of, is this the return, the type of return that we want to get for the TRT investment? And I'm not making a judgment one way or another, but this is the problem in front of us on this TRT with the limited amount of funds that we have.
I mean, I agree, those are some of the choices we need to make, but the other big player in this whole kind of realm that we're dealing with is Julia's board, who are, you know, mostly the businesses who, you know, I believe that they are the beneficiaries of this marketing, you know, this marketing effort. And so if they are, you know, I would trust their opinion more than mine, whether the investments in marketing are effective or not. And
Yeah, I mean, there are, you know, some metrics that we can look at in a marketing sense of what we consider to be successful in terms of click-through rate, in terms of engagement, in terms of PR. I would say at the board level, we are comprised of the top 4 tax collectors of TRT, and so their opinion would be, and also 5 at-large seats made up of the tourism industry, that, you know, all these initiatives are important and that they're trusting us to get the ROI that we should see in a marketing campaign. I don't think any of them would be in favor of taking money that's going to advertising or public relations and putting it to something else, but they are in favor of keeping this program going with metrics in place and spending some of these additional funds on other things. So I don't think it's an either or. I think there's budget to do both, and I think within the marketing budget, there's metrics that we can look at and say, do we feel like this marketing campaign was successful? And that's kind of what I'm trying to illustrate. But they certainly wouldn't, I don't think, vote for less money going to marketing or advertising given our current budget, which I'll go into. I don't know if that answers your question, but
I didn't have a question. I'm just making a comment in
Okay.
terms of this investment by the county for TRT is going here. And I understand the COVA board's opinion, but we have to look at it from the county's opinion in terms of what's a county investment of TRT going to do in terms of return. We obviously want to continue to fund COVA strongly because that results in advertising and marketing and delivery of lodging and TRT dollars. So you got to invest to get it back, but is this the only investment that we want to do to get it back, or are there other things that we want?
so, I mean, I think we're going to get to a place where Julia lays out for us, you know, this is our vision for, you know, destination marketing, and this is our vision for kind of what we do with the additional TRT, and then that's when I think we'll get a chance, a feel for, you'll be able to assess whether you think the balance is right between those two pieces.
Yeah, I'll jump into budget pretty quickly. I just wanted to hit on some new initiatives that we are doing with the marketing dollars or the tourism dollars. I think I mentioned last time I was here, we started a weddings campaign, which is a new initiative for us to attract a certain type of business, which is important to our hotels and our tourism partners. So we launched a digital campaign specifically around weddings, and we also created this printed wedding guide. And we've seen so far 35,000 clicks out to our partners for people looking for weddings in Central Oregon. Obviously, there's pent-up demand after COVID for well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I would presume for weddings. We've also talked about the mural trail. That's just a project that we're doing. It started with our partners at Travel Oregon, but we are extending it around the region. We're doing a greetings from mural with using local artists to add vibrancy to different parts of the region. We've completed murals in Redmond, the Redmond Airport as well, Lapine, Sun River, and Maupin, and we have more planned. It's a fun project. It's something that's very shareable on social media. It's encouraging our visitors to move around the region, which is always one of our goals, is to get people to more rural areas. And we're pairing it in itineraries with seeing the mural, taking a snapshot, getting a beer at a local brewery, and experiencing things around the mural. So it's been a great way to build content around the region and move people around the region, and people seem to really be engaging with these murals. So it's been a fun project to add vibrancy to our communities. We're also partnering with the High Desert Food Trail on a bigger basis. We're hosting food bloggers and culinary bloggers to talk about the food trail, which has something like 45 stops throughout the region. We noted in our data around the website that people are really searching for culinary experiences in Central Oregon, and we wanted to meet the consumer with that information. We also launched a new magazine. It's coming out in June. I'm really excited about this because I know that the restaurant business has been really hard hit through the pandemic. And one thing I noticed in our marketing collateral is we didn't really have a central source for our restaurants, a restaurant guide, if you will. And so we created this magazine, Savor, which will be given out at our visitor information centers when people come in at Redmond or when they come down to Sun River, as well as some other outlets, to really give people an idea of the wealth of restaurants we have throughout the region and the culinary experiences. And with that, we also did a foodie sweepstakes, which we've had over 10,000 entries for, to win a package for Central Oregon. Another sector that we've been delving into is the sustainability piece. I've talked to you, at least the commission, about the Take Care Out There campaign, which started with our partners at Travel Oregon. We've taken that kind of and evolved it, so there's different videos and messaging that we're doing to educate visitors around how to responsibly recreate in our region, how to treat our public lands, and we are working on a new campaign about being kind, which it's a little sad that we feel like we need to do that, but I think given the state of the hospitality industry, we feel like we just want to give a gentle, friendly reminder to our visitors about being kind to each other and respecting not only our community and our land, but our people. This is a little bit new for us because we're actually running this in market. So typically all of the marketing that we do is in our target markets where visitors are coming to us, but we thought this was an important initiative to, again, on that theme of leaving the place better, to get this message out in the community this summer. So you will see billboards, and you might get served a digital ad, and you'll hear things on Spotify and through social media around this campaign of taking care on our land and being kind to each other.
Julia, and I think being kind to people that are working in the industry is really important, because I've heard some really horrific stories about how help has been treated so disrespectfully.
Yeah, there's some really unfortunate data about why so many people left the hospitality industry jobs and out of OSU Cascade School of Hospitality. I don't know if you've seen that, but a lot of it was they were just really tired of the way they were being treated. Yeah.
So disrespected.
Yeah. It's been really hard. So I think this will be a good project for us. It's a use of funds that we wouldn't normally do, like I said, in market, but it's part of that continuing education of our visitors that I think is so important. And just, not to preach to people and tell them how they should be, but just to give them gentle reminders about the way we would expect people to be treated. So we're excited to do that. I was hoping to have a video for you today, but we will send that out. We're working on the Be Kind one now. And another project we've worked on this past fiscal year is partnering with the Environmental Center, and we are sponsoring some Rethink Waste tourism projects at some of our partners' facilities, so that people are being educated about how to better do recycling and waste around some of our key tourism partners to mitigate impact on waste. I spoke to the commissioners, and I know to the board, we are delving into a whole new topic with some of these funds, which is one of the biggest challenges, if not the biggest challenge, facing the hospitality industry, and that is workforce development. This is a very new initiative for us. It's a very new role. It's not something, when I mentioned in the beginning of the program, that I would ever thought I was leading the charge on, but I'm excited to. And the position will be a joint position between Visit Central Oregon and Visit Bend. So it's the first position of its kind where we're sharing the position as a shared resource, which saves us money and leverages the position for the entire region. We actually received a lot of applications. A lot of candidates felt this was a really innovative and interesting, meaty role. We received 300 applicants. And I have an offer accepted this morning, so I'm excited to announce that. Thank you.
How many applicants?
300.
Isn't that amazing?
All we hear all week is
I
we got
know.
3 and 4 applicants, and we're trying to find one qualified applicant all week so far.
I only say that not to brag, but I think people, there were a lot of people that I, had to reject, but there were a lot of people who were qualified who were really excited to delve into this issue, and I'm very excited about who we're hiring. I can't make it official because of her employer. But it is a position that really will focus on this issue that is facing our hospitality partners and really being an advocate for the tourism industry and tourism workforce. It's, like I said, a newly created position, and so, metrics on that will be kind of basically created in the first months of the role. But one of the first things will be really collaborating with all those partners that we know are already working on workforce development issues. We know people are working on housing and transportation and childcare and job fairs and incentivizing people and benefits. And so this role really will lay the foundation to bring people together and to develop how we can positively impact this issue for the tourism industry. So that's brand new for us as well. I did mention it about 6 months ago. It took us that long to find somebody, so we're really just launching it in the coming year, because, yeah.
Get 300 people to apply in 6 months, we still don't know how you did it.
Yeah, well, if you put it on the right channels, you get all sorts of stuff, so maybe not 300 super highly qualified people, but still a pretty strong number. Another new initiative I wanted to talk about with the tourism dollars is very important to the hotel business. And when I showed you that TRT graph, and I show you how the TRT is really strong in the summer, particular summer weekends, we know we're really busy. That's not a focus for us. The business development is really to promote the region as a strong premier destination for meetings and events. And we've hired a resource just to work on that so that we can promote the region in winter, in non-peak times, and quite frankly, meetings never happen on weekends, which is when, the midweek business that hotels really need. So this is another new initiative with the money. We brought a contractor in who's got extensive hotel experience, and she's been in the position under 6 months and has seen really good results already with bringing in as you can see here, almost $70,000 in contracted room revenue for this fiscal year, and attending a lot of different trade shows where you'll meet people who are planning meetings and building that pipeline for this coming fiscal and beyond. A lot of people are planning meetings much further out, and so it's a really good strategic initiative to build that business when we need it, and to represent us as meetings. So you can see some of the different types of organizations where we're represented. We also developed this planner's guide, which is a really important piece to show people who do meeting planning how they could come here and put on an event or a meeting. It showcases our venues where people can meet and the types of things that they might do with the group. And so we've just launched this as a digital and print campaign to showcase as meetings, and we are planning on next fiscal's budget to also do a dedicated meetings campaign. So really not showing, families out biking, but really showing people meeting and having fun and being in this region for specifically meetings.
This is really good and really measurable in terms of
It is.
what you're doing. How does this compare to the pre-pandemic conference business?
We did not have a conference. We didn't have this function prior to the pandemic. It's something.
But the businesses had conferences prior to that. So
They did.
Give you data on how their conference business is comparing this year to 19 from a pandemic level? Or from
I
a
don't have it on me, but we certainly would formulate that with this position, is kind of what the historical looks like and what the future looks like. I mean, we know that conference business has been pretty much dead in the water through the pandemic. So we'll have to build a baseline of where we started from. But the hotels, I think, would be willing to share that information with this contractor. And part of all of these jobs, the business development, the workforce development, will be gathering better data so that we have a better understanding of where we started and where we're going. And that will be is built into those roles.
And it looks like you've had a lot of startup costs to go create a lot of this. So the fact that your steady state is slightly down next year, it is covering the startup costs, and now you're at a more reliable run rate.
Sorry, what looks like it's down?
I'm looking at your next slide. So
Okay. Well, let me go through the budget, and happy to answer any questions. There's a lot to unpack here. So from a revenue standpoint, I've just called out separately all of our revenue sources, the main one obviously being the Deschutes County TRT, which is showing a pretty significant increase over this past year. I'll run through kind of what these are and then jump in with questions. Partner co-ops represents money that tourism partners give us for projects we're doing together. An example of that would be the Visit Bend contribution to the workforce development. Also, we have sometimes resorts pay us for a marketing co-op where they pay us to do something with them. So it just represents additional income that we bring in, and then generally that expense is shown on the expense side. As you are aware, I believe you're aware, we have another contract with the state of Oregon under the Rural Collaborative Tourism Program, or RCTP, which gives us 20% of that fund of TRT back into our organization as the regional DMO, and you'll see the numbers reflected there in terms of what that has generated for the region. Both of these budgets, because of the pandemic, have had a huge number of programs that have been paused that we have not been able to do. And so, things like advertising when we had a stay-home order, things like hosting people, things like air service, things like consumer activations, none of those have happened. And that's really why you see these very large carryovers that are projections right now. And we keep the money very separate. So if money was carried over under the RCTP program, we put that back into the program, and you'll see that we're carrying over $450,000 of that initial fund from last year. And on the Deschutes County, I'm projecting a $900,000 carryover, which again is a projection because we're still spending money on this fiscal. And I've designated $600,000 back into programs and $300,000 for the Visit Central Oregon Reserve Fund, which is a conversation I know we've had with the commissioners and the board to increase that reserve fund. So with that $300,000, we would be looking at close to $850,000 in reserves, which represents close to a year of operating costs, which I think is the very healthy reserve we wanted to get to, and I think we're there. And then park passes and interest income are a wash on the expenses. Those are just things that run through our organization, the passes. So questions on revenue before I go into expense, which will explain some of this. I wanted to note that about $1 million of this revenue, to your point, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Jim. About $1 million in revenue from this budget is being proposed to go back into a grant program to fund other types of projects. So I wanted to preface that before we go into all these marketing expenses, because there is obviously some significant funds sitting here. So I've given you, in your packet, you've probably jumped ahead and seen it, I've given you a more detailed budget for your reference, but for the sake of the slides, I'm giving you kind of the overview here, and then I'll go into a little bit more detailed information and answer any questions. So really what I've done with this budget, and based on conversations I've had with the county and the board, is we've left the marketing budget more or less flat, or actually a little bit down from where we were. And that's because we feel like we have this money to do these programs, to do them effectively, and it provides opportunity for other programs that I've talked about, like business development and the group development and the workforce development, sorry.
So that goes back to the question I just asked. So you had some initial startup, and now you're at a steady state run, you think, and you'll see some incremental growth over that.
Yes.
But you can hold this flat and still accomplish all the things that you're saying where you were, which is good, because then you can focus your stuff on new initiatives like the grants and the other.
Exactly. Exactly. So I didn't make a lot of changes to the marketing budget. It actually has gone down a little bit just based on our marketing plan. A lot of these line items you'll see are not that different so that we can accommodate some of these new initiatives. Business development is staying the same. There was a carryover that came from last year because, like I said, we just didn't get that going as quickly as we had hoped. We are kind of in this catch-up phase post-pandemic of getting these programs off. So that business development line item of 170 represents the initiative I just spoke to with a dedicated contractor going out and really incentivizing people to come here for meetings and events when we really need that business for the hotels. That also includes a marketing campaign and things like the digital guide that we just did. So it's, and representation at shows. And then on that plan is also bringing meeting planners here for a first-hand experience to book that business. Industry relations went down really to make room for some other things that I wanted to call out. Industry relations is where we pay association dues to different organizations like U.S. Travel, Destinations International, where we get data from our partners, where we would host a networking event or a meeting event, or where we might sponsor an industry event like we had the Governor's Conference in Sun River recently, or the Oregon Destination Association, things like that. So it's really industry-related events, not consumer events. I've separately called out $100,000 for destination stewardship to continue some of the partnerships we've started with the Environmental Center, and we're looking at some other partnerships, and we're also talking to Visit Bend about some of the conservation efforts they're doing. And so we've called that out separately. Some of that money was in industry relations, and we wanted to call out that we are doing some specific initiatives under stewardship of our region. I put $100,000 in contingency, and then I put half a million dollars into this grant program. The county staff and I have discussed the grant program, and after we get through budget, coming back with more details on that. I think we need more definition about what types of projects that would fund, and Visit Central Oregon would like to give a proposal for that. We are also running on, as I mentioned, the RCTP program, another grant program with about $450,000 in it. So if you add those together, we're talking about close to $1 million, if not more. And I'll talk about some of these other line items. They would be separate because the RCTP could impact Deschutes County, but will also impact regional, rural areas of the region. And the funds with the county, of course, would only go to Deschutes County, and they could have different guidelines, but we see them as being harmonious and working together to fund important projects in the region. And ideally, we'd like to run them together as appropriate.
Is the desire to continue to fund at about that level over time?
Yes. So I think once we get through the pandemic and we don't see these huge carryovers, which is not a typical budget that I would present, we typically spend down with a little bit of reserve, then we might want to see some small growth in marketing, but I think the additional growth would go into projects.
Marketing, you're on a trend line and you're getting data where you can actually come back and say, okay, my marketing is resulting in this, and here's the data that I got. The grants, you need to have a little patience because it takes 2 to 3 years to get that curve that says, okay, the grant's working. And so I can understand an investment cost that comes up. So what I was mostly asking is, okay, so you want to fund about $1 million of grant work across a various set of programs, and in 3 years, we'll see what the result of that is.
Well,
which is fair for any marketing program.
It could be 3 years. I mean, we have run a grant program for a number of years in the past. I should mention that through the Travel Oregon program. So we've already funded out quite a bit of money through grants through the RCTP. And so we could report, I didn't, for the sake of this meeting, bring a lot of information on that, but we could report on the types of projects we've already granted funds and the types of reporting we're seeing and the types of data we're seeing on how that's impacted the region. So through RCTP, as I mentioned, the design of it is to also include like rural parts of the region. So we funded all sorts of things from Warm Springs to Sun River and points in between, whether it's arts and events, highway signage, trail projects, mountain bike trails in Sun River. And I think when we go into talking about the grants, I'd like to come back to you with a lot more information. I was just trying to be conscientious of your time today. But I feel like we are the partner for the grant program. We've been doing it successfully for a long time, and we've seen some results with that. So while some projects will obviously have a longer return in terms of results, some are more immediate, like supporting the arts and things like that. Our operations line item actually has gone down. That's because last year, if you remember, or for those of you that were here, we did a build out at the Redmond Airport of a welcome desk, and the operations line item included that build out and the branding. And this year, it just includes the rent for both the Redmond Airport and the Sun River facility, where we greet a lot of visitors between the two. And then, of course, our operating costs for both offices.
How often are you at the airport? Is it like 20 hours a week? Or?
We are staffed 25 hours a week. We have 2 different part-time staff there, and we are planning to continue that schedule unless anything changes with the flight patterns. But we really are staffed at sort of the busy incoming times where we can, those staff there greet visitors and give them information and direct them on our tourism program. But there are other times where the airport's quieter and we don't have it staffed there for that reason.
Julia?
Yes.
I have your I'm the budget manager here. My name's Dan, by the way. I have your 2018 annual reports open. It looks like your marketing budget then was 1.9 million. So in the last 6 years, there's been almost a 50% increase in your marketing. And in the last 6 years, the county has had about a 15 to 16% growth rate. So the growth rate difference there, your marketing budget is about 3 times the growth rate of the county based on what I'm seeing here. Do you have any marginal analysis or optimization or metrics that can tell us kind of the revenue that's being generated by having that large of a ratio? Or
Yeah, that's a great question. We do have some metrics on that we've used. That's like a formula for, how many people we've reached and how many people that might have resulted in booking, but it's not it's not an exact number, but I can definitely look that up in terms of I think it sounds like what the committee's looking for is a little bit of historical data on what we've had in terms of marketing, what that return's been, and I'd be happy to dig into that a little bit.
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah. You'll see it on some of our annual reports. We have a formula for revenue. I think it's probably less precise than something like the sales initiative, where we know that initiative was directly the result of booking it. The marketing tends to be a little bit sloppier math, but we certainly can provide some information there.
To be clear, COVA is a great partner to the county. COVA returns a lot of results to the county. We're just looking for the concrete stuff that we can do to go back and prove that when we're getting asked the questions, and when we have to make decisions on how are we investing, we need to be able to show the proof point that this is the right way, and this is the way that's getting results for the investment for the TRT.
Oh, I completely understand. That's my job. I want to show that we're giving results, and I want to show that we're evolving our role, and I want to show that we're impacting the region in a positive way. So I completely understand your questions, and I'm happy to dig into any of this data. And data is one thing that we're looking at. How can we do better? Because there's obviously a lot of different metrics. I can show you a lot of marketing metrics, which may or may not mean anything to you, and I understand from a county perspective, you want to look at what are these positive impacts, not just a bunch of marketing numbers. So, no, I totally appreciate the questions, and I think they're all really good questions. So just the rest of the slide would be salary and benefits. No huge surprise that's gone up, obviously, with inflation. We are, trying to be competitive in our wages, and we also have budgeted full-time for that workforce development person, which was, I think, budgeted half-time last year. To come in halfway through the year.
So that's that business development head?
That's workforce development. Business development is a part-time contract, which.
This is the workforce development. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then some increases with inflation and merit.
Judy, we've got probably maybe take 10 more minutes.
Okay.
We've had some good questions. There's and a significant amount of budget dollars here that are important to discuss, but we've got a lineup of people waiting to come in.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so.
I see Edco coming in at my heels.
Take maybe 10 more minutes and.
Yeah, that's fine. I've only got a couple more slides and then happy to answer any questions. So I think just one quick thing, I showed $100,000 in contingency. I tend to be cautious, as I said. There has been some conversation at the board level that a contingency, when we have the reserves we have, may not be required, and they would be in favor of putting that into the grant number as well. So that grant number could be a little bit of a moving target. I think it could go higher. We're also pacing ahead for TRT this year, so there's another potential carryover, if you will, that could go into that. And so I wanted to point out that that 500,000 is really a starting point. It's not the end-all be-all, and we don't know our numbers till we close the books. So as we're pacing right now, there could be additional funding. I broke down the marketing expenses for you. So I can run through these really quick. I know we're short on time and you have more detail in your budget. Marketing partnerships is flat to what we did last year. Prior to the pandemic, we did consumer events like going to Food and Wine and talking about our culinary offerings, going to golf tournaments and talking about our golf. We've really switched that over to support partners in the region that are already having events and that we can partner with to leverage our marketing. So some examples of that would be like the rodeo, where we would partner with them on a presence at the rodeo, and we might get broadcast opportunities on the Cowboy Channel. Things like Pack Crest, things like events that are coming here. Those types of things represent partnerships. So we're always looking to partnerships that align with what we're doing and leverage our brand and our budget. Advertising's gone down just slightly. It's based on a plan that we created. Air service marketing, very important part of our organization. We are the marketing arm for the Central Oregon Air Service team. Hi, John. You know, I think most of you are aware there was an opportunity that was on the books for this past year with a direct flight to Dallas. That didn't happen. We are expecting it to happen next fiscal year, this coming fiscal year. There is a commitment from Visit Central Oregon for a dedicated marketing campaign, which is that $150,000 you see represented there. Content creation has gone down. That's again partly for having launched our website, and the money you see there is for continued new content around video, blogs, photography, all the talent we shoot, everything comes out of, all the money we use to put the advertising out there comes out of content creation. PR and social's just gone up very slightly, just a little bit of contingency in there, some delayed plans, as I mentioned, with hosting people. Program innovations is a line item where we of course want to continue to innovate on our marketing budget. I think last year I talked to you a little bit about some of the technology that we use with virtual reality. We used a company called Explore It to really showcase the region. We put that information on our website and it really, it's like a virtual reality so people can actually see golf courses and venues and places that they might want to book before they come here. So that's an example of the type of innovative programs we might continue or do different types of things on that innovation line. Promotional items are things that we give away with our logos to media, to travel trade, at trade shows where we represent Central Oregon, for giveaways. Visitor guides has gone up a little bit. That's solely due to the cost of fuel and the shipping costs going up, not for any other reason. And website and digital development's gone down a little bit because we have launched a new website. So the budget is really to maintain and enhance and continue to evolve the website. So you'll see the overall marketing budget has actually gone down slightly, and I wanted to showcase the other initiatives we're doing in addition to the marketing. And then the last slide is the RCTP budget that I just wanted to show you. I won't go into a lot of detail because of your time, but to say I don't want there to be a misconception that we're getting $1 million from Travel Oregon and that's all going into marketing. Their contract with us is very specific about how we spend the money. It goes to different types of things. So while there is some marketing in there, it tends to be programs that we can leverage with the state for things like international marketing that we don't do on our budget. There is that grant under regional strategic investment grants. You'll see between the two numbers, 220 and 170, about $450,000 that would be dispersed through a grant program next fiscal year. We also do allocation, cost sharing with staffing and things like that, travel and expenses. So the budgets really complement each other. It's not necessarily more marketing on top of what we're doing with the county. They also offer a lot of opportunities for us to partner with them on this budget and provide things that we can leverage that we wouldn't be able to do on our own. So We are awaiting more information on their plan for next year, and then we kind of will allocate these dollars further in terms of how we participate with them. But they do dictate or mandate that certain items be spent as a percentage basis of the budget. So it's a little bit more specific in terms of the contract there. That was quick.
We had a few things that came up that maybe we want to list out, and we get it to finance and send it over for you. Before we're done on Thursday, we can take a look at that.
Things that you'll send me, questions you'll send me?
There may be some things.
Yeah.
I know there were a few things that came up that we needed more information on, so.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm happy to send more information, whatever you need.
Do you have some of these stats and raw data?
Um,
Some of the
we
reports and raw data?
do, I just have to check because it's actually confidential information, so I'm not sure what we can share.
Okay.
The raw data is information that hotels provide that agency, and they have it's proprietary information, so.
I meant,
Oh, sorry,
I'll ask it back through finance.
Okay.
Interest, but, I mean, just if we have these numbers as raw data, this.
oh, got you, yeah, I thought you meant the hotel information, and
No,
some
no,
of
no,
that is
that
confidential.
I know.
Okay,
Thanks a lot, Julia. Thanks so much.
appreciate it.
Thanks, that was thorough.
Thank you.
Come on up. Great information. Good, thanks. We'll talk. Okay.
Welcome.
All right, next up is Economic Development of Central Oregon. We have our friend John Stark, and we'll turn it over to you, John.
Thank you very much. For the record, members of the Budget Committee and the County Commission staff, I'm John Stark, Interim CEO for Economic Development for Central Oregon. I've been in this position since January. Prior to that, I was Senior Director on the leadership team for EDCO. Several of the folks in the room are on our board of directors, both Eric Kropp and Commissioner Chang. And so what a great, robust presentation you just had from Julia. Hopefully the documents that we've had before you today will also provide good intel into what we do, how we do it, and particularly how we spend the money that's invested in us by Deschutes County. You should have a document that looks like this in front of you, plus the PowerPoint presentation that I'll go through. This document is our request and provides further background into the rationale of our request. The presentation is really more about what we've done with the funds from Deschutes County over the last year, and then importantly, some of the specific outcomes that we've had are pending projects related to what we anticipate rolling into next year, as well as some of the assets that we manage to help us do the work that we do. So with that, I've got SLED Director Patricia here, Lucas, and then also Don Mill, our Ben Director. Others ended up with some meetings that managed programs in both Sisters and Redmond. So they're not here today. However, I can answer questions on their behalf. So I'm just going to roll into this presentation. If you have questions, please raise your hand. I've got these folks on hand should there be questions about individual communities. There's a breakdown on this spreadsheet of how we would flow the funds into those communities that I mentioned, and then what would go to the EDCO regional office. And so moving into the PowerPoint presentation here, I'm trying to find a screen that gives me the current slide. Are you seeing the outline right now?
Seeing the team.
You're seeing the team? Okay, that's the slide I'd like. So before you get into today, this is an outline of the slideshow. I'm going to talk about the EDCO team, regional national recognition related to our economy, our population growth, which most of you have been tracking, particularly those in county administration, recovery and resiliency related to some of the diversification that we've done, again, our done deals for 2021 calendar year, pending projects, some of those table setting pieces and questions. I think I have 15 minutes, of which I've used 3. Is that accurate? Okay. So bear with me. I have been a part of these meetings for the last few years on Roger's leadership team, but it's my first time leading it, but I'm excited to be here. Our funding request this year is $279,450. That's a 3.5% increase over last year. And the rationale for those increases is right above the graph on this page. I won't go into detail for the sake of time. Our proposed budget, which I'm not going through the detail on that because we just had the Budget and Audit Finance Committee authorize it to go to the Executive Committee, for which Eric Kropp will be a part of going forward. And so proposed budget is $1.96 million, a 9% increase. That is largely due to personnel expense, both the gross expense or the nets of, the increase in medical, dental, vision, which you all are probably well accustomed to hearing in this particular budget session, and the increase in some payroll obligations to get to market rate, something that our board's very interested in, making sure that we can have the right people, the right staff, the right talent on board. Your investment delivers really our mission of creating a diverse economy and middle-class jobs in the Central Oregon region. Of course, we're talking about Deschutes County, and we do this by helping companies move to the area, start here through our Venture Catalyst program and some of our other assets like BBC, and grow here. So those are expanding companies. And on the slideshow here kind of talks about what the pieces are to that, but it takes talent to deliver that. We're a heavy personnel-related budget, and that's because it takes people to deliver these programs, mine the resources, and get them in the hands of the people that can execute these types of expansion projects. And so moving on, it's important to talk about the team. So when I started, we were 5 positions short. There were a lot of people carrying 1, 2, and 3 batons of vacancies. We've added 5 additional positions. This is the team here. Internal operations, Aaron Chiat, Aaron Riley. You see their titles below, interim CEO, and our director of membership. We've got a venture catalyst that's new that we hired. We've got a marketing coordinator, Megan Bolt, that returned to us as a former intern. And then our Youth Career Connect program, Larry Holman manages that. That's with the help of funding from EC Works, East Cascade Works, and of course Don Mill, our Bend area director. And then additionally, some of our spokes of our model is the Ready Director. That's the position I vacated. Steve Curley's been hired in that position. Mary Knight, that does administrative assistant. She's been there 5 years. We added April Dunton. She's the Redmond internship coordinator under Larry, who's the regional manager for that program. Debbie Taylor dropping to the bottom. She's the Jefferson County internship. We added Eric Strobel and Sisters on a part-time basis. We did come and talk to you about what we wanted to do there. You allowed funding to continue for that program so we could offer an abbreviated program, which Eric Strobel is doing. I should mention that Corey is budgeting for making that full-time in the new fiscal year. So we would be pairing again some city money to make that a full-time position, and we've got a path to get there. So that obviously takes a budget approval in Sisters as well, but that path is in motion. And then Kelsey Lucas up in Prineville, Crook County, and then Vanessa Jimenez is our intern that helps us support events that come on heavy for us going into the fall.
It's nice that a couple of the pickups that you have, because I know a couple of them are people that were rock stars here coming out of school or coming in local jobs, and you're pulling them into a bigger job. So that's a great way to be able to grow the region using the region.
You bet. Thank you very much, Jim. Appreciate that. So I'm going to move into persistent national recognition. So Milken Institute's been an index that we've presented on a regular basis. Last year we were number 13. Prior to that, we were number 1 4 years in a row. That's unprecedented. Nobody's had it 3 times. We had it 4 times. But shockingly, last year they added housing affordability to the index. We shot up to number 13. And now we're tied for number 10. And they're actually calculating those that index a little bit differently, because we were actually 198th here. We were 167th on the former index, so they're doing some different calculations. And then I think it's important to note that this is about job growth, short-term, long-term wage growth. Our high-tech GDP, gross domestic product, and so it really takes into account our economy related to wages, jobs, job creation, and then importantly, some of the technology, access to broadband, and then that housing cost, which is again new. So tied for 10th this year, we're moving up the chain, and it's not clear if it's that others fell down and we fell up because of that, but it is clear that they are making some different calculations. There are other indices where we're recognized. I didn't put slides for all of them. Wallet Hub is a good example of that. Most of these look at jobs, capital investment, they look at entrepreneurship, they look at places to start a business and the ecosystem around entrepreneurship, very much of which we own several assets for that. Area Development has recognized us, Forbes, the Center for American Entrepreneurship, and more recently, Heartland came out last year. We were number 10. We moved up to number 8, and that's where some of those entrepreneurship aspects and how to start a business, part of the ecosystem, comes into play. So I didn't provide all the indices here. The only most recent one is that Heartland Forward, and if you're interested in that, I'm happy to send a link to that if you want to see it. The others are the same as they were presented last year. So moving on, population change. Nick is certainly well-versed on this. This comes out of the U.S. Census. This is the last 10 years, change in population. And the bright green are the areas that are hot in the country with 20 or more % growth over that period. And we're the only one in Oregon with that color green. We're the only one in Washington. We're the only one in California. So West Coast, we're at the top of the list. We tend to fall into the top 5 MSAs in the country for MSAs of our size. So as you know, our population growth is substantial. Most of that in-migration is coming from larger cities. That was accelerated during the pandemic because of social unrest in some of those cities. People also wanted to get out of some of the densities of the larger cities. So that was accelerated a bunch during the pandemic. And so larger cities being Seattle, Portland, the Bay Area, and some of the other larger cities up the West Coast. Please.
It's supposed to be LA County has been the biggest feeder here the last 2 years.
Yep.
People from LA.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing more entrepreneurs coming out of the Bay Area because of the lifestyle, but we're seeing more citizenry moving up to here with a lot of the work from home telecommuting type jobs. So we're a big telecommuting area, one of the top 5 in the country, and there's been a lot of press on that lately. So.
With that, are you seeing any pressure for employment at the local companies because people can get a job back in the Bay or back in LA and still live here?
Yes, a bit. So people converting from the position that they have here into that, but we're also hoping that we can reverse that a little bit. I just jumped ahead. We can reverse that a little and maybe get some people engaged in our local economy and working for some of our local companies. That'll put wage pressure on those companies, but that's national today because of the remote access that we have. So next slide here, this is recovery from the pandemic. You've probably seen this slide before. This shows that Deschutes County recovered jobs lost due to the pandemic in late 2021. That was faster than most of the other counties in the state, largely because of the diversity. However, we did have a huge tourist and hospitality industry here that did evaporate almost overnight. That includes restaurants and other commercial businesses. But we still recovered quite quickly. But you can see Cook County recovered even at a faster rate, largely because they didn't have the dependence on tourism that Bend did. And even Redmond, once you break down those numbers, Redmond had a quicker recovery than Bend did because it didn't have the same reliance on tourism. But we're back, and we're back ahead of the state. And I think that's an important message to have. And again, that really has to do with some of the diversification of our economy and industry that we have here, much of the work that EDCO's done over the last 40 years in the region.
I would imagine if you looked at job volume, Deschutes County probably smoked Crook County. I mean,
yes,
grew, but they grew a very small number.
That's right. Yeah, thank you, Jim. So this is a new slide for us. I talked to Damon Rumberg a bit about industry diversity. We broke this down across 10 industries in previous years. I asked Damon to break this down a little bit differently. So there's a thing called a Hatchman Index that looks at NAICS codes. Those are industry classification codes for occupations and industry, right? And it really looks at the diversity of the different types of companies that we have here, and it measures it against the state. So state diversity would be a value of 1, right? And no one community typically is above the state in diversity. In this case, we're number 4, but important to note that we're number 4 only by a little bit. So we're just a little under 8.8 of the state total, which would be 1. And we're only behind Clackamas, Multnomah, and Lane County. And so that Hatchman Index it also uses sort of what's called a location quotient, which a lot of site selectors look for. Why? Because companies that want to relocate are looking for critical mass such that they can find a workforce within their industry. And when you've got a broad-based industry, that provides a broad base of skill sets to draw from. So this is a location quotient is something that we look at in economic development fairly regularly, but this particular Hatchman Index is one that Damon Rumberger provided. And he had quoted not long ago in a presentation that he would liken the diversity of Central Oregon's industry here to San Diego these days. Not in volume, but in diversity. And I think that's a big statement, considering when EDCO started in 1982, and the reason it started was to create diversity such that we could weather economic storms, and we just did that.
John, I recall a couple of years ago, Roger presented at one of the big annual luncheons or one of the big annual events, and he talked about the goal for Deschutes County to be similar in diversity to Boulder County. Based on these numbers, it looks like we're there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't have that side by side. I will say that I did ask him, so where does Oregon compare to the rest of the United States? United States being 1. And I think it was 0.95 of 1, and we're number 15th. So about a third of the way down in diversity across the 50 states. So that's not a bad place to be number 4 within a state that's number 15. So based on what you said, we're starting to compete with some of those peer communities. Thanks, Nick. And then moving into done deals, this is some of the work that we've done. This is a lumpy business for us. We have ups and downs, and the pandemic definitely has created some ups and downs for us. In this particular slide, I have assists, so our local directors that are in the field, assisting companies, our venture catalyst. We had 751 assists in the calendar year. Our target's typically around 600. So we're happy with the number of assists that we have. At the bottom here, this is by year, actual jobs, projected jobs, actual investment, projected investment. What's lumpy about it is you can see, based on the number of projects, that 2021 was a bit of a slower year in terms of done deals, but there's a lag. And that lag has to do with materials, labor, and permit timing. Right? And companies that haven't had the workforce to meet the obligations of their clients, delaying certain construction projects. And so while that number's down, the bunch of those companies are still in our pipeline, still planning to do those projects. They've just been delayed. And so we do have some catch up to do on data. So 2021 actual jobs versus projected jobs, that's a big delta there. We're still catching up from that, largely because the enterprise zone reporting that is due April 1st, the report that the county assessors put out doesn't come in until June. So we'll pick up a bunch of that data related to actual investment and actual jobs. So we still have some data mining to do, but we also have a lag related to 2021 totals.
So investment is the company's investments, apostrophe investments into the county.
Yeah, so this is, I should say that this is not Deschutes County, this is the region as a whole. Yep, but Deschutes County represents about 90% of our total projects. And the reason I included in these is because to break it out, it starts to get a little more personal, and I think Julia talked about confidentiality, so I've provided this more in a holistic view of EDCO, but knowing that 90% of the projects happen here. Jobs per project are down, largely because of labor force and automation. Companies investing in automation. And that's an interesting conversation for an economic development agency that's largely dependent on creating jobs. So some of the companies that are wrapped up in these done deals, Laird Superfoods, Sisters, Basic Solutions, Redmond, Lonza, and Blackstrap here in Bend, and Holy Cacao and Sisters as well. So there are many other projects amongst those 21 that were done deals. Those are just some examples. And then lastly, I'll say we did have a lag in 2019 that was picked up in 2020. We might see a similar jump in numbers in 2022 done deals. That's something we'll see based on how much these companies are behind. I have about 3 slides left, so I'm moving fairly quickly here. I mentioned the pipeline, so there's some things still wrapped up in the pipeline. I mentioned Move, Start, Grow. So these are the companies that are in our pipeline that are warm or hot, right? Not in the Move. We don't track warm jobs in the Move because the Moves category, typically when they say they want to do something, we're in the final stages of decision making. They make the decision to come here about 20% of the time. When a local company tells us they want to expand, that decision happens about 70% of the time. So we don't track projects that have gone to warm or cool in Move on this slide, but we do in Start and Grow because they're more apt for those projects to happen, even though they've said, hey, we're not going to do this year, we're going to do it next year, so they remain in the pipeline. So 149 total projects spread across Move, Start, Grow, and if all those jobs, if all those projects came to fruition, it created about 1,700 jobs in the Tri-County area and over $1.5 billion. And obviously, we've got some larger company investments, some in Bend, some in our smaller communities, to remain nameless. You've seen some large construction and millions of square feet built in one community, and so there's some large investments tied there. Our work today is synergizing our startup pipeline with a new venture catalyst related to the portfolio that was left from Brian in July. So we've got some sort of synergizing that to, what is still alive and well, and what new projects are coming in to start, and then cleaning that portfolio up. The Enterprise Zone Exemption Program that provides property tax exemption for 3 to 5 years in urban zones is still our number one incentive of interest. And then we're adjusting our recruitment strategy to turn the volume down a little bit on that, just because of the housing crunch and labor force crunch that we have. But we're still using that technology, a new technology we're employing to increase the size of our pipeline.
You've been tracking all three of these categories for a while, right?
Yes.
How many of the starts return to become gross?
That's a great question. I don't have that data, but I would say that, Don, since you're here and you have a large portion of the portfolio, 75,
Almost
70,
all of them?
I was going to say 75%.
If you don't,
That'd be really neat to see the concrete data on that, because it's, if you're really, if we can say as a county, the investments that we're creating are self-funding, they're growing, and they're delivering, that's gonna attract a lot of the movers, because they're gonna say, oh, okay, there's something, it's why Silicon Valley grew in the first place, because people were excited to be there, and you just knew something was gonna happen when you were there. If you can turn Deschutes County into that, which you're doing a good job of, and we can conclusively prove that makes for easy investment.
A recent narrative is that they go from start to acquisition to grow.
Yeah. There's that.
Like dozens in the last year. The newspaper calls me all the time, hey, what does this mean for the region? Well, first we hope it means further investment in horsepower for that company to grow, and that's been the narrative, as opposed to, oh, we're moving out.
Well, you have to watch, some of the acquisitions haven't turned out all that well after they were acquired.
You've seen some of that in your career. Yes. Great question, Jim. Thank you. And this is the last slide. I know I'm tight on time here. I think it's important to talk about some of the things we do that support companies in an indirect way. So this is table setting, right? It's creating an environment to catalyze growth within these companies. And this is 4 of many table setting objectives or strategic initiatives that we leverage our assets. So under workforce development, our number 1 workforce development initiative is this Youth Career Connect program. This year we're tracking over 100 placements despite the pandemic. Schools let us back in this year, which was very helpful. We've got 178 intern requests today. This is the time of the year between now and the end of the school year that we ramp up students, of which we have about 358. These are really good numbers for us. We have 3 people that do that work, and so we're really happy about what we're seeing as long as we're scaling up. We'd like to see 3 people in a normal environment do 100 per. And we did that with 1 person when we started that up in Redmond several years ago. That program's been around going on 4 years now. And so we expect that, if the pandemic continues to provide some relief, that we can get those numbers up. And the school districts are counting on us to do that. They invest largely in this. Ben Lapine School District, Redmond School District, Jefferson County School District. And then we pair that money with East Cascade Works to deliver the program. Central Oregon Air Service was mentioned earlier. These are the partners. These are the airlines. We continue to work on Dallas-Fort Worth. As Julia had mentioned, we partner with those agencies to pitch air service development. We have to kind of pull air service to us. We have to make a market case and then talk to them about both the business side and how they would use air service, and then the tourist side related to recreational tourism. And so that's why we have that team. Dallas-Fort Worth and Boise, we hope to get Portland back someday. It doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime in the near future. Every airline is dealing with pilot shortage today, just like everybody's dealing with worker shortage. Our events, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our luncheons coming up June 13th. We hope several of you are able to make it to that, including staff as well as elected commissioners. Our Ben Venture Conference is in October. Our Pub Talks is tomorrow night. We do it the 4th Thursday. That helps us do the work that we do. Exposing the companies, wraparound resources around them, bringing our investment community, that's the private sector investment that invests in EDCO through membership, and the public sector folks around these companies to champion economic development as a place to do business here in Central Oregon. And then, of course, the Made-In tour that exposes some of these companies from the inside to the outside in order for us to help expose sort of the type of what is a traded sector job? When we talk about one of these jobs, what does that really look like in a facility? The old mantra of manufacturing is dirty is a long ways away from us these days. And so, and then finally, advocacy, policy at local, state, and federal level, incentives and resources advocacy, infrastructure, land use, regulatory, and of course, workforce is a big one today. So we get behind initiatives like what you saw that went through the legislature this year, started with the governor investing in some training programs and so forth that'll be rolled out through EC Works and others. So those are kind of 4 areas that we take it to the next level in preparing our environment, of which you see us involved in a lot of different strategies here to make it a place that businesses can grow. So with that, I'll take any questions. My team is here too. If you'd like to say a word, you're welcome to. I just wanted to do a time check before I offer that up.
Yeah, we're good. If we could take maybe 10 more minutes.
Okay.
So my question, John, I see you have the website with the strategic plan, and my answer's probably there if I look. And my question is, what's the narrative going forward, let's say the next 12 months, given the current conditions, the economy, workforce shortages, shortage of industrial space for these new companies? So how are you approaching that, and what's your big picture?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Bruce. Bruce has been on a board or two related to this work, so he knows exactly the behind the scenes. So we extended the current strategic plan that would have ended as of January 1st through the fiscal year. We're going to move our strategic plans to a fiscal year, so we plan on adopting in July. It is still business recruitment, retention, expansion, and startup, right? The recruitment part of that, we're going to turn the volume down a little bit and optimize our response mechanisms and try some new technology as opposed to getting on a plane, train, or automobile to go out and recruit companies. So we're leveraging some technology around algorithmic data and strategic ads through a company that we recruited here from Barcelona, Spain. It's something that nobody else is trying in the state, but we discovered it through that recruitment effort. And so we're going to turn the volume down a little bit in how we do that, largely because our companies, not only our jurisdictions, are saying, we don't have the houses, we don't have the workers. So we've had a lot of that through the strategic planning process. We will still maintain a pipeline, we will still respond to leads, but we may not venture out as much. It's the old, why go to Alaska when you got plenty of deer in your backyard, right? Our environment's really our number one recruitment tool here, the lifestyle and the livability here. Workforce development is a big piece of that. We're talking about new training mechanisms to leverage trailing spouses, leverage people that are working from home for other companies, engage them back into the labor force. We're talking about training dollars for both incumbent workers, and I think this conversation around houselessness may prove, through this coordinating center, an opportunity to engage folks back into the workforce there. So our goal is to increase the size of the labor force around that through some of those channels. That's not fully baked yet. We do have a draft that has been presented to the executive committee and the board of directors. We've taken feedback, and so we're refining that with a hopeful adoption in July. The last 2 pieces of that largely are sustainability of the organization, creating some new funding mechanisms, really diversifying our funding and revenue stability as an organization, and then also really looking at internally what does it take to retain our best talent. We're in a very competitive market today, and our people are very exposed to companies that also are looking for talent. So we've got to pay a competitive wage, and that's why that revenue diversity is so important to us. So those are the highlights of that strategic plan. Did I miss something?
Industrial lands.
Great question. We will continue to work through policy decisions at local jurisdictions to advocate for industrial land within the state's land use system. Nick already knows that there's a lot of work to do there. I think right now, in Bend, Juniper Ridge is really our focus there, and having the right opportunities to accelerate that to the market. And then in Redmond, there's a pretty robust supply, but that stuff's getting chewed up pretty quick, as you well know, including some of the large lot industrial that's down south has some activity on it. A lot of that is publicly owned by DSL, so it's working with DSL to make that shovel-ready or at least market-ready. Some of the stuff that's part of the three-way land swap out east is not market-ready yet, but there's interest. Evidenced by COID's property, 196 acres, has some activity on it. Wild Mike's about 46 acres, and we're starting to chew up Desert Rise pretty quickly as well. There's 48 acres remaining there. Other communities like Jefferson County has a lot of airport lease-only land and some smaller pockets that are aware of the challenge, but they also have some private property owners that aren't quite ready to move. And Sisters has some work to do there. On the other hand, in La Pine, there's a pretty substantial amount of industrial land, both smaller lots and larger lots, and I won't speak to that for Patricia. If you'd like to talk a little about some of the incentives and things that you're doing to try and accelerate available space and land, that'd be great.
So we appreciate the partnership that we have with the county in La Pine. For about 5 years, there wasn't very much activity, but in the last 6 months, we've had 4 sales that have closed, and we're working on some other projects to get them across the finish line. So we're really excited about that. The SLED Advisory Board is now, we're opening up conversations with the county to perhaps acquire a large parcel of BLM land, because we keep getting requests for large parcels, and the property we have now ranges in size from 0.2 acres to 38.73 acres. But we are getting some requests for 200 to 500 acres, and we just cannot accommodate those at this time. So we're really excited about that, and we appreciate our partnership with EDCO. So together, we work very well together.
And Don, if I missed something, please share about Juniper.
Yeah, the optimism in Bend is with Juniper Ridge, with the large lot plan amendment that the city passed, gosh, I guess it's April now, at least makes the transfer of those properties to developers to make it more predictable and under a schedule, which is really helpful for attracting and growing our local companies.
The thing I didn't cover is space. So we'll continue to advocate for developers. I was in Jefferson County doing a developer tour last week. They have a space grant, $750,000 to catalyze 1 to 3 or more projects to build some new industrial flex space. We've been doing that for years in Redmond, and some of the fruits of our labor have built several 100,000 square feet up in Redmond over the years, and we'd like to see that happen in some of the smaller communities. Patricia alluded to that. We have seen that sort of spillover out of Bend into Prineville of late. More than 40,000 square feet has been built and filled up there. And that, vacancy rate in Redmond's below 1%, same with Bend and same with Prineville. We don't survey, or Compass actually does the survey. We don't survey Jefferson County or Sisters, but suffice to say that, demand certainly outstrips supply. So we continue to work with the development community to try and catalyze growth for new industrial space as well.
Just real briefly, I'm sure you're working with the departments, putting in requests in terms of what you'd like them to do, but sitting in front of the budget committee, is there anything that you'd like to see change in Deschutes County's budget? I know I'm catching you off the top of your head, but off the top of your head, is there anything you'd like to see a change in the budget that you think would benefit business for the county?
There's nothing that comes to mind right away. I think the collaboration that we have and the relationship that we have with your staff is second to none. I'm kind of excited because I get to reconnect with Chris Doty. Nick's laughing because we spent some time together up in Redmond together, and so I look forward to that. Your staff is very responsive and very open to our dialogue. That's very helpful. Obviously, there was some notice in the paper of some challenges the county faces on personnel side of things too. So all I would ask is that you do what you can to maintain the staff level such that you can maintain that responsiveness. That helps us recruit businesses, that message. I would say the same thing to city jurisdictions as well, and they have the same challenge.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I could add, serving on the EDCO board, having sat in on the strategic planning session, there was a lot of discussion about childcare and housing, homelessness, these issues that are, they have effects on EDCO's activity and mission, but they're not things that are, fully under EDCO's control. And those are, to me, that points to areas where the county could be a good partner in addressing some of those basically constraints on economic development in our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. He's exactly right. You know, when we have some of those board meetings, we talk about the issues that we're facing, and you can scoop that, take that back, all of which we also discussed when I met with Eric and Nick and his finance officer at the time. So I think that consistent collaboration and communication is really important for us to have channels to you to talk about the things that we're facing. You know, sometimes it's also important for us just to get out of the way and offer up that if you do this, this helps us here. And so that's what I'm talking about.
I'd just like to comment, thank you, Patricia, for the work you're doing in South County. You're doing a wonderful job down there, and it shows, and we really appreciate it.
She had a pretty good report at that luncheon, some activity I haven't seen up there, so I agree.
All right, John, thanks. Good job, and we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We're about a half an hour behind. That doesn't get over the fact that we need just a short break, so.
Detecting
I used to have a gavel at Redmond Economic Development. I used it a couple of times, yeah. I've never had one here. Well, I appreciate your quick break approach, and we are a little behind. I'll just bring up Deschutes County Extension and 4-H District. Oh, you're all on Zoom? All right. Is that who you said that was? All right, excellent. And then Holly, we'll turn that over to you.
Well, I'm hoping that we can give my other committee members on as panelists, as we usually answer these questions together.
Who is it, Holly?
No?
Yeah, I think she's working on it.
Ah, there we go.
Can I switch this out?
This might be on a little bit. Oh, no, you're good.
Peggy and Pat, thank you for joining us. Sorry for the delay.
All right, am I on here? Okay, go ahead, Holly. And we are a little short of time, so anything you can do to help, we appreciate.
That shouldn't be a problem. Candy or Nicole, do you want to do a synopsis, or we generally just answer a few questions? I think generally we are committed to continuing the service that we have been throughout the years, and we welcome your questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Candy Botham. Probably the biggest, most significant challenge that we have right now is hiring staff. As you know, we've been operating without a 4-H agent, and that position has been filled recently. So we do have a new 4-H staff member full-time. And we've also been operating nearly a year without a front office support staff person when we only have 2, and we've been limited to 1. And that position is also about to be hired. We're calling references right now. So that's really the single largest concern that we've been working with now that we've come out of COVID, and we're beginning to take the education back out into our office with trainings and back out to the communities. As you look at our budget, you see some slight increases, of course, relative to the economy, but nothing really significant. Did you have any questions about anything you saw? And we do have a couple of volunteers who are on our budget committee here as well.
So give me a summary. I didn't see anything that really stood out, but give me a summary of you said, you obviously have a little bit of growth. You're going up at about 5.6%, which is pretty reasonable given where the county's going. But is there anything that stood out that you wanted to point out in terms of how you're spending the county's money?
Well, our service district funds, the majority of our funds, like probably everyone else, go to staffing. And we have had some significant staffing challenges and also providing temporary staffing and things like that. The other place where we've had some major changes is furniture and things like that as we finished up the changes in our older building and completed the furnishing of our new building and landscaping and maintenance, where we've also, of course, doubled the size of our landscape and have gotten that planted, and it's not quite finished yet. So those are some costs that you'll see that aren't necessarily typical for us. Holly, what other changes did you see that were major?
It's mostly the staffing, because we're hoping to get back up to full throttle with staffing. Last fiscal year, we did budget for about 4.76 FTE. 3.6 FTE of that was classified staff, but we actually operated throughout the year at 2.1 FTE. So we were down 1.5 persons basically for the whole year. So we're hoping to get back up to that level and then add another, not quite a full one FTE, but we're hoping to be able to bring on a full front end staff team. And that's at least double what we have right now. That's about all I can speak to on the increase. Everything else we kept pretty flat.
All right, thank you.
I know you explained this to us last year, but can you explain one more time why we eliminated the reserve account, the reserve fund, and rolled that back into the general?
Certainly, that was, if Candy, do you want to speak to that?
Go ahead, Ollie.
It was actually Candy's project over many, many years. We were putting money over into the 721 fund just for the new building. The building is now built, and Candy and I both are enjoying working in that lovely building, but it is no longer necessary, that fund.
So those last $28,000, that was kind of like surplus, or it was, contingency that you didn't end up needing, and now you can just put it into operating?
Correct. It was a bit of a surplus. It was actually represented money that we had spent directly out of our appropriations in the previous fiscal year. So it was just kind of paying us back, but it's pretty much the same thing. It was extra money that we had not spent for the building.
Yeah, what it essentially looks like is once you paid for the building, instead of keeping a reserve to try and build up other things, you just decided to call it as contingency in your regular fund.
Correct.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? We do have time for public comment. Is there any public comment?
No hands raised.
You're good.
Peggy or Pat, do you have anything to add?
I guess the only thing that I would add from a volunteer perspective is that we've been able to continue to work with the public even through the whole COVID restrictions. We used a lot of Zoom meetings and a lot of really creativity in terms of getting the word out to people. And actually, I think in some ways we were able to reach more people, because people were able to do it at home. The programs were recorded, so it really made us sit back and look at how we deliver some of the information that we deliver from a home gardening and perspective. So I think that we learned a lot, and we hope to be able to continue to use that. And I've been a longtime volunteer, and I think that we really did a great job getting information out and continue to use some of that technology.
That's a great point, Pat. And that is true throughout Extension, not just with home horticulture.
If I could just ask one more question. I know Thomas Stokely was poached away, and I was curious what the plans are to hire a new extension forester.
I was wondering when that question would come up, Commissioner Jane. Well, we are still figuring out, we were not fully funded in the legislature
this last biennium. So our program leaders are kind of trying to figure out what positions they can refill this next fiscal year. The Klamath, I will tell you that Klamath and Lake counties have been without an extension forester for a few years due to Daniel Lavelle going over to the fire program team, and they have priority, as I think you can all agree. With the last couple of years they've experienced, they need that position filled. And then right after that fills, we will try to run a search for this position.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? We also are here to approve the extension budget and tax rate. The voting members of this, or the people that will be voting for this motion, include county commissioners and probably your board members. I assume we have a quorum.
It's our committee here because.
Oh, is it the full committee? Oh, okay. All right, full committee then. So we do have a quorum. All right. So if somebody wants to give me that motion.
I move to approve Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service District operating budget of $1,014,593 and set the tax rate at 0.0224 per thousand of assessed valuation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Is that all we have to do for them?
Chair Barrett, just to make sure that Sharon Keith captured it, that Commissioner Chang seconded the motion.
Right. Okay, that's all we have to do at this point. Thank you for your attendance, and we will close this public meeting.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys.
Citizen committee members also on these.
Oh, good, we're only 20 minutes behind now. We're improving.
Catching up fast.
These are theirs.
Racing to the end.
Okay,
Say it
great.
again?
So this is the one that
frozen on there with your.
will. All right, next up is Sun River Service District.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have been designated as a right-hand man.
There you go.
All right.
The discussion is not going fully as he expected. You know what's going to happen.
Coming your way.
Thank you for being here. Go ahead and make introductions and take it away.
Sure. My name is Gerhard Bienen, and I am the treasurer for the Sun River Service District. I'm Mike Goki. I am not the treasurer for Sun River, but I was his predecessor. I'm a member of the Budget Committee this year.
And my name is Mindy Holliday. I'm the interim board administrator for the service district.
And if there's any questions, Jim Pfister, who is the past chair of the Sun River Board, can answer them.
There you go.
I think they've heard me talk quite a bit this week.
Are we going to show the presentation, or?
The PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, so we have it in the back of our binder.
Yeah, we have the materials if you want to go through.
Oh, okay, so it's not going to go on the screen. All right,
May not be ready for that.
In the back.
Okay, I think everybody here is aware that the Sun River Service District is a self-supporting district where the Sun River owners pay for the financial support of the Sun River Service District. The district provides police, fire, and emergency services for the Sun River area, not just for the Sun River community, but for also the surrounding area. Our budget has 3 separate funds. In the past, we had 2 funds, but this year we're adding a third fund, Fund 717, which is our fund for our new public safety facility. And then we have the Capital Reserve Fund, Fund 716, and the operating budget, which is Fund 715. So going to the Public Safety Facility Fund, 717, we had a levy vote in May, and although the levy has not been certified yet, it looks like it has passed. We have about 70% voting for the levy, so I think we're in really good shape for getting that passed. We have engaged with a commercial bank for a $7 million loan. We have locked in the rate back in the April timeframe, and we are hoping, we're optimistic that that loan will get approved sometime during the month of June. Once we get the loan approved, and along with the funds that the county has provided through the transient room tax, we will be ready to go. And so we're in the process right now of doing interviewings for construction teams as well as project management teams, and getting everything lined up so that we can start work on the facility in the new fiscal year. Probably construction activity may not take place until the spring of next year, but we will get all the design work done, all the permitting work done, and get everything else ready to go so that we can start construction in the spring. You see, we have a few assumptions. The levy is certified in June. We believe that's going to happen. The loan is approved in June. We're hoping that's going to happen. Work will start in July, and the total cost will not exceed $18 million. And so that is the top line that we have set, and everybody on board understands that that is the maximum that we can spend. We really don't have any risk areas for 22-23. One potential risk area is the loan isn't approved, but I think we feel pretty confident about that. Another risk area is that Deschutes County does not provide the $4 million TRT fund, but I'm pretty sure they'll do that too. So, but those are the key things that we need. You can see that in terms of resources, we're expecting total resources just under $12 million in the fiscal year. We have total expenses of about $6.4 million in the fiscal year. And so we will be in a strong cash position for fiscal year 22-23. We're not worried about cash there. When we get into 23-24, it gets a little bit more tricky. And we believe, based on our modeling, that we'll be okay, but we will run a deficit, a cash flow deficit in 23-24. But we think that will happen near the latter half of the year. And of course, because we get our tax revenue in the November timeframe, the first half of the year we tend to be cash rich. And so we think we will be able to make it as long as the county comes through in July of 24 with the final $2 million deposit from the TRT funds. Okay, moving on to the cap.
Just acknowledging the transient room tax is cash-based, so it does come in each month, so that is more standard revenue. I mean, we don't know exactly what it'll be because it kind of rides up and down, but there's revenue going to be flowing monthly on that account.
And we'd also like to acknowledge the commissioners for their support in providing that $8 million to help assist with the building. So thank you again.
Yeah, that's very, very appreciative. Okay, moving on to Capital Reserve, Fund 716. This is the fund that we use for replacing capital items that have reached the end of their useful life, and for also the purchase of new capital items, whether they're a replacement or not. One of the things we did in this fiscal year is we transferred $1.5 million from our operating fund into our capital reserve fund, and that's because we did a reserve study and found that our reserves were underfunded. We actually are in very good shape for the next 15 years now, as far as we have forecasted. Most of the concern really came towards the end of the decade, where we have some big equipment that is projected to reach the end of its useful life. And so that was one of the reasons why we made that large contribution during this fiscal year. In next fiscal year, and you'll notice on this schedule here, we have 1 year of history. 2021, and then we have the budget, that's in blue, and then we got the budget in salmon or orange color for 21, 22, and then the proposed budget and the deltas in the yellow columns. And so total resources, we're expecting, we'll bring in, $325,000, which comes out of our Fund 715, and then, some interest income and a small amount from the disposition of assets. But we enter with the beginning fund balance of 2.4 million, and so total resources will be just under 2.8 million. In terms of expenditures, we're pretty light on expenditures this year. We're getting 2 police cruisers for 126,000 and some vehicle stabilization struts for 12,000. So the total expenditures is, on the order of about $135,000. And so that's relatively mild. We have a $75,000 contingency in there, bringing it up to $213,000. But you see that the ending fund balance of over 2.5 million is larger than the 2.4 million that we entered in with. So we will be adding to the capital reserves in this fiscal year. Any questions on Fund 716? Operating Fund 715. One of the things that's somewhat unique about Sun River is that our tax base is pretty much fixed. Sun River as a community is probably about 95, 96% totally built out. And so there really isn't any new construction. There's very limited new construction taking place. There are some people who are investing in improvements in their homes, and that does increase our tax revenue. But in essence, we tend to project about a 3 to 3.1% increase in tax revenues on an annual basis. In high inflationary times, such as what we're in right now, that makes it a little bit more challenging because other sources of revenue are much smaller. Things like ambulance revenue and interest income and things like that don't really make up a significant portion of our budget. So we have to be pretty careful in terms of our expenditures. You can see the totals there for police going up. Police is projecting just under $2.2 million. That's about $45,000 over what they budgeted for this year. Fire and rescue budgeting $3.1 million. That's $271,000 over what they in the budget for this fiscal year. And the big change there is that we are adding an additional firefighter paramedic. And the rationale for doing that is that Chief Moore runs platoons of 3, and he didn't have a full complement, and so he came to the board and asked for additional firefighter paramedic. We turned him down last year, but this year we went ahead and approved adding that additional personnel. Administration, $291,000. That's up $59,000. That really has more to do with the makeup of our administrative services. We're not adding any additional people, but people are getting additional hours, and so that makes them available for benefits. And so that's adding into some additional costs there. Total requirements, just over 5.5 million, up 375,000. That's before the contingency. And we reduced the contingency to 75,000. We have not used the contingency in at least as far as any of us are aware of. And so we thought we could reduce that to 75,000. And it allows us to have a balanced budget. So that was really kind of the driving force there. So you can see if we use the contingency, we end up with $3,000 surplus. Hopefully, we won't need the contingency again, and so we'll end up with something slightly larger than that. And historically, we have underspent our budget considerably in the past several years, and so generally speaking, we do not run into a over-budget situation.
So just to be clear, the construction management, program management for the building would be covered under the building fund, correct?
Yeah, 717, correct. Yeah.
But I believe this is true. Any of the operational costs of moving fire, housing fire, making any contractual arrangements would be covered under operating, or is
No,
that covered
that
under
will
construction?
go under the new facility fund too.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So we're trying to keep all the expenses associated with that new facility under Fund 717.
And do we have any estimates yet on what, I know the plan hasn't come
We have
on how
we
it-
have the architect's estimate.
Not the building plan, but just I don't think we have the plan yet for how we logistically move fire around.
Chief Moore and some of his staff have been meeting and looking at different options as well as different locations around Sun River, obviously taking response times into account, and are currently looking in different modular type settings, storage for equipment. We're also working with the architects to see, do they go first so that, it's more of a spring, summer that fire has to move out and what kind of equipment is needed during that time, or do we start with the police side and do fire more towards fall and winter, because there's different apparatus that's needed for that time. So we don't have any clear quotes yet for that, but it's all been factored into that $18 million for that 717 fund.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
I'll just acknowledge the pretty exciting moment, being able to think about the future facilities and the partnership we were able to provide with those dollars. It's a big moment knowing that the Sun River, just the big historical entity called Sun River has been such a bright spot in our community for so long. Being able to, partner with these dollars as they're created from the transient activity created there also.
Right. And we're really excited too. I mean, the new facility, as I think all of you know, is really, really needed. And so we expect this is going to be very beneficial to the community and into our ability to staff and retain individuals.
Well, really, the county overall.
South
It's a
County.
county
Yeah.
facility.
Oh, yeah,
Exactly.
another.
Yeah.
And then it'll be good for the Owners Association to have that space back from where the
Right,
police is
right.
also, so good all around there.
Hoping for about a 12 to 14 month construction time.
Hoping.
Weather has a way of
Yeah.
interfering sometimes.
Well, and you locked in the funds, but the true cost of building is still variable, right?
Yeah,
So
it
that's
is.
the scary part.
So, I mean, so do you think of Fund 716? I see some of the capital expenditures that are being expensed against that fund, but I mean, do you see it as a capital reserve fund? Do you see it as a operating reserve fund? Do you see it as, and I guess one of my questions is there any linkage between the capital reserve fund and the big construction project?
No, there isn't. The capital reserve fund is strictly there for replacing capital assets that reach the end of their useful life or the acquisition of new capital assets. And capital asset defined as something, something that costs, I think, $5,000 and has more than a 3-year life expectancy, but less than 30 years.
All right, any other questions? We have two motions. This one is,
Actually, there are 3, aren't there?
oh yeah, 3. These voting members will be the Board of County Commissioners and the citizen committee members of your group. So motion number 1.
I moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have time for public comment.
Oh, public, yes.
Or is there any public comment?
Thank goodness it passed. That's all I have to say.
Yes.
You guys have been so patient, and we at Deschutes County are so happy that we can contribute to it.
All right, Commissioner, go.
Approve Sun River Service District operating budget of $12,203,984 and set the tax rate at $3.31 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Motion number 2.
I'll move approval of Sun River Service District reserve budget of $2,762,879.
I'll second it.
Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Motion number 3.
I'll move approval of Sun River Service District capital budget of $11,909,018 and set the local option capital improvement tax rate at 47 cents per thousand of assessed valuation.
Second?
Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor?
So question, I mean, this is for the certified results of the election coming up next week? I mean, is this even authorized legally? It's not
Where's our legal? Dave, are you on?
Well, that's a great question, I think. From a budgetary standpoint, you have to approve the tax levy, but I think it certainly can't be levied if it isn't certified. So I think budgetarily dealing with this now is probably okay. But knowing that it can't really be levied until it's been.
Well, I hadn't voted yet, so I'll say yes, but I'll just acknowledge that that's kind of awkward. It really isn't quite a done deal yet. It's only 1 week after, and we don't have certified results yet.
All right. Motion is approved, I believe.
Will the actual election not be approved till like the 24th or something of June? I mean, it'll be like 4 weeks. We have a date on it?
June 13th, I believe.
Yeah.
June
Clerk
13th?
Dennison mentioned June 13th.
Oh, good, okay, so not.
She's following.
Yeah, we're following.
There's another update at 5 PM, so.
One other point
Don't
here.
mess with menus.
Yeah.
Point on the timing, the board actually adopts the budget and officially sets the
Oh, yeah,
rate
that's true.
at its hearing on June 22nd. So it sounds
Okay.
like
So this is
it'll all
the committee work.
fall in place. So this is a budget approval at this stage, so
Sweet, so we will be timely
I
then.
think we'll be okay.
Great.
All right, if there's no other comments, we'll close the public meeting for Sun River Service District. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll call up the Black Butte Service District.
See you on the bike paths, Mike.
For a public member voting on these motions, we don't need a quorum of the service district's board. We just need
You need a
somebody.
quorum of the budget, of the Sun River Service District Budget Committee, or Budget Committee, which is the 3 county commissioners and the 3 citizen members. So there were 3 county commissioners and 1 citizen member, and that gives you your quorum.
Or 2 citizen members, maybe?
Goki's the only Budget Committee member.
He wouldn't be,
Gerhard was the treasurer.
but he might be on there. I mean, I'm just assuming he would have been. But that'd still be
My
4
understanding is
members.
it's
6, so it's still okay. But I agree, there's 4 out of 6 at least.
Yeah.
Got to bring one.
They got one too.
All right, next up is Black Butte Service District. We'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Barrett, Commissioner Chang, Commissioner DeBone, Commissioner Adair, and members of the Budget Committee, especially Senior Analyst Tucker for her countless emails she answered on my behalf and breaking the budget process down to math for Marines so I was able to understand it. I appreciate you. I'm Jason Van Meter. I'm the Chief of Police. I'm honored to serve in this position for the Black Butte Ranch Police Department. This fiscal year is not substantially different from last year. Some of the signals from the data set as far as our finances goes, staffing, we're anticipating a 5% increase. That's based off the collective bargaining agreement with a CPIW of 3 to 5%. So I'm anticipating a 5% increase across our salaries and positions. I did reclassify a full-time sergeant position to a officer position with a cost savings of about $19,000. I wanted to reallocate those funds to a community service officer program, which is a part-time, essentially college-bound high school senior that can come and do some of the education programs for the Black Butte Ranch Police Department. That's going to be an annual cost of about $10,000. Part-time position, seasonal, and we've hired that person, and we're waiting for them to come on board after graduation. We do have one vacancy for a police officer, but that person is in backgrounds, and so we should have a closure on that vacancy in July. As far as, go ahead.
Introduction for the other member and.
Oh, I am so sorry. This is
I'm sort of quiet, I should have spoken. Anyway, I'm Lee Ferguson, I'm the co-chair of the board, and on the Budget Committee.
Thanks, Lee.
Yes.
I would have recognized it, but not known your name, so thank you.
Sorry about that, Lee. And we also have Rosemary, who is also on the committee for a budget at Black Butte Ranch, and she's on Zoom, so thanks for joining us, Rosemary. And then vehicles, that's the other major capital expenditure difference from last year. We're not going to buy new police vehicles. We're going to buy a couple used police vehicles, but then we're also going to do a Polaris side-by-side. There was some carryover in my budget for capital expenditures because I'm not really sure when I'm actually going to be able to source these equipment due to supply chain issues, so I wanted to have plenty of money for next fiscal year to buy another police vehicle and the Polaris. But even buying used and the Polaris, we're going to have significant savings of about $20,000 in the capital equipment budget.
Question, so with that side-by-side, are you going to be driving on the public roads inside the ranch on that?
Primarily is to increase the mobility outside of the ranch with population that is camping permanently in the Forest Service area, off-road.
Just because I've had requests, as commissioners, we have people call us saying, why can't I ride my golf cart or my side-by-side on the public road? So I was just wondering if you were planning on doing that, because that would be
Yeah, we will register that with DMV, so it will be street legal. It has lights and sirens and turn signals and everything that's required to be on the road. So I can go on the road, I just probably won't go on the road.
Got it, thank you.
Only for high-speed chases.
Yeah. No, sir, we don't allow those, except for serious persons crimes. My income, our income, we received about 1.1 million in property revenue. This is slightly more than was anticipated in the 2021-2022 annual budget. We have 491,000 in our general operating contingency and 729 in our unappropriated ending balance. The concerns and requests for assistance, really I have none. We're in a strong financial position. There's not much deviation from last year. Income's strong, and we've decreased some of the expenses. The only increase is through collective bargaining agreements and CPI and insurance carriers and service providers, what they're going to increase over the next year. Pending on your questions, that's all I have.
How do you like your insurance?
I love my insurance.
Are you on our insurance now?
Yes.
Great. It is great, isn't it?
Yes.
I have a question, Wayne Lowry, I'm the interim finance person. So what's the life of your operating levy, and how many more years do you have on that?
We just passed it last year, so we have 4 more years.
At 65 cents?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned using the the side-by-side in the forest. Kind of what's the geography that you try to cover with patrol and kind of responding to incidents?
Very good question. I appreciate that question, Commissioner. And as I start to study wildfire and fire behavior, as far as I can, I know wild and fire behavior is really dictated by the wind, so I guess wherever the wind may blow, to get out and get to know the people, get to know the names, and start to mitigate some of the fire threats with some of the campers that are out in the forest. So we're not going to go, the Polaris does have GPS systems, so we can go extended range, but we're going to stay fairly close in conjunction with Sisters and our fire department to get out and start meeting people and building relationships with those out in the forest.
Do you have an estimate of how many campers are out surrounding?
I really don't. Going in from Black Butte to Sisters, there's 3 camps that are there that are alongside the road. I'm interested in getting further into the forest roads to start to meet and build relationships with those folks.
If, excuse me, from the people who walk their dogs, for instance, at Black Butte, I mean, they've recognized, 6 camps nearby that are just, and some have been, one even has a platform built and right outside one of the gates. It's like a permanent resident for the last year. It's clean though. So they're seeing the numbers pick up. So they're out there and we don't know who they are. And like what the chief said about the players, you go out to meet the folks and see if they need any assistance and do what you can. So.
Thank you.
So the count for the Forest Service was like 111 not too long ago. So would this be in their count?
That would, yeah, the Forest Service would have the most accurate count because they do go deeper into the forest, and we've been able to do with our current patrol vehicles.
We have time for public comment. Is there any public comment? Any other comments or questions?
Chair Barrett?
Yeah.
I'll just clarify, I just coordinated with our county attorney, Dave Doyle. So it is the county's budget committee that votes on each of these. So the service district is not a voting member. It is the county's budget committee serves as the budget committees for the service district. Which I still think we had the appropriate vote last time, but just to inform this next vote.
So are we ready for our motion?
Three appointed budget committee members should have voted on those.
No. I mean,
I don't think that's right.
I hate to contradict the.
Yeah, I don't think that's right.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, we can see if Dave's available.
Well, we talked to Dave, but then we looked back to see how this worked in the past. And if you think about Sun River and Black Butte, they're unique because their boundaries are much smaller.
Okay.
So in the past, the budget committee was made up of citizen members that lived within the boundary of Black Butte and within the boundary of Sun River.
And I think this falls under the special districts law, because the 911 and some of the others are defined districts within the county, but Sun River and Black Butte are special districts of Oregon. And that's why they have their own individual budget.
4-H and 911 are the same boundaries generally as the county.
As the county, yes.
So the citizen members, that in local budget law, it's very specific that the citizen members have to be electors of the district. So that's, we reached the conclusion that's why it had been done that way in the past, and we think that's probably the appropriate way to do it. So I haven't sat down with Dave and asked him since we got that same answer a week or so ago, but we have since thought it through and believe that the budget law is specific enough that we need electors in those districts since they're smaller than the county.
Okay, I'll just read exactly the email I just sent Dave. Who approves the Sun River and Black Butte Service District budgets? Is it the county's budget committee or the three county commissioners plus the three members from the service district? We just asked a question. And Dave replied, the county budget committee. So I asked him, I couldn't have been more specific, so.
No, I understand.
Yeah, so I just asked Dave if he's available, so we'll see if he's available to make sure we get the, okay. So however, or we can just take two votes and everybody can vote, and we'll make sure that we have.
Everybody votes.
You might need to have another attorney, accountant, vote joke.
Showdown.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's a showdown
I
now.
only had that one, I've been working on it for months.
Bruce, can I
Hey,
make the
since I'm
first
siding
motion?
with Wayne on this, I get to throw in the lawyer jokes.
Yeah, I guess, if everybody wants to vote it and some of them don't count, it would work that way as well. But I can confirm what Wayne has said, even dating clear back to Marty, that's the way we always did it. We had
And I think there's some rationale for it, and I get what Dave's saying too, from a broader perspective, the county has to approve these budgets.
Okay.
But I like your solution of anybody that wants to vote on this can,
welcome to vote.
especially you.
Cleaning up in the notes.
Exactly, yeah.
Lee, you get to vote, yes.
All
And
right.
Rosemary.
Let's go ahead and, with motion number one.
Approve Black Butte Ranch Service District operating budget of $2,731,505 and set the tax rate at $1.04 and $4.99 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Not in favor? Motion is approved. What do you call that? Okay, motion number two.
Okay, set the local option operating tax rate at 65 cents per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Not in favor? Motion is approved. There's no further discussion or questions. We'll close the public meeting of the Black Butte Service District. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay.
You want to detail the information that you wanted from COVA, or work with whoever afterwards, or how do you want to handle that?
You're welcome.
Do you just want me to get with you and
So glad I
Yeah.
realized.
give you some input?
That works for me.
We'll see.
So if
Okay.
you want, we can do that, and then
Okay.
sometime tomorrow we can provide it. And if anybody else wants to join in, that's fine.
So tomorrow's Thursday. That's our, I guess we do have some, is there some additional agenda items for tomorrow other than deliberation, or?
No, but I do have the agenda for tomorrow. I will test that out this afternoon.
Okay.
I have more presentations.
Okay. We do have the elected officials meeting. Is that
Lunch.
at lunch? Okay.
What time is lunch?
It is much earlier tomorrow.
We'll see.
11:20.
11:20? Okay. And it's an hour lunch, or how long lunch is it?
Looks like it's 40 minutes or so.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I would just remind folks that tomorrow around noon, we are going to have Katie Brooks here, the CEO of the Benton Chamber, and we can discuss their video lottery request of $50,000 for the workforce of affordable housing and make a budget decision at that time, so. that's the only-
At what time?
Noon. I think lunch ends at 11:05, so, or 12:05, excuse me.
So right after lunch.
Right after lunch. She's going to be here around noon, yeah.
Oh, okay, right after lunch. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else so typically at this point, we would ask anybody to submit requests from from departments that we've heard from before, where we have additional questions or presentation that would be helpful when we discuss the budget items. So is there anything that comes to mind like that we would request of departments we've already heard from?
And really, that just kind of boils down to the special requests, if there's anything to be discussed there, which we will discuss amongst ourselves.
Anything from Health Department? They had several requests.
And just to comment, if there are questions about special requests from health, even though I'm the interim health director, I would prefer to have somebody from the leadership team who knows more about the operations. I mean, typically with a real department head, you would rely on that person to answer questions, but since I'm not a real department head in this case, I'm only interim.
You know, Alfalfa was asking for $150,000, I believe, to finish their construction. And is that something that this group is even considering? Because, no, yes,
I don't think we have any
precedent?
requests from.
Yeah, we do have it, because I read it.
It's in the back of our binder.
It's in here somewhere.
It's in the very back, and they sent this letter. It's not dated, but it's quite a while ago, and I just wondered if there's somebody, if we should be respectful and have someone from there come in. If Katie's coming, maybe they could come and just give a 10-minute overview or something, I don't know. I mean, if there's a grass fire out there, we definitely want their fire station to be an actual, I mean, I just drove, it took me like an hour and a half to get to the Deschutes County line.
So Page 247 in the budget, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, because there were two Bend ones, weren't there?
There are
Three.
three special requests for funding from external groups. Well, I guess four with the chamber coming. That was kind of a last minute one too. So 3 of those requests are in your budget book for discussion tomorrow.
And the board's already heard from Envision Bend, which was good. Do you want me, I'm happy to reach out to the City of Sisters city manager, Corey Misley, if we would like to hear their request, which is pretty small. I think it's $2,500, but I'm certainly happy to ask him if you're interested, and that's continuing the Sisters Vision implementation team, so if that's of help, or perhaps small enough where we know enough about it not to.
Yeah, so I have the Alfalfa one, the Envision Bend, the Bend Chamber, and the Sisters one.
It's only 2,500.
But those are all for discussion tomorrow, right?
Correct.
Have we considered where these funds would be coming from? Or?
That's what I was going to ask too.
I'm just seeing some of these, so I have not.
It's like TRT to me.
So I guess we could have a little evaluation for you prior to noon on perhaps some places that these could be funded from, if that's something the board wants to do.
Katie Brooks is the Envision Bend, that's the same.
No.
She's been Chamber.
She's Chamber.
Yeah, they're both $50,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Sisters one, that's from your discretionary fund, right? That's from lottery fund?
That's what they originally asked for, but then somehow we moved it over here.
Oh.
I think perhaps it might have, the alignment with Envision Bend
Right.
may have been part of the board's discussion related to that project.
Yes.
One thing I want to ask about these 4 requests, is there precedent for this? I mean, I don't remember reviewing community proposals during the budget hearing last year.
I know that with the Envision group, the board did ask for that to be considered during the budget committee week. So that's how that one ended up here. So I don't know if the others just also followed suit after that. But that's why Envision Bend is in this discussion.
I think Greg, when he was here, indicated a preference that financial requests that were coming to the board out of the budget cycle be consolidated and considered as part of the budget cycle. So when they were not being considered for ARPA, or perhaps were not ARPA eligible, or they were not video lottery eligible, they were being collected by finance for consideration as part of the budget process. So it was a little bit clearer how they would be funded. So that was, at least in the second half of this year, I think how this grouping of projects kind of came to coalesce.
So in the past, I think these have been general fund.
Certainly some of them. I don't know if we've used video lottery for some, but it looks like the total's about $252,000. So, like I said, finance can look at what options we have available. Everybody knows the general fund is the level's been decreasing. So, and our contingency of video lottery is $600,000 right now, $690,000 or $660. But we have some ongoing, I think, in there as well for future years potentially.
So, and, I mean, there may not be too much, I mean, we've got to talk through what these are, as I say, the Envision Bend and also the Bend Chamber event, workforce housing effort. They're both community efforts. I mean, I don't want to be rude here, but I'm going to kind of cut short to what I think. Community efforts to start a committee to talk about a problem, and we want to help fund it. And you know, I'm just letting you know, I'm not real excited about doing that. So, I mean, I'm looking for the justification. So, and this 6-person committee maybe doesn't have to take all the decision space on that. I mean, if we want to discuss it as a board of commissioners before we think, are we really even willing to do this? As I say, I don't want to take anything away from these guys, but.
I mean, I disagree. I think that the Bend Vision project has a very clear product, which is a community vision, just like the Sisters community vision that we supported, and now we're seeing an implementation request for.
Yeah, well, and there's difference of opinion. I was just, yeah.
Well, and I look at Alfalfa as, if we don't fund it, who's going to? And it is, you know, we're walking into fire season, so.
Well, and so the Vision project, if we're talking about, I guess I'm referring to, there's two requests here for $50,000 for the city of Bend. And they're both going to start efforts to get people together to talk about where we want to go. if we had $50,000, maybe it'd be better just to go pave some system development charges so somebody can build the next house. And if we had 50,000 times 2, maybe that's a good choice for those. So I didn't want to discount what the effort was there. I'm just pointing out that if there's money, maybe, maybe if there's a way it could be invested in other ways. Yeah. And, yeah, I don't know if we're going to discuss it right now. I
We
just,
can apply money directly to the problem, but $50,000 isn't going to help us a whole lot to, with our affordable housing issues in the community. I mean, it'll only go so far, while strategic thinking and then coming up with some bold policy recommendations, could have a much bigger impact.
but having a separate community group do that on the side instead of the city staff, or like we're doing a comprehensive plan officially from the county, is that valuable or helpful? I know it's exciting to sit in a room and talk about what we want to do, but do they even have any authority to do that? The city of Bend could do that, so why would the county be paying for that? So, and I know it's a sister's country, we're talking about Bend. Bend just finished the UGB. All we need to do is build out in this southeast corner of the city for the next 5 years. So then we're gonna have a committee tell us where else we're gonna go after that. So as I say, I don't know the timing of it is right. So, and this is between you and I talking about it. I don't know if it's the right time to do it.
I guess there's more to accomplishing affordable housing than UGB expansions and then building it out, but.
I just think you need to look at the precedent you want to set for budget committee going forward in the future. Do
Mhm.
you want to take in community requests? The benching, I don't know if this is lottery fund, it's economic development, so it seems like that would come from not the general fund. But I just don't know if the Board of County Commissioners in this committee wants to take in community requests every year as part of this process. As Commissioner Chang mentioned, have you done this in the past? Is this new? And is this something you want to continue doing when you're looking at department budgets in the future, or look at some kind of grant program?
And I would just say tomorrow's always a struggle, budget deliberation day, special requests. I'm not sure how many special requests we have, but it's a lot. And then we
For
also
the
have.
organization, yeah.
Right, and so these would be, maybe not all of them would have to present. It sounds like Nick might be able to do some of them, but this would be extra presentation. And I think Judy's right. Do we want to keep having these come in at a budget time? That could get pretty stacked up with more requests. And then lastly, we have additional budget decisions that I'd like to talk about real briefly if we want people from health or sheriff's office on the line, because we have another 12 or so budget decisions on top of our special requests that we'll need to run through as well. So I'm a little concerned about the time tomorrow, frankly.
Are those on a spreadsheet or something?
Yeah, Betsy and I have been recording them. And I
So
can,
12 in addition to what's in our book?
yes, so and I can go through them tonight if you guys want to hear about those.
So before we go there, just let's finish on the 4 that are sitting here. The question that I would have, and again, this is my first time, so, okay, there's 4 requests. If this is something the budget committee wants to do, that's fine. What precedent are you setting if this is the first time that this has been done? And next year, how many more will be coming through? So, as a member of the budget committee, I'm fine going either way, but I would prefer to see a recommendation from the county in some way, shape, or form as to how this is handled. What are the gateways to get to a future budget committee, and what's the commitment that the budget committee's putting in place around this?
Well, my first thought is we should not talk about it at this budget committee. These are just basically decisions that are coming in from different angles, asking for county for resources. We have some discretionary resources we could, as a board of commissioners, the 3 of us, make decisions about, and to put them on the table in front of the budget committee is, I mean, it crosses right into politics sometimes where we don't need to here.
I know, I'm like going, okay, how did these get here, right? So they got here. Remember, we did $280,000 for Lapine for their EMS program. So, but
So that
somehow,
was
this one-
ARPA, I think.
Yeah, it was ARPA, but this one didn't fit in that one, so it ended up here. And
Yeah.
I don't really want it to get lost.
So, because the board didn't make a decision one way or another, it just kind of ended up here as a catch-all.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the past, I think the county administrator has reviewed those. They've presented to the county administrator, and he makes a decision or works with the commissioners to include that in general fund budget or through discretionary grant program.
Video lottery.
And then we get to discuss it at the budget because it's already in the plan. So then we make a decision from there, but we've not had a special request tacked onto the end of the budget.
And really, I mean, in the past, through the county administrator is more service providers, or, I mean, it's really been limited, not general community asks.
Right. That's true, too.
And I hear that this is really important to get these on quickly, so if we don't do them tomorrow, maybe we get them on real quickly. But I'm cognizant of time. Maybe, is there a general direction of which way we want to go with this, or vote or something? Or?
I expressed the concern about setting a new precedent, but then, I mean, Whitney just shared with us that, this is what Greg set us up to do. So, I mean, if that was kind of the, kind of the way that it was
Well, that being
intended to be this year, then I also don't want to, pull the rug out from under people.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, what they're doing, it didn't mean to interrupt you. Were you finished? Okay, now I'll interrupt. So, I think Greg, if we're reading Greg's intent on this, this isn't something for fiscal year '22. This isn't something, if we're reading former finance member or former finance lead Munn's intent, this is not something for fiscal year '22. This is something that should be considered in fiscal year '23. Therefore, maybe it should go to the budget committee. But it doesn't sound like it was thought out. So if it comes down to the discussion of if we want to do a one-time, should we do this, I think the budget committee would need, at least I as a budget committee member would need to understand what's the process and procedure a little bit, and then where would be funding for this, and what would we as a budget committee be voting to do. If we don't have all that information and it's something that's set for fiscal year '23, and, which is the harder part, the county staff or county commissioners believe that this is something that could be brought up elsewhere and settled in a '23 budget in some other way, then I don't think they need to be discussed tomorrow. If all of those qualifiers don't happen or aren't true, we probably do need to discuss them tomorrow, but it probably needs to be very clear that this was a one-off, and we need, again, guidance from the county on how to do future things like this in a future budget. Did that make sense? And I said that all in one breath.
Take a drink.
So if I could just add something here, I've seen cities in particular that I've worked with. City of Tigard years ago had a set amount they set aside in the general fund every year for these kinds of things, like call it $50,000. And so nonprofits in the community knew that they could come in and request portions of that. And so there was a process kind of set up. Here's how you get into the budget process, requesting these funds. But the council set up that program, and everybody knew how it worked. I think in our situation here, we don't really have that. We have EDCO and COVA and a few others. We have each commissioner, I think, gets to divvy up some money out of, is it video lottery? And so there's some individual grants that get to be made there. We don't really have a process for this sort of thing. I think the budget committee is probably not the best place for this to be considered, because if you think about the committee's role is to establish appropriations. And mostly that has to do with things that have already been determined that we're going to do, with the exception of the special requests by our own departments who are asking for additional resources. But, we wouldn't entertain here at the Budget Committee establishing some new funding source for someone from the outside. I mean, that's really a board function. So this seems to me to be beyond establishing an appropriation. It's really making a policy kind of decision about whether or not we're going to fund or even entertain requests of this type, so.
Yeah, that's why I keep coming back to the need.
I think I agree with you that the more I think about it, just, it's premature really for the Budget Committee because the board hasn't really weighed in on whether they want to do these sorts of things. So
And we have-
that's my couple cents.
We have revenue sources to do something like this. I mean, there's a video lottery, which is state dollars coming down, most flexible dollars we have to do economic development or discretionary expenses, not even out of the general fund. And there's a balance there, and the board can make that decision at any board meeting, so.
So, and you're saying we have approximately 660,000, Dan?
669,000,
The
yeah.
video lottery,
The
so
video lottery.
I think it really would make more sense to pull these and do them, yeah. Like, I'm really wondering how this got put in the back of the binder, but I mean, I'm sure there was something that decision was made somewhere.
Well, and we're bouncing off of ARPA too, because some of these came in because, hey, you know, how about this project? How about this project? Can you do it with ARPA? And the answer was no. And then we just didn't put it anywhere. We didn't respond.
And I'm not positive we've fully evaluated alfalfa for eligibility, but for ARPA, but we'll definitely take a look again.
What
But-
staff can do too, we can partner with finance staff and video lottery and come to the board as we typically would with a video lottery consideration. And we typically will vet requests like this through legal to make sure they're video lottery eligible. So we can report back to you on kind of what options may be for these projects at a later board meeting date, if that's something that the board feels good about moving forward with.
I hate to ignore this truly, because, you know, grass fires are bad.
So-
I'll also just put in that there are a number of things that I've been interested in doing with county unrestricted TRT, but one of the highest priorities for me was investing in some of the amenities that keep tourists coming here. But today we saw how that's going to be internalized into COVA and, the tourism-related facilities and on that component of their budget. So what I had been picturing as the portion of the county unrestricted TRT that we had to save to do those things now is kind of moved out into COVA's budget. So, I mean,
Maybe.
that.
I'm not sure I got enough clarity on what they were gonna do with that, but, obviously the consideration, that's a contract, so there's really not much
structure to be able to do
discuss.
that. And so for me, with one of the other priorities, that I've been thinking about for county unrestricted TRT is to make investments in workforce and affordable housing. So, I mean, you can imagine that Ben Chamber proposal coming in to TRT, for county unrestricted TRT, instead of they had proposed lottery or ARPA funds, which I'm guessing the ARPA it wouldn't be eligible for because we learned that missing middle housing, which is part of workforce housing, is not eligible.
Well, it's safe to say, because we've got a TRT budget, it's safe to say that there is unallocated TRT that's not focused anywhere. And if that's something that is a discussion for the budget committee decisions tomorrow, that's something that should be vetted. It doesn't sound like it is yet.
So-
It's some ideas, but it's not a proposal. So I don't know if that's something that goes to the budget committee tomorrow. Honestly, as far as I can tell, and again, we'll have this discussion tomorrow, I think the COVA funding is locked. So it's just, so I don't know that there's a ton of decision there, other than we have some questions with how they're using the TRT that we're contractually assigning to them.
If we could go through, I think we need a little bit of direction for tomorrow. If we could go through tomorrow's budget decisions on top of the special request real quick, and if I can just if anybody wants to hear from someone, I will make a list of those people to have on the phone as we go through these. So the first budget decision that we just have listed in no particular order is the TRT to the sheriff's office, ongoing increase from 500,000, so 3.6 ongoing. It is in the proposed budget as a 1 year, but it is an increase. So does anyone want to have Joe Brundage here to discuss that more, or have we heard enough?
I've heard enough.
Okay, let's
I
get,
have, yeah.
did you say you have or you haven't, Commissioner?
I have.
Okay, let's not have a representative for that. $3.5 million transfer to general fund capital reserve for near-term debt and other operations. That is decision point number 2, and again, that leaves $4 million in the TRT reserve fund to do the Sun River Public Safety that we just heard about. So I don't think we need anyone on that one. It's not a decision point because it's a contract, but certainly would be nice to get a future direction from the Budget Committee members and the board regarding COVA and how they feel about the contract. But as Jim pointed out, that's actually a contract, so we can't make any, I don't believe, changes. Property tax
I
rate.
mean, I'd like to discuss COVA tomorrow and try and set a long-term direction, but I agree with you. I think it's contractual, so there's really not anything to discuss tomorrow.
Put direction to it.
Yeah, just very quick direction. Does anybody want to have Julia there again for that conversation? Again, we don't have a lot of time. No? Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
You don't think the conversation at all is necessary?
No, I mean, I
Oh,
know
okay.
the conversation, yes. But
Okay.
I knew that we didn't have enough time actually to get it smoothed out where we wanted it to be for the presentation.
Okay.
We've got some more work to do.
Commissioner Chang brought up a property tax rate increase possibly this year, so is there anyone that you would want to have here that's not here right now to discuss that, the assessor? Or?
I don't think we need anyone else here to discuss that.
Okay. The PIO position in health, that's really a special request. Do we want to have health services staff? Typically Cheryl Smallman or someone from leadership would be here to go through their special request. In the past, that kind of has taken up a lot of our time on the last day, but it's also been necessary because some of the requests are a little bit more intricate than other ones. So is that something that the board feels like they should have the input of health services staff for special requests?
Just for the PIO you're referring to?
Really, I guess this would be, as long as we're doing it for the PIO, I think for any special.
Yeah, probably any of the special requests, and it's more not input, but it's if there's questions,
Have 'em stand
additional
by,
questions.
Well, yeah.
I would not mind having Cheryl
Sure.
ready for discussions if we have additional questions. I think I've got everything personally that I need, but that could be a pretty wide-ranging discussion, so it might be helpful to have her on standby.
Okay.
All 4 of them.
Yeah.
We will put her
Right,
on
all 4.
standby. The Ben Chamber request, it sounds like we had invited Katie Brooks last minute, but we can also put that on a board agenda in a couple weeks, and I'm fine with letting her know that if that's the direction that.
I'm going to talk to her in a few minutes too.
Okay, so,
I'll let her know what I'm thinking from my point of view.
okay.
But just for scheduling, should we have her come tomorrow or?
Well, that would, the only reason I'm
Or not.
asking is because
Yeah.
that would get in the
Yeah.
way of the other
Right.
3, so no is the general consensus, it seems like there.
I would agree, no.
I feel like if we have invited someone to come and talk, we should follow through on that, but I certainly appreciate not wanting to then give, unequal treatment to this one among us 4.
Dan, maybe when you follow up, we can indicate that staff, we can connect Laura in that email and have Laura get that on a board agenda in a really timely way. So maybe instead of, we can just have a warm handoff to just move that presentation into the near future, if that helps you, Commissioner Chang.
Okay. That sounds like a really good way to do it. So we will do that. And then there's the marijuana tax distribution, which we haven't talked about during the budget, but there's a proposal of $20,000 to COVA, $70,000 to the sheriff's office, and another $70,000 to health services with an offset of $70,000 for general fund for health services. And then the last budget committee decision would be.
Wait, going back on that cannabis, just a little bit more background. The Cannabis Advisory Panel has to make because of the county getting the marijuana revenue now, the state law requires the Cannabis Advisory Panel to make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. The group deliberated. There's a memo that we'll give you tomorrow. And really, it's, what they're recommending is things that we're already doing. So really what we'll be doing is taking, if the Budget Committee approves it, rather than having, for example, the marijuana detective, rather than having the general fund pay for half of it, we would move $70,000 in new marijuana revenue, and then that saves the general fund. And so really all the recommendations are along those lines, where it's services we have been providing, we'll continue to provide, but we were able to use marijuana revenue instead of county general fund.
I mean, my impression from the last cannabis advisory panel was that they also were picturing kind of expanding capacity in, for functions that they didn't think we were doing enough of. So prevention, education in the community, they wanted to see more. So they would like to, they were requesting that we put some of the cannabis advisory, the marijuana tax revenue to prevention education work, so that there could be more prevention education.
Yeah, and
Dan,
so
what were those numbers again? I didn't.
Well, it's 20K to COVA, 70K to Sheriff's Office, 70K to Health Services. But again, we can deliberate this tomorrow and have actual discussion time at that point in time. I'm just wondering, do we need anybody to be there, Eric, from the marijuana board, or you represent that?
I'll represent it, and I have a memo from the chair that we'll provide.
So it's $160,000 in revenue, 20,000 to COVA, 70 to Sheriff's Office, and 70 Health Services. And then the last.
Did you say COVO?
COVA.
Or COVA?
COVA, Central Oregon.
No, code enforcement.
Oh, code enforcement. Oh,
enforcement.
jeez. Yes.
Code enforcement, okay.
Sorry about that.
The Trails Alliance, what, CODA?
Moving
You are
to.
smoking when you're writing your books.
I'm moving too fast, I apologize. And then the last one would be a discussion between the board on an operational reserve general fund as needed transfer to health services. So as you all know, Fund 270, the health services reserve, is projected to end at $12.2 million in fiscal year '23. And we've been working with health, and essentially health would submit a number and say, well, we're comfortable returning the excess general fund if, by any chance, the reserve continues to grow at such and such a number. So Cheryl could come back tomorrow and say, $12.2 million. Behavioral health is getting $2 million, and they end with 13.2, and then they would refund us back $1 million of general funds. So that would make sure that we're not essentially overpaying, perhaps, into health services because of their large operational reserve and because of their funding streams, which they presented tomorrow, might get larger and has some serious volatility, and also keeps their reserves level, which takes away some risk as well while increasing our general fund. So those are the pros and cons of it, but we can discuss it more tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely like someone knowledgeable on that side of the ledger present, because I don't know that I can wrap my head around what you just said.
Yeah, it's just, we can certainly talk about it, but it's just, if Health Services says we're going to need $12.5 million at the end of fiscal year '23, and their revenue comes in a lot larger in their reserve fund.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just want to understand all the mechanisms around it.
Sure. Yeah, we do that in a couple funds, victims assistance, CDD. When they're having good years, essentially they return the general fund at the end of year for accounting purposes. And those are the budget decisions tomorrow. So it sounds like really all we need to hear from is Health Services and have their staff on the line.
That's what it sounded like.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the special requests, other than health services, I don't have any questions that would require anyone to be present. I'm looking.
Because we do have the DA's office and the sheriff's office again there. And special requests that are not in the proposed budget. And then, of course, you can always ask questions about special requests that are in the proposed budget. If you have any question about those, we can reach out to those department directors as well.
I might have, I mean, I don't know, I might have one question on the sheriff's office legal assistant, or in terms of where that would be placed in the county structure.
Okay, we'll get Joe or one of the captains.
And I just had 2 quick follow-up items, if that's okay, but I'll be really quick. You may have noticed the medical examiner was on the original schedule for today, but then not on the revised, and we obviously didn't hear from Dr. Van Amberg today. The medical examiner program is undergoing a little bit of a transition. Dr. Van Amberg is going to retire later this year, and so we've budgeted kind of a placeholder amount, but we'll be working closely with the district attorney's office, the state ME, and other partners, including the sheriff's office, as we look to hopefully execute a contract with a new medical examiner. Dr. Van Amberg did prepare a budget presentation kind of detailing what's changed in her operations and just things that she wanted the budget committee to be aware of as we kind of step into this transitional phase. So we'll be sure to pass out the presentation that she prepared so that you can have it, and we'll obviously provide updates to the board on the status of next steps with that transition. But we're working closely with her and her staff, and she's been incredibly helpful to both Eric and I in this transition. So we really appreciate that and her preparing this information for you today. So I'll go ahead
So
and.
what is her actual retirement date then?
She has indicated that she's able to stay on a few months past when she was originally planning. So we'll have some coverage and some overlap into fiscal 23. So that's great.
Okay.
And then just for the board, we received kind of a late breaking request from the OSU Cascades collab related to a Business Oregon grant that they're applying for, and they're requesting a letter of support. The deadline is Tuesday for us to submit that. So we prepped the letter. It's in your boxes for your consideration. If it's something that you'd like to move forward with, potentially you could consider it at the start of tomorrow's deliberations. So I think Carol and Laura were coordinating, and a hard copy should be available for you with some information about what the project is and what the funding would be. But just, we were working to turn that quickly as we just received it today.
Good. I am just going to raise it right now, just so we can close the door on that if we need to. With Sisters, they had applied for a grant to CDD. We informed for the $2,500. This is for the facilitation, for the vision implementation. It's a special request. We just informed them that CDD doesn't issue grants. The county does. Didn't seem like it fit neatly within that. So sitting here, I just was coordinating with Peter, is that the county's allocated $250,000 to CDD to update the comprehensive plan. The contract is $232,000. So I asked Peter if we could allocate the $2,500, because it is a joint plan that we've adopted with the City of Sisters to that contract. So it's not a grant, it's a contractual service for the facilitation. To which Peter's response was, yes, otherwise we would have returned the money to the general fund as we've done in the past. So that issue could be resolved as simply right there. It's already in their budget. They're just finalizing the contract. And I know the City of Sisters is really looking forward to a response on that. So that's one that could just go away if we wanted to. $232,000 is what we actually ended up signing a contract with for a consultant. We had budgeted $250,000. It's allocated. It's in their line item.
So that's a hard not to exceed contract.
$232,000 is correct. And so even if they still needed an extra $15,000 or something, it would still be there if we want to.
So I'm fine with that, if you're
Just-
looking for a head nod, or if you know.
Or we can come back for a formal decision tomorrow, or we can postpone it to another day. But just so that's one solution for an easy answer for
She was
Sisters.
actually quitting now.
What makes it
in this year.
complicated is
And
that
she's
this-
up and
I
now
see
she'll-
the
which is great.
2,500 as the tail end of a long-term commitment from the county to the Sisters visioning process. And we're at the beginning of that cycle with the City of Bend, with their, the Bend Vision Project. So I kind of want to couple them in the sense that, I want us to think about how we view these visioning projects, and not just say like, oh, we like this one, we don't like that one.
Yeah, probably the only nuance is we did go into the Sisters knowing we were creating a joint plan from the very beginning, and I'm a little bit less clear with Envision Bend if we're a supporting partner and it's their plan, or if it's, but it does include the rural county. So good question. So we don't have to decide it now. It's just I was trying to.
It was truly the rural county, with that plan, and we were a partner.
Yeah. Although, Envision Bend is contemplating it as well. So you're right. Yeah. Okay. We can continue the discussion.
All right, we're good for tomorrow?
Good for tomorrow.
All right, we'll continue the Deschutes County budget meeting to Thursday, May 26, 2022.
Betsy and I were just
No, it's all good.
talking
Yeah.
about,
No, that was good. That's